Yo. Oh man. I don't know what is going on with this capture card today, man. I'm not sure if it's the capture card. I think it has to be the capture card because I'm pretty sure it's not my laptop that's doing this weird stuff. Give me a moment, hold on. I delete another failed live stream. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, y'all don't know how upset I am, man. Let me pull this up on YouTube, man. Hold on. Okay, let me do the tags and all of that extra stuff. Tags. Oh, I wonder what is going on with this stuff. I want to know what is going on with my capture card. Y'all can hear me, right? Alright. I have no clue how long I'm going to be live, but this is going to be mostly for like discussions and just chilling basically, and yeah. But it's definitely going to be centered around Pokemon. We can hear you. Yeah, yo, I was so mad, man, that y'all couldn't hear how hype I was for Pokemon Champions. I called first of all, before we even get into Pokemon Champions, I want to see if I can find my tweet. Did I ever make a tweet about the Meowscarada, Quaquaval, and Skeledirge 7-star raid? I knew. I said, yo, it would be nice if they like finished the game off with those because if you think about it, they're literally the only starters that have no 7-star raids. And I'm like, yo, wouldn't it be nice if they close out Generation 9 with raids for Meowscarada, Skeledirge, and Quaquaval? I don't know if I tweeted that. I said it. I don't remember where I said it. I said it somewhere. I know I did. Let me see. Fucking. Let me search Twitter. I got I'm multitasking, man. Hold on. Uh, okay, go to latest. People talk about they knew it. I knew it. I knew it was coming. I'm the one who called it, man. I called it months ago, man, before we even hit 2025. I called it, man. It was me, M14. I'm the one. I'm the guy. Hold on, man. Let me finish freaking putting the tags and all of that together. Actually, I could put Pokemon Champions. Pokemon Champions is a thing now. What was it? Pokemon Champions, Pokemon. We're gonna get into some thorough discussions here. Pokemon Legend. Is it Pokemon Legend ZA or Legends? I'm gonna assume it's Legends. With an S. I guess I'll just put Livestream. Okay. Yeah, this is. Yeah, man. Woo! We got a lot of things we gotta discuss. Nah, man. Y'all missed my reactions, man. Legends. Okay, copy. Okay, man. I was trying to interact with the chat as much as I could, but it was like, it's difficult. But yo, I was screaming when I saw Pokemon Showdowns, man. Nah, I'm mad that y'all never will hear that reaction. That reaction was wasted, but somebody must have heard me scream. When I saw it, listen, when I saw Dundozo standing in front of that sword Pokemon, it clicked instantly in my head what I was looking at. I knew exactly what this was. It all just locked in and clicked for me right there in that moment when I saw Dundozo in front of that sword. Mm. Wow. Yeah. I feel like I wasted a stream. God damn it. It ended already. Yeah, it's over. Don't worry. We're gonna actually I can I'm gonna actually rewatch it and talk about it. Right? Let me just finish resending everything out to people and all of that. I gotta like um I gotta like resend things. How come we don't have any likes on the stream? We got just one like? Damn. I don't even know how many streams how many likes the other one got. I wasn't paying attention. I just knew when I realized the mic wasn't working, like I knew I wanted to I just wanted to like just start it over. It's weird, man. I don't understand what happened. It's got to be something going on with the capture card because I tested my mic before I went live, and then it wouldn't let me go live. The first two times I tried to go live, I don't know what that was about. Even when I started this stream, it wasn't trying to let me go live. It took me like 2 attempts to go live. You say, "Oh, an error has occurred." Like, what do you mean an error has occurred? Are you serious? I'm trying to stream my reaction, man. I never get errors. Like, I mean, every once in a red moon, yeah, I might get an error. But like, come on, man. Right before a direct and multiple errors? It's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. Is now my what's going on? Is my Discord glitch? Shit, boy. Yeah, this is just man, this is a horrible start to the day today, man. I was already upset from yesterday, and now like man, I had a good stream, but I just didn't really have a good day overall. Okay, now I just gotta share it in what's that? What's up, Alone Fox? Welcome in. Okay. I usually don't live stream this early, but it's like, fuck it, I'm already up, man. I'm already up. I'll try to stay up as long as I can. I do know that I want to do my taxes at some point today, or at least attempt to do my taxes. I don't know how that's going to go, but I guess we'll see. I got this weird issue with my phone. My phone is like barely charging. It's on like 15%. It feels like it's been on 15% for like the whole day. Like it's annoying, man. I'm about to turn my phone off. Just turn it off and let it charge. Okay. Boom. All right. So yeah, we got a lot to discuss. I got my headset here. Y'all can finally hear me. So we're back. We're in full control. Let's rewatch it. We're gonna do a rewatch, and we're gonna pause it. We're gonna discuss my most hype moments for me. Definitely Pokemon Champions, as well as the 7-star Terra raids announced for Scarlet and Violet. Like, and I had a blast playing Pokemon Violet last night. So this is the perfect time to get back into Pokemon, you know? Okay, let me read your comments. All right. Yeah, Pokemon presents aren't long. Yep. People are already complaining. I don't know what you be complaining about. That was probably one of the best Pokemon directs I've seen. It was short, sweet, straight to the point, and it didn't show anything bad. I didn't see it show any. Like, first of all, wait a minute. We didn't even talk about Pokemon Concierge. Good. Hello, Alice. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Alice. I was expecting to be like some grand 1-hour direct. Nah. I don't know why, but I thought it was going to be 40 minutes. I thought I read somewhere that it was 40 minutes. Maybe I was reading about something else. Maybe I read the wrong thing. That was 14 minutes. Actually, no, that was 19 minutes. I like seeing that it looks like a ZA takes place in the future. Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. All right, so let's rewatch it. Let's rewatch. Okay. Boom. Okay. Boom. Hello, Pikachu. They started off this presentation with a banger. Like, I don't see what's wrong with this presentation. I got 4 things in this presentation that I like and I want. You know what I mean?
Hello, everyone.
4 things for a 19-minute presentation is good.
Today, February 27th.
You might not like 4 things out of a 50-minute presentation.
The Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green games were first released in Japan, marking the beginning of
I'm gonna give you my honest opinion on everything.
It's been 29 years since the birth of Pokemon.
Now that I can talk and y'all can hear what I'm saying instead of me trying to type words on the keyboard.
You trainers
now y'all can understand where I'm coming from and everything.
To enjoy Pokemon each day in a variety of ways. We hope to keep bringing you new experiences to brighten your day-to-day lives with Pokemon.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, y'all.
In today's broadcast, we'll be
I'm not a
sharing
morning
all
person.
the latest news about Pokemon, including our newest titles.
Okay.
Please enjoy the presentation.
Yo, listen, man. Boom. So, boom. We start right here. Pokemon Concierge Season 2.
Concierge, taking place at the Pokemon Resort
I love this show.
Island, The story follows Haru, who is still finding her feet as a new concierge, and Sayaka
love this show, man.
Together through their
I thought the whole time y'all could hear me, but y'all couldn't even hear what I was saying about this.
Only through stop motion animation.
I think I realized my mic wasn't working when we got to the next game. So I thought y'all heard everything I was saying about Pokemon Concierge, but I love Pokemon Concierge.
Take a first look at a few of the
we got Riolu here. Riolu is going to be in Pokemon Concierge Season 2. The best doggo, Arcanine, right there.
For a
Corpfish.
Time, the first 4 episodes are available to watch on Pokemon's official YouTube channel for free. Please take this chance to watch them if you haven't been able to tune in to Pokemon Concierge yet.
You heard the lady. You heard the lady. Go watch that. Go watch that if you haven't. And it's not even like they're long episodes. They're short.
Hello, everyone.
They're just short, like really cool episodes.
Next, we have a number
of
moving
right along. What was the next thing? Was it
in Pokemon Go? Pokemon Go.
Okay, you got Pokemon Go. You got for the Pokemon Go lovers out there, you know, you got some new content.
Where Pokemon Go is available. During the event,
but y'all know my motto. If it has the words Pokemon and Go in the same sentence,
trainers will soon have a chance
I'm not with it. I'm not about that, man.
We'll also share promo codes for
any games that have anything that have the words Go and Pokemon in it, in the title, I stay away from those. What's up, Light Blue Yoshi fan? Welcome back, man. Sorry y'all couldn't hear me in the first stream. Capture card was bugging out. I don't know. So what we got here? We got Primal Kyogre, Primal Groudon, and Primal... Is it called Primal Rayquaza? Oh no, that's just Mega Rayquaza, I think. Appleton Fruitylicious Jelly. Yo, you know what's funny? I didn't even... Maybe my mind was somewhere else, but I didn't even realize that they showed anything for Pokemon Cafe. But I called that. I did say they're probably going to show something from Pokemon Sleep, Pokemon Cafe Remix. You know, that's a given. Now this! Wait, no, not this. No, this wasn't my moment. Hold on, no. Not this one. Not quite yet. But hey, look at the homie Darkrai though, putting people to sleep. Wait, this is Pokemon Sleep, ain't it? Cresselia and Darkrai. Hey, I called it. You know, Pokemon Sleep. I really must not have been paying attention. I don't remember them showing these. You know what? I was probably trying to look through my capture card settings and things like that. Yeah. I do remember this. I remember the Alolan Raichu. Yeah, so that's why I don't remember seeing Pokemon Cafe or Pokemon Sleep. They showed them while I was trying to fix my capture card. That's what it was.
Remote Stadium will be returning to ranked matches. Enjoy intense battles in the Pokemon Cafe Remix. A new type of battle is also arriving.
So you got some content here for your Pokemon Unite lovers, you know. Gotta have that. It's still, despite what people say, it's still a fairly popular game.
Look forward to an updated
that gets a good amount of play.
Updated wild Pokemon. The win condition.
And they still do
first to score 500
like tournaments and stuff for it. So they're gonna support this game. Oh, and then you got your Pokemon card. Yo, I was talking to my coworker, right? I was talking to my coworker, like, look, I got some very passionate coworkers at work, right? That are really like hardcore into Pokemon cards. Like they like telling me all types of stuff that I don't know about Pokemon cards, man, and educating me. And my boy Max, shout out to Max, man. My boy Maximilian. He battles Pokemon cards. Like he's like very well versed in Pokemon cards. So I know that my boy L and my boy Max, they gonna be hella hyped for this. Shout out to them, man. I know they probably at work. Well, I know Max. Well, matter of fact, Max probably off today. See, well, it's a prep day, so he might be there. He might be there at work. I don't think L gonna be at work though. I think he said he's going on vacation anyway. I think he said he was going to Vegas or something. No, he said he's going to LA. Said he's going to watch the Lakers game. That's right, he's going to LA. Yeah, I was never into Pokemon Unite, but you know, I know people that are like Erebus, and you know, I don't think he plays it anymore, but I know Erebus and some other folks were into it at one point. So look, you got Mega Lucario over here, you got freaking Mega, what is that, Gardevoir? Mega Evolutions are coming. You unlock new and stop. What, in Unite?
Next, allow me to share some news about the Pokemon video game series.
Boom.
In the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet games,
boom,
we're celebrating
boom.
Pokemon Day with a Rotom phone case giveaway.
Okay, Rotom phone case. Some people might be into that. I don't really care.
Along with a mass outbreak event
mass
and
outbreak?
other in-game events.
I don't really care about those. That's not for me. Like, I don't care. Now this!
Hold
on. Whoa! Whoa! Wait just a cotton picking minute, y'all. I had to stop it, man. Can we get some love in the chat for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet? Yo. Bruh. Thank you. Thank you, Pokemon, for doing this. Because I called this. Like I said, I don't think... I don't know if I tweeted it on Twitter or if I said it in the Discord server or something. But I said, like, the perfect send-off for this game would be to make 7-star raids for Meowscarada, Skeledirge, and Kokwavu. I've been said that. I said that before 2025. I said that back in 2024. I said that before we even knew that we was getting a Shiny Rayquaza raid. And lo and behold, man, they actually did it. I am so hyped and so excited to do these raids with y'all, man. So, you know, everything was kind of moving a little fast. I didn't really have time to, like, process all the information that was coming in. But now, since we've paused it, we can read what's going on the screen. It says, the first raid is going to be Meowscarada. And it's going to start tomorrow. That's crazy, y'all. This raid starts freaking tomorrow. Bruh. What am I doing tomorrow? I don't even care what I'm definitely doing this raid tomorrow. I don't care. I don't care. We will be raiding. So strap in and get your, first of all, some of y'all out there, I'm not going to say no names. I'm not going, you know what I mean? I'm not that type of person. But some of y'all folks out there been slacking on your Pokemoning. You know what I mean? Y'all got to get y'all minds up and get your squadron together so that we can do these high-level raids once again. Like, I ain't been outside on the Pokemon in a minute, man. You know, the high-level raids is what excites me. What attracts me to keep coming back for more and more. And now, I'm over here salivating. I'm over here rubbing my chops, man. I love this. I live for this, man. So we got Meowscarada, Terra Grass, tomorrow. March 7th, we got Skeledirge. Oh, this is crazy. Wait. Oh! I just realized something. They're not doing these specifically on the weekends. They're doing this straight through. It says Friday, February 28th to Thursday, March 6th. That's what it says here. And yeah. So literally after Thursday, March 6th is going to be March 7th, and that's when Skeledirge begins. Skeledirge, they're going to be a week long each. Skeledirge is, so it's a 7-day event. Like, you don't have no excuses to miss these raids. Like, it's all week. You know what I mean? You're not going to be working or going to school for 7 days straight. Unless you really out there really trying to get that money. You know what I mean? Like, some people do, you know. But, so you got Skeledirge from March 7th to March 13th. And then you got Quaquavu from March 14th to March 20th. And that's actually going to bring us close to April. And y'all know what happens in April. I shouldn't have to tell y'all, chat. Who in this chat right now knows what happens in April? The beginning of April. Who in this chat can tell me what's so special about April? The month of April. And no, I ain't talking about no April Fools either. Some of y'all be out there trolling, man. April Fools is for y'all. It ain't for me, man. It ain't my holiday. Exactly, Pixel Kate. Ding, 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 ding. Actually, hold on. That deserves... Hold on. Give me a moment. We gotta get back into the... There we go. That actually deserves a round of applause, man. Yes, exactly, man. Exactly. So we got the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, April 2nd. Mark the date on your calendar. Don't you ever forget it, man. It's gonna be a momentous occasion. I don't know what's gonna happen. I know we're gonna get more information about that Mario Kart. But what else are we gonna see in that? What else y'all think we're gonna see? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Let me know. But yeah, on April 2nd, which is Marvin Gaye's birthday, lit. So yeah, boom. You got Meowscarada. You got Skeledirge. You got Quaquavu. My starter was Quaquavu. I guess they saved the best for last. Now, I don't know why Quaquavu was like so unpopular. I chose Quaquavu. Y'all want to know why I started with Quaxley? I'm gonna tell y'all a small story about why I started with Quaxley. So when I made up my mind and I basically like locked in and confirmed like, yo, I'm definitely gonna be getting Pokemon Scarlet Violet. So my homie Skeet and my homie SB, it was like a group thing. It was like, yo, we all gonna get the game like old time's sakes, and we're all gonna pick different starters. So I said, look, I don't really have a personal preference on which starter Pokemon I get because I could work with whatever you give me. I don't care. I'm just that type of person. I didn't really see any special attachment to any three of them. So SB chose Fuecoco, Skeet chose Sprigatito, and by default, nobody chose Quaxley, so I took Quaxley. And come to find out, I don't know why, but Quaxley and Quaquavu are just not very popular starter Pokemon. I like them, but other people don't really seem to like the Dancing Duck. Meowscarada and Sprigatito get plenty of love. Skeledirge and Fuecoco get plenty of love as well. But I feel like Quaxley and Quaquavu just been getting the short end of the stick. But anyway, let's continue the presentation.
Skeledirge and Quaquaval will appear in a series of Terra Raid
Waluigi for Smash Brothers. Hey!
And
we might get a new Smash Brothers.
Plan to appear in the future.
Look for other Pokemon with the mightiest mark.
To enjoy the Pokemon Scarlet.
Wait, whoa! I didn't notice that. Wait a minute. Wait. You know what's funny? I glossed over this because when I saw these Pokemon, I'm looking at it like, man, we've already done raids for all these Pokemon, these 5-star Pokemon already. I don't really care about that. I did not realize that it says, look for other Pokemon with the mightiest mark. If I'm not mistaken, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but the mightiest marks are only given to Pokemon in 7-star raids. Am I right? Stop me if I'm telling a lie. Am I right or am I wrong? The mightiest mark is only given to Pokemon that you capture from 7-star raids. I'm pretty sure you can't get a mightiest mark from a 5-star raid. At least not that I know of. So if what I'm saying stands true, that means that all these Pokemon that they're showing right here, they're mostly dragons. Jeez, like the only non-dragon here is Tyranitar and Metagross. So these are like pseudo legendary Pokemon. That's what they call them. So if I'm not mistaken, all of these Pokemon are going to be 7-star raids. And these is, I ain't gonna lie, these are some strong Pokemon too. I look forward to the challenge. I always do. I have a special attachment to Fuecoco because he's stupid just like me. Skeledirge sings to my soul. Oh, that's what you got? You got Skeledirge, Alone Fox? I think it was because the leak said the evolutions were going to be a buff. Navy Duck. So when we got that, people were disappointed. Oh, a buff Navy Duck. That's the thing. People don't realize Quaquaval is pretty buff. He doesn't look it. Quaquaval is a strong Pokemon. Alright. Anyway, back to the presentation.
Next, please have a look at this video.
Boom. What we got? What we got? Mondo! Welcome in, Mondo. Yo, Mondo. I'm going to be honest with you. Well, chat. Yo, when I saw this, right, my mind immediately went to the Pokemon. So by the way, some of those rumors and leaks or whatever were very incorrect. Let's get that out the way too. There's a lot of people that have been debunked from this presentation, but people were telling me about a classic. Actually, Alone Fox sent me the link. There was supposed to be a classic Pokemon collection thing. So a lot of that was going around. So when I saw this, my mind immediately went to classic Pokemon collection. I'm over here like, yeah, classic Pokemon collection. Yeah, this is it right here. This is it. This right here was my most hyped moment watching this presentation. Watch this. Yo, pay very close attention to this. What is the common denominator in everything that they're showing here? I thought it was classic games. I didn't realize until I think it was right after this. This right here. Look at this. Look at this. Right here. Yo. Hold on. Oh, whoa. We got to rewind. Hold on there. Hold on. Rewind that, please. Show what was on that screen. When I saw this is when it all clicked for me. Oh, a little too early. Oh, a little early. Hold on. That's good. That's good enough. That's good enough. All right. When I saw this Dundozo sitting next to this freaking... Because we got Dundozo, we got Charizard, we got Samurott already in Scarlet and Violet. When I saw Dundozo sitting next to freaking... I think that Pokemon's name is it Honedge or something? I'm not exactly sure. I call it the sword because it's a sword. When I saw... Or is it Aegislash? I don't know. But anyway, when I saw Dundozo sitting next to this, it all instantly locked in, and I realized what it was that I was looking at, and I started screaming. I was like, oh! Yo, I cannot wait to, like, I was thinking, but I didn't think that Pokemon would do this. But I'm glad that they're doing this, because I was like, yo, what if they just make a game for strictly competitive battles? But it's kind of like what they do with, what's the popular thing that people be playing? Pokemon Showdown. What if you make like a Pokemon Showdown, but it's for like consoles, like it's officially licensed by the Pokemon company or something? This is it. This is Pokemon Showdowns. We're here. We are here, yo. Look. We are here. Look, look, look. And it gets better. It gets better. Look, 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 wait. Wait, it's going to get better. Wait. Oh. Oh, my boy is in there. My boy is in the game. My boy is standing next to the Dundozo and the Honedge. You got Mega Evolutions. You got Terrestrialization. You can play it the way you want to play it. You, like Burger King, you can have it your way. Yes! You know I'm getting that game. Like, come on, bro.
What you've just seen is the world's first glimpse of a new title, Pokemon Champions. This title will be focused on the Pokemon battles you know and love from core Pokemon games. Pokemon Champions will continue the tradition of pitting your skills against those of other trainers from around the world, but this time we're aiming for these core-style battles to be enjoyed by more players.
I'm about to uproot all my competitive Pokemon out of Scarlet and Violet.
The developer of the core games is carrying out the planning for this project, while development
is
handled by the Pokemon Works.
Yes, it will.
And Pokemon Champions will be coming not only to the Nintendo Switch family of systems, but to mobile devices too. You'll be able to choose how you want to play based on where you are.
Yes, sir.
What's more, you can also connect with Pokemon Home. Thanks to this connectivity, you won't be limited to using Pokemon you can partner up with in Pokemon Champions. You'll be able to team up with Pokemon who joined you on your adventures in previous Pokemon games.
Y'all hear that?
You're looking forward to battling.
You can bring your Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet into Home and put them in Pokemon Showdown.
For future announcements regarding the launch of Pokemon,
I'm pretty sure you can do that with other games like Legends Arceus. Anything that has Pokemon Home compatibility, yes, you can just transfer your Pokemon over through that.
Please take it away.
Boom.
Saludos a todos desde la nueva oficina de Pokémon en la hermosa
Now I think this is the final.
Soy Tomás Cortijo,
Is this the final
para Latinoamérica
announcement?
de The Pokémon Company International. El día de hoy estoy
Pokemon Home is a scam. I don't pay for Pokemon Home. I just put like a certain amount of Pokemon in and just kind of use it like that. I don't put large amounts of Pokemon in at one time. They only give you one box for free, and I'm not paying money to have other boxes.
Tendrá también la opción de jugarse en español.
I'll keep my Pokemon inside the games
Esto
that they came
significa
from.
que de aquí en adelante habrá 10 idiomas disponibles para jugar. Finalmente, como ya anunciamos con anterioridad, las futuras expansiones del famoso juego de cartas coleccionables de Pokémon estarán también disponibles en español de Latinoamérica. Localizar productos como leyendas Pokémon ZA al español latinoamericano permitirá que millones de nuevos fans se unan a la comunidad global de Pokémon y se conecten con otros jugadores de formas nunca antes vistas. Como parte de The Pokémon Company Group, este es un claro ejemplo de nuestra misión de unir al mundo a través de Pokémon.
Sí.
Saber que los fans disfrutan aún más de jugar Pokémon en su idioma local nos permite explorar nuevas formas para deleitar a los jugadores de diferentes regiones y mercados como Latinoamérica. Este es un momento increíble para ser fan de Pokémon, sin importar en qué parte del mundo te encuentres, por lo que no puedo esperar para unirme a todos ustedes en sus próximas aventuras. Nos vemos pronto.
Sí. Muy bien, muchacho.
Here's the
Muy bien, mi hermano.
Pokemon Legends ZA.
Excellent, excellent, man. Excellent. You love to see it. Boom! And look at it. Look at this right here. Boom! Pokemon Legends ZA. Our first ever look. Okay, so you got the previous evolution. Look at the starters. Hold on. Oh, damn it! Why do I always miss it? But look. Let me go back. So let me explain something about the starters, man. I'm gonna give y'all my raw reaction on the starters. I'm trying to remember. Are these the starters that people were telling me about? Were the leaks correct on the starters? I do think I remember somebody saying Totodile, and I think I heard something about a Chikorita. I don't remember Tempig. I don't know. I feel like either on Twitter or on Discord somewhere, somebody told me something about the starters. I think the starter leak was correct. I think. Cause I think I heard Totodile. I think I would remember, like, yeah, Totodile. So this is interesting for a couple reasons, right? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, for more reasons than I even realized. So in Legends Arceus, who do we get as starters? We had Cyndaquil, Gen 2. We had Rowlet. What generation was Rowlet? Was Rowlet Gen 6? I want to say Rowlet might have been Gen 6. And we had... Who was the water? Who was the water guy? The thing that turns into Samurott. What the heck is that Pokemon that turns into Samurott again? Oshawott! The homie Oshawott. That's Gen 5. Right? Rowlet was Gen 7. Okay, thank you, Pixelcake. So you got 3 different starters from 3 different generations of Pokemon, right? That's cool. Like, you know, hey. Spread the love, right? Now, notice here that we got 2 starters from Generation 2. So, all Pokemon from Generation 2 are accounted for, right? Think about this. Cyndaquil is in Legends Arceus, and you got its starting buddies. You got Chikorita and you got Totodile in this game. So, yeah, I guess, you know what I feel? And then you got Emboar. I feel like the reason why they're putting these Pokemon as starters are because, one, they're not that popular, and these Pokemon suck competitively. Like, let's be honest, man. Let's be honest. Samurott, Decidueye, I guess you could say Typhlosion, they suck competitively. So I'm about to say Mega. Hisuian Typhlosion, Hisuian Samurott, and Hisuian Decidueye are great competitive. They fixed them. They're great. They're not trash. They're not ass. Like, you legit can pick Hisuian Samurott and do things. Same with Decidueye. So let's be honest, man. Chikorita has been the butt of everybody's jokes for years. Meganium always just gets bullied and pushed around. Like, I know. I didn't even get to use a Meganium, but I wanted to use Meganium and build it just because it's widely regarded as the worst starting Pokemon ever. I want to show people that, hey, Meganium ain't trash. Like, Meganium can do some stuff. Like, don't be hating on Meganium, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It is kind of trash. I'm not gonna lie. I've watched a couple YouTubers use Meganium, and even then, the people that were using Meganium were like, yeah, it's still kind of trash. So, yeah, okay. Not gonna lie, they gave Meganium the short end of the stick for years, and there ain't been nothing, that you could do about it. But now, we about to get a different Meganium form. That's not gonna be ass. I can't wait to see what it does. And I can't wait to see the typing, too. It's gonna be a different typing. Grass and what? No clue. Feraligatr, yeah, nobody really likes Feraligatr. I think a lot of people don't like the design, and in competitive, I think Feraligatr ain't that bad. But compared to, a lot of other Pokemon, it could use a buff. It could definitely be better. Sheer Force Feraligatr, I mean, that could do some stuff, but maybe there's a better alternative. And then you got my boy in the middle, you got Tempig that turns into Emboar. I use Emboar. Exactly, Alice, exactly. Gotta think positive. I use Emboar. He was one of the first Pokemon I used in the DLC. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what I saw in Emboar, but I thought it would be a fun Pokemon to try because nobody uses it. I figured, there's a ton of starting Pokemon that are fire and fighting. You got freaking Infernape. You got freaking Blaziken. Now, even though Cinderace is supposedly typed as a pure fire Pokemon, it's kind of like a pseudo fire and fighting type. And plus, it gets Liberial to change its typing, so it can be a fighting type if it wants to be. So, you got a lot of fire and fighting Pokemon, and Emboar is definitely at the bottom of that list. So I said, you know what? Nobody's really using this thing. Let me try him out and see what I can do. And it can do tons of damage. That's the one thing it has going for it. It's a heavy hitter, but it's slow and can't take hits. So you got to keep that in mind. But I kind of like Emboar. But yeah, Emboar could definitely use a buff. It definitely can. So maybe now you can differentiate it. It doesn't have to be fire and fighting anymore. You can make it fire and something, else, something unique. So that way you don't have to be constantly thrown in that class with freaking Infernape and Blaziken. Now you can break out of that shell and you can be on your own and start your own legacy. So yeah. I would say my first reactions on seeing these three, I don't really have an instant favorite. When I saw Legends Arceus, Cyndaquil was automatically going to be my favorite, my first choice. My favorite Pokemon is Typhlosion, so of course I'm going to choose Cyndaquil. But from here, I don't even know who I'd pick. I don't know, maybe Totodile? I kind of feel like, I don't know. I don't really feel anything towards any three of these Pokemon. Maybe Emboar? Maybe I might be the person that takes the risk and picks trash Chikorita just to prove a point, because I think they're going to do a complete 180 on this Pokemon, and I think Chikorita is finally going to break out of that, just being labeled as just garbage. I think Chikorita is going to surprise people this time around. Anyway, let's go. Boom. Capture Pokemon like you do in Legends Arceus. Hey, you can take elevators. You can climb buildings. You can do parkour in the air with the Rotom Phone. But, the battling mechanics is kind of crazy. Oh, and Mega Evolution is back. Mega Lucario. Oh, look at all these Megamons. I did not see Mega Dragonite or Mega Flygon. Like people said, you know, they was gonna show or whatever. But that doesn't mean they're not in the game. Maybe they chose not to show it in the opening trailer to, you know, leave some things, you know, reserved.
Pokemon Legends
but
ZA is a new title
I
in
don't
the
see
Pokemon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas.
Very futuristic.
These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokemon truly share.
Trubbish.
After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokemon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokemon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette.
What's up, Chespin?
Lumiouse's redevelopment is being managed by
Welcome
Quasar
in.
Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO, Jet, and her secretary, Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokemon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokemon habitats where they can thrive.
I'm sure Lumiose City is not where you're going to be spending the whole game. I'm sure you're going to go to other places as well. They're just showing Lumiose as like just
if you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokemon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch.
Yeah, we know.
This game offers a style of Pokemon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach.
Look at the battle mechanics for this.
So choose your time.
Remember in Legends Arceus, they had like a different battle mechanic? I guess with these legend games, they're trying, you know, they're all gonna have different battle mechanics. They're trying to spice it up a little bit from like what we already know from Pokemon. So in Legends ZA, we had, I believe it was Adept style, and what was the other style? It was like Adept and something else, or I forgot what it was called. I don't know. My brain. I haven't played Legends Arceus in like, I can't even tell you the last time I touched that game. Strong style and agile style. Thank you, Chespin. I was waiting for somebody to hit me with the knowledge. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, so you had this strong style and agile style, and it was a little wonky. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It was kind of like, what was it? If you use like agile style and certain moves, and then there were certain times you get to attack like 2 or 3 times before the other Pokemon can attack. And then it was getting kind of weird, man. I'll be honest with you. But now we have positioning battle mechanics where you input your moves, but you like, it's not like I attack, you attack, or, you know, like the traditional. It's like I position myself and I choose when to attack. So you can actually have your Pokemon free-flowing and just dodging moves. Like, look at this. They're about to show you an example. Look at this.
And positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokemon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokemon if you need to and find the right moment to...
When did y'all ever see an Onix move like that? Onix dodged the whole flamethrower, man. Like, let me see that again. When did y'all ever see an Onix move like that? Onix got the moves, y'all.
Positioning carefully to gain the upper hand.
I don't know why you would want to use a flamethrower on the Onix anyway,
Pokemon through battles and
Onix said, "I'm not having that. Look, I'm not having that."
And find the right moment to unleash.
Boom! Rock slide.
What's more, Certain Pokemon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's Keystone resonates with the Megastone held by their Pokemon, the Pokemon will do more than just change shape.
I don't know, Dayton Chris.
It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor.
We got Pidgeot. Pidgeot's back. Oh yeah, that's right. Pidgeot has a Mega Evolution. Duh.
Into a city that
I think every Pokemon that has a Mega Evolution is going to be in this game
kinds of encounters
by default.
And experiences will await you.
Y'all should expect every Pokemon that has a Mega Evolution to be in this game.
Coming late 2025.
That means Gengar and everybody else. All of them. Mewtwo, everybody. They're going to be in this game, man. Rayquaza.
Pokemon Legends ZA is scheduled to release in late 2025.
Late 2025, y'all.
We hope everybody can wait just a little longer for their adventures in Lumiose City to begin. That concludes our announcements for today. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, man. Turn the TV off, turn the TV off, turn the TV off, turn the TV off. And that's it. Oh, you're trying to throw me in another one. What the hell? No, we just watched this, man. We're good. We're good, Pikachu. Pikachu said, nah, turn the TV back on. Nah, man, but seriously, man. Wow. Where do we start, man? Where do we start? Where do we start? Oh, yeah, full screen this right here. Yeah, that's better. Well, yeah, that's the presentation. I mean, you've heard me go in depth and break down everything. I'm not ending the stream, though. I'm definitely not ending the stream. Like, this stream was for more purposes aside from me discussing what we watched. You know, I'm so mad, man. Like, I wish that y'all could have heard my initial reaction for Pokemon Champions. Yo, I'm already just kind of thinking like, yo, there's a lot of Pokemon I just want to get my hands on Pokemon Champions, man. So I'm kind of guessing, since the game is going to be 100% about battling, there's, you know, just like Pokemon Showdown, there's probably going to be like things where you get Pokemon in the game and you like EV and IV train them the way that you want. I would hope. Because I'm like, look, man, there are some Pokemon out there for Generation 9 game mechanics that I would love to, you know, utilize. Like, I like one big Pokemon that comes to my mind off the top of my head is Octillery. I really wanted to use an Octillery. Octillery is in Legends Arceus, right? But not every Pokemon from Legends Arceus is compatible with Scarlet and Violet, right? So you can't have a Octillery in Scarlet and Violet. It's basically just Legends Arceus only. But I was like, look, Octillery has, I don't know, I forgot what the abilities of Octillery were, but I know it learns Water Spout, and it has pretty good stats. And now, what we can do is we can bring over, we can use Pokemon that you wouldn't be able to use in like Scarlet and Violet, and now we can use them. We can give them, we can terrestrialize them and change their ability. We can, you know, we can basically just go all out now. A Dundozo using Terra Water next to a freaking Aegislash is crazy. Nobody talking about those last seconds. Like, that could be a Gen 10 reveal for all we know. No, I think that's all Legend ZA, Pixelcade. That's something in game. So are they teasing something for the in game stuff? Yo, I can't stay just showing love. Have a great day, everyone. I'll catch the replay. All right, that's BZ. Thanks for dropping by, man. Chespin said, I missed a lot, I guess. Where's the link to that? Champions. Yeah, let me pull up Pokemon Champions again for you. That was my cream of the crop right there with Pokemon Champions. Like, that was, whew. Not gonna lie, man. Like, when I saw that Dundozo next to that freaking Aegislash, my body was ready. My body was ready for it, man. That's the safe way of saying it. And have a good night's rest or a good morning's rest, Pixel Cake. Enjoy your sleep. The link to whatever we were watching just now, just go to the Pokemon company. I'll send. Hold on. Let me get you a link, man. Give me a moment. I'll get you a link. So, the Pokemon company. Actually, I believe it's the Pokemon channel. Pokemon channel, the official Pokemon YouTube channel. So boom, right here, Pokemon Presents. Copy it. There you go. Enjoy. Man, I'm just thinking about the possibilities. I might not be ready for Pokemon Champions. I might not be, man. But yeah, man, like I said, we broke down a lot of things. I feel like we were thorough. We talked about like everything that was shown. I am excited. Probably not that many people are excited for Pokemon Concierge Season 2, but I am because I watched Season 1 and I enjoyed it. I liked it a lot, and me and everybody that watched it, we all was like, "Hey, man, I wouldn't mind watching another season of this. Like, it's a great show. It's very well put together." Um, so I'm happy for that. I'm excited for that. Obviously, the Meowscarada, Skeledirge, Quaquaval 7-star Terra raids, of course. And the Meowscarada raid starts tomorrow. So yeah, we in there. We are in there like swimwear. We are literally gonna be in there, man. Let me see something. I didn't change my things, did I? Pokemon Nintendo Gaming Reaction. I'll leave it the way it is. So yeah, like I said, there was 4 things I was excited for. To be honest with you though, I'm still somewhat on the fence about ZA. I'm thinking, right? It definitely is brings back shades of Pokemon Legends Arceus and all of that. I'm not sure how the competitive battle scene would be. I don't think there will be much of. I don't think those games are made for competitive battling anyway. Especially with this mechanic of moving around in battle and having your Pokemon dodge. I might skip it, but I'm more so excited for what Pokemon Legends ZA gives us access to. I want to have access to those Pokemon and bring them into like Pokemon Champions. I want to maybe try out this Mega Evolutions mechanic that I've heard so much about. Like, I like that it, it works, what they said, it works like terrestrialization where you can do it once in a battle. So you got to choose wisely. Choose one Pokemon to Mega Evolve or whatever. Nah, I stopped playing Pokemon after Soul Silver. So I wasn't around for any of that Mega Evolution stuff. Maybe I should watch some more videos and familiarize myself with the yeah, you know what? We got plenty of time. Let me watch a video about it. Pokemon Mega Evolution. Hello, Fox, you still here? I should have put VGC. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, VGC. Okay, go back. Okay. A Pokemon's BST gets 100 base points added. Now I know that your stats change because all Mega Evolutions have their own stats. Yeah, I know that. I just want to earlier stream than usual. Yep. I just want to I think I need to watch a battle. I mean, I did watch a battle. We watched what was it? Let me watch the Sajin the legendary battle with Sage and Pac and his Pachirisu. I forgot how to spell his name, so I'm gonna just put Pachirisu. Good morning, Kim. It's Pachirisu. I said Pachirisu. Pachirisu Worlds. There's not much to talk about mechanically about them then. Yeah, like I know, like, is it like Terra where like you just input your moves or whatever and you just terrestrialize? I watched this video by Wolf, by the way. Very great video, but I just want to watch the raw battle. Wolf explained why Pachirisu was the perfect Pokemon for Sajin. I think that's the battle right there. Yep. There it is, right here. The legendary battle. Why don't the Pokemon Company have like their own... Whatever, it doesn't really matter. We'll just watch this one. You would think the Pokemon Company or something put up something. Still popping my back and drinking my coffee. You hit the Mega button while move selecting. I love it. I love it. This was quite honestly the greatest moment in Pokemon competitive battling history, man. This battle, right? See, you know, it's funny. I didn't know nothing about this until Erebus showed this to me, and then I found out from a lot of people in the community about this. When this dude Sajin popped up last year in the World's Tournament, the Pokemon world went crazy because of what, you know what I mean, like what he did, and like he's a legend. He's a legend in the community, man. Like people love him. People love him all over the world.
A longtime favorite against a new upstart, and we saw in the last round that sometimes those newer players are the ones who come
Same turn Mega evolves into using its base form speed and not the Mega speed. Oh, that's something to definitely consider. I didn't, you know, I wouldn't even have thought about that. And yeah, let's celebrate that 10 like hype, y'all. We did it. Splatnation, if you guys enjoy the content, you would like to see more, let me see the hashtag 10 like hype in the chat. Like, this stream is something different. It's something new. I was really upset that nobody could hear me because my capture card was bugging out earlier, and like you couldn't hear my audio when I was doing my reactions. But now I can, you know, you can basically hear how I felt about everything. But yeah, man, let me see that hashtag 10 like hype in the chat, y'all.
Sajin Park facing off with Jody Azarelli. We've seen a lot of Americans.
Hopefully that air horn will wake some of y'all up. Wake up!
And considering who these two players are, very exciting matchup here between two top players.
Yeah, let's take Thank you, Chessman. Thank you, Dayton Chris. So you got Jody.
From the United States of America. Clearly got some hope.
Jody was representing the U.S. Jody had a oh, welcome in, Storm. Jody had a team of Charizard, Tyranitar, Garchomp, Salamence, Lucario, and Rotom the lawnmower. Basically, that's the Rotom grass. A lot of people call him Mo Rotom. Nice, well-rounded team, and I believe you can Mega Evolve 5 out of those 6 Pokemon. If I'm not mistaken, Tyranitar has a Mega Evolution, right? Wait, what time is it for you, Kim? It's 10:41 for me.
Town fans here with that Charizard, Tyranitar, Garchomp, Salamence, Mo Rotom, and Lucario is his team. His accomplishments: 7th place, 2014 Nationals, I believe that should be, and also 2nd place at the local Apex tournament this year in 2014. Really the underdog in this.
Oh, you can't do nothing about that.
Absolutely. He doesn't have the storied history that Sajin does, but he'd have a great breakout performance at U.S. Nationals.
Oh, you on the West Coast.
It was a very difficult tournament to get through. One of the first regions.
I just laid down with my cold brew.
I mean, a qualification stage sort of, and then a second day of switch to tier players.
Your cold. I hope you're talking about a cold brew of coffee. It's too early to be drinking anything else, unless you really, you know, if you really like that, then hey, man, more power to you. Some people just wake up and skip brushing their teeth and go right to the fridge to get some alcohol. Some people do that. So this is Sajin. That's how you spell his name, Sajin Park. He's representing Japan, and his team is Pachirisu, Gothitelle, Gyarados, Garchomp, Gardevoir, and Talonflame. I believe 3 of those Pokemon can Mega Evolve. I think it's the Gyarados, the Garchomp, and the Gardevoir. So yeah, those are their teams.
And here's his opponent, that's Sajin Park. Still has some fans in the crowd too. You can see on the left-hand side, lower corner. The reason why he has so many fans
got you. Wait, what's a Teetotaler?
Gothitelle, Gyarados, Garchomp, Gardevoir and Talonflame. And you
I
can
woke
see
up like
he's
minutes
got a
ago.
few accomplishments
It'd
listed
be
there,
like that.
runner-up
It'd be
in
like
the
that.
2011 Worlds as a
We
senior,
got time. I didn't even eat no
2012
breakfast.
Worlds Masters,
I woke up and had to
2015
get
Worlds
this
Masters, and now he's
stream
finally
set up.
made it to the final
The
stage
stream,
here. You know, this is a competitor we've seen for every
damn,
year, basically, but he's never made it to the
stream didn't
final
go the
as a
way I
master.
wanted it to
That's
go.
not all, too. He also is the
But
2011, 2013,
you can't
and
change the
2014
past. You
Korean
can only
national
move forward.
champion.
So we're here
He's
now.
actually won the nationals there every year, but he's
Hopefully
never
this
won a
stream goes
Kobe.
better.
He had an invitation to Worlds from
I
having
did
been
do
to
a stream of
finals
my
the
reaction
previous
from the
year.
direct. I
What's
mean
saying
the
is he's kind
Pokemon
of good at this
Presents
game.
He's all right. I know he
earlier,
got
but
the 5-fight tournament once,
it
so,
was
up and down, but certainly
you
one of
couldn't
the
hear me.
legendary players.
My
I
mic
think that
wasn't
most
working because of the
people in
capture
community
card
around the video
capture
game
card
probably agree that
issue.
Sage
So
is the best player who's never
yeah,
won a world championship. Very excited to see him in the
it was
World
very
Championship,
upsetting, but
but
yeah,
finally
it
getting
is what it
crowned
is.
after accomplishing so much else.
But
Yeah,
you know,
it's
we here.
interesting to see
I'm
who
about
will
to get
take
some
home.
breakfast
Here
soon.
are the prizes they will be competing
Someone
for
that
again.
doesn't drink or do
We
drugs.
have over 100,000
I'm half of that. I don't do
scholarships,
drugs,
as
but I
well as
definitely
that
drink.
nice Pikachu World Champion
So
trophy,
I guess I'm a
exclusive
Taylor.
Pokemon World merchandise, as well as a trip to the 2015 World Championships. where
No
everyone
drugs
may
for
be.
me,
And
man.
of course,
The alcohol,
the title. World
yes,
Champion
I
of
definitely
the
do
Masters
the
division.
alcohol.
Yeah, definitely the most prestigious title in Pokemon.
I found myself
You
drinking
know,
a
a lot of
lot
players compete,
the
you know,
past
especially
couple
by
of
far
weeks
the most attended division,
from streaming,
very
going out on
prestigious to
dates,
try to get just to
like
this
multiple
tournament at
stuff. I
all,
was like,
let
damn,
alone
I've
to the
really
top
been
cut, let alone to the
knocking them
finals.
back.
It's something that Sajan's worked a long time for.
It was to the
We
point
certainly
where
wish this
the
year will
waitress
definitely
at
push for
Buffalo
the
Wild Wings
Sajan
told
year.
me
It would be a big deal for
that
these
they have
guys to
some
do it.
rule of
Sajan's case, it would
only
be
3
like the
drinks per
final
customer.
accomplishment to prove he really
I
is
was
one of the
like,
best of all time. And Jody,
I was not aware.
well, obviously, that man of grace that
I was not aware that that was a
move
thing,
so
but
quickly.
now I'm
We'll have to
aware.
see who's going to be able to come out on top. It really takes a little
I'm like,
special
damn,
something to
3
get that
Long
final
Island
push in
iced
order to become
teas
the
per
champion. And we're
person?
going to hear right now from someone who knows a little bit about that
Yikes.
2013 World Champion, Arash Ramadi.
Yep.
Yeah, Arash is 100% correct. This year was even harder than ever to do well at the World Championships. And here we have two of the best.
Yeah, I know
players.
the girl I was on a
Can't
date
even
with, she
argue
don't drink that
anymore. The
much.
two best players in the world right now.
It's very
Julia
rare that
Azarelli
she'll
and
drink.
Sajan Park.
Yeah, and I think another interesting point he made.
Like,
was
I'll drink for the
ideas
both
with
of us,
friends. I know that's one
basically.
thing that's going to be a big factor in this matchup.
I'm like, if you're not going to drink,
Most surprising
more for
Pokemon
me.
that Pachirisu there is actually a favorite of one of Jody's friends. If anyone's going to know how to deal with the tricks in Sajan's pack, it should be Jody, right? So it's going to make this matchup very interesting. Also, I kind of like the underdog story.
It's crazy.
Last year. He's right that no one was expecting him to win it all. I think
when was this Worlds
the
tournament?
community knew he was a strong player, but Jody's similarly surprised to get to this point where Sajan is the favorite. But, you know,
2014, right? And it's 2025. This is 11 years ago. That guy with the red shirt still calls VGC games, but he's older now. So it's funny to see him younger.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next on stage we have the final match of the event.
Okay, so they're doing a little intros and stuff. Awesome. And
Our competitors are from the United States, player 1, Judy Azarelli.
you got Jody.
Player 2 from Korea, Sajan Park.
Yeah, it makes sense, Kim. Definitely makes sense.
I love those intros. Sajan already announcing to the world the Pachirisu potentially going to be the MVP of this. But both of these players coming out with huge fans.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me some breakfast. I should be back before the match starts.
Yeah, I think these players deserve it too. And it's kind of an interesting.
Yo, Wolf is different, man. Wolf is one of one.
I think definitely the
I'll be
most
right back,
influential
though.
trainer in the world as far as anytime Sajan used anything at any point all season, players took.
We're definitely gonna be watching and vibing and reacting to a lot of stuff. Stay tuned.
On the other hand, you've got Jody here. Everyone loves the underdog story. And as the American here playing in the capital of the United States here, Washington, D.C., certainly expect that a lot of the home crowd will be on his side.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see if Jody can ride that momentum over Sajan Park. We sort of touched on this at the beginning, but Sajan definitely considered the favorite coming in here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Pachirisu falling over there may be an omen of things to come, but
ominous early warning.
I think Sage is definitely the favorite here, though. I mean, he's certainly got the experience. It's hard to argue against him here, and I think that's some of the fun of this matchup. Whenever you go into a match like this with one really accomplished player, you expect him to come out on top, but we've seen all weekend that's not always what happens. A lot of the players who did very well at past World Championships had really tough runs here. Both the previous World Champions were eliminated pretty quickly here, so just because he's the favorite doesn't mean he'll come out on top. However, I do think that there's a reason most of the community would say he's the most deserving player who's never won a World Championship before. It'd be a very tough opponent for Jody to kind of try to come on top of here. But Jody's come so far for a reason. You know, he really came with a big breakout performance in the United States National Tournament, making the top 8 there. I was very close to moving on and doing so well here. You know, it's a sign that 2 tournaments in a row like that with such fierce competition, he's probably for real, right? He's going to keep doing this in tournaments. So even though he hasn't quite built that legacy yet, you know, every win is someone's first big one. And Seijin might have to be careful that he's not on the wrong side of one here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Pokemon's all about momentum and when you get hot. And if Jody has just started getting hot at Nationals and he's carried it through to Worlds, that's the exact right time to do so.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting Seijin to lose the 2011 World Championship Finals for the senior division either, but Seijin did get the second place trophy that time. So we'll have to see here if Seijin will be able to do what he couldn't do the first time and get that first World Championships for him.
All right, we are jumping right into team preview. On your screen, you're seeing Seijin Park from Korea's team. Lead slot, Pachirisu, Gothitelle, Gardevoir, Gyarados, Talonflame, and Garchomp. Pachirisu chants already starting in the crowd. Up against Jody Azzarelli off screen, he's running a Tyranitar, a Charizard, Salamence, Garchomp, Lucario, and Mo Rotom. And it's going to be an explosive battle.
Absolutely. We've got a really fascinating matchup here. We see the players getting into it quickly here. I think on Seijin's side, that Gardevoir, which we didn't see the last time he was on stream, is likely going to be a big deal here. There's 3 Pokemon in Jody's team that are weak to Fairy type attacks. There's not a single Pokemon in his team that resists both Fairy and Psychic type, so should be a good matchup for the Gardevoir. We did see also Seijin using that Mega Gyarados previously. That Mo Rotom Jody's using that we haven't seen all season. Very good against Gyarados. It's the only Rotom that's neither weak to that Earthquake and resistant to that Water type attack. So it should help him out a little bit here if he's choosing to use it. Also a good matchup for that Tyranitar and that Garchomp offensively for Jody. But it's going to be very careful to avoid the support Pokemon in Seijin's team with Pachirisu and Gothitelle.
Right. And just as you mentioned, that Gardevoir on the stage alongside alongside that Garchomp up against Jody's Tyranitar and Charizard leads. And let's just go one more time. The first turn of the first battle. Let's hear it one more time for Jody and Seijin here in the studio. Interesting leads here from Jody. Leads both of his potential weather setters here up against that Gardevoir and the Garchomp.
Yeah, this is the one matchup that will come down to a weather war. Jody's probably going to have a preference between which one of the 2 he wants up, but without a competing weather here, he can afford to be a little bit more careful. Or he's a little bit less careful.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
Gothitelle switching it at an inopportune time here, especially with a couple choice Pokemon on his team. He's going to be really careful about what he lets it do.
We do see a Protect coming out from that Charizard immediately, but Moon...
I got me some blueberry muffins. Oh!
Gets the super effective attack onto Tyranitar, but it is going to fire back with a Stone Edge, getting a whole lot of damage there.
Whoa.
Rock Slide from Garchomp is going to be avoided by Charizard thanks to that Protect. Deal a little bit of damage to that Tyranitar, enough to put it into Moonblast KO range. Sandstorm not quite enough to get the KO onto Gardevoir there.
Okay.
Creates a complicated decision here for Seijin. Gardevoir with 1 tick of sand, going to be able to knock it out now. Do you withdraw the Gardevoir? Because on Jody's end, he's kind of in a difficult situation also. If he wants to leave this Charizard in, he has to Mega Evolve it, most likely, which would negate that sand. So both sides have some things to consider here. Tyranitar has to be careful since it'd be knocked out by another Moonblast with that faster Gardevoir. Both Pokemon showing their choice scarves there. They have to both be careful on this turn, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the 2 of them take a risk. This is going to be a matchup where they both have a lot of very offensive Pokemon, and there's going to be a lot of high-risk maneuvers. Whichever one of them...
You gonna make your breakfast after a bath? I copy.
Not expecting it is probably going to come out with the win here.
And it looks like Jody is going to switch out that Tyranitar for Mo Rotom. Double switching.
Mo Rotom!
Matchup from either of his Pokemon in favor of that Salamence now is going to be able to intimidate the opposing Garchomp. But
Mo Rotom has hit the field.
The Moonblast is going to come back out from that Gardevoir onto Mo Rotom this time, dealing some more great damage there as Dragon Claw from Garchomp is going to be used on that Salamence. The berry is going to help.
No, he ate that.
Little bit amount of damage there.
He ate that.
And the stand is going to get the KO on Gardevoir right there.
Gardevoir is gone.
Jody Azarelli taking the first Pokemon knockout.
Yeah, Sajin choosing to make a sacrifice there. Likely he expected that to happen there, judging by the way he played out that turn. We just see a Citrus Berry activating for Rotom there, healing up there to get Jody in a little better board position there with higher health Pokemon in both of his slots. He does get the early lead there, which is a big deal. I think removing that Gardevoir is a big deal. I mentioned previously that there are a lot of Pokemon on his side of the field that are weak to Moonblast.
Yeah, scrambled egg sounds good.
So he really doesn't want to have to deal with that for long periods of time.
What about some blueberry muffins, though?
Letting it go so early is dangerous. Unless Sage has got a great plan here for how he wants to deal with the situation without it. Because if he was able to get 3 or 4 Moonblasts off, it's very likely Sage would win the game there. So huge start for Jody to get rid of it.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out. Interesting choice to bring.
Chat, did y'all hear that reaction the crowd had to when Pachirisu entered the battle? Listen to the crowd's reaction when Pachirisu hits the field. Listen to this, man. Listen to this reaction from the crowd.
Huge start for Jody to get rid of it.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out. Interesting choice to bring in. Pachirisu is a very disruptive Pokemon. Of course, able to abuse that Follow Me ability to redirect any attacks towards it, and a bevy of other support options as well.
Yeah, the Follow Me here is an interesting option. In this matchup, it's not going to be able to do too much with its Volt Absorb, but it will be a little frustrating against Rotom if it's out against Gyarados later, or it won't be able to use that Thunderbolt in fear of just healing the Pachirisu.
And Salamence does not want to stay on the field, scared away from that Pachirisu. Switches out from Follow Me is going to come out from the Pachirisu. We will see the Rock Slide from Garchomp. Tyranitar avoids it, but will be able to connect with Rotom to deal some damage there. Very bulky Rotom, as you can see, and Leaf Storm coming out onto Pachirisu. The poor little squirrel only takes about 50% from that and eats its Citrus Berry to heal right back up, while Rotom has lost a lot of special attack and a lot of offensive power from it.
Yeah, it's impressive how bulky that little Pachirisu is. You look at it just out there as a little tiny squirrel thing. You don't really expect it to be very bulky, but it takes almost nothing from that Leaf Storm. You have to exaggerate. You can't exaggerate, rather, how powerful that is. It's the same power as a Draco Meteor and just nothing, you know. Rotom definitely not as powerful, especially as some of the dragons, as far as putting those attacks out. But, you know, the metagame lives in fear of overheat from Rotom's brother, Rotom Heat. It's the same base power.
And we do see Garchomp's going to protect, letting Pachirisu do everything. Oh, the correct prediction there. The nuzzle from Pachirisu. Going to be able to get the damage and paralysis onto that Tyranitar. That Scarf Tyranitar is now worthless. Now it's paralyzed. Huge protects coming out from Sajin, blocking the Ice Punch and the Will-O-Wisp and getting the paralysis on that Scarf Tyranitar.
Yeah, excellent play there. He probably noticed the Cherish Ball previously, knowing that this Tyranitar is from that promotion. Only way you can get Ice Punch, so also knows there's no egg moves on this Tyranitar, so he gets some useful information there, and also makes a fantastic play by slowing it down. Usually gets the knockout on Garchomp with Ice Punch. There's a chance it survives with some defensive investment, but not an issue there. Now Garchomp going to be able to deal with this Tyranitar as it normally would. Rotom not too threatening out in the field now with that reduced special attack from using Leaf Storm, so...
I do got some berry cake loaves, but I'm not feeling sweet this morning. LOL. Are you feeling sour? Are you not feeling sweet? How are you feeling?
And Will-O-Wisp redirected away from Garchomp onto Pachirisu, now burnt. We'll be taking that burn damage every turn in addition to some more turns of sand as Ice Punch comes through from Tyranitar, still dealing almost no damage. And fortunately for Sajin, that Sandstorm is going to subside this turn so that we don't have to worry about any additional chip damage.
Yeah, Pachirisu now has to at least be attacked once more, or it'll survive 2 more turns after that burn damage. But
Pachirisu was out there taking a beating. He's taking a licking, but he keeps on ticking.
Pokemon since it can get another one on the next turn after the protection from
That's a big body squirrel out there, y'all.
He's going to need to start picking up Pokemon here. There's a lot of weakened Pokemon on Jody's
You playing the
side,
Legend
but he does
Tears of the
need to start
Kingdom?
opening up the Pokemon score.
I meant to
Even
throw
with your
a
weakened
Bright
Pokemon
Bloom
playing
seed,
64 down, it's
and I
not
threw a
pretty
dang
tough.
bomb instead.
However,
Ooh,
Garchomp still has a full health here, which
I don't like the sound of that. I don't think that was a good result. You done blew yourself up?
And it looks like Seijen's going to protect his Garchomp, sending out Talonflame as Protect comes out from Pachirisu. Going to try and keep that Pachirisu on the field. Leaf Storm into the Protect. Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air. Can't do anything. Really unfortunate break there on the switch in.
And you wonder how it stays floating like that, but a really, really big freeze there. And that was sort of the issue of that Pokemon lead that Jody started to accumulate there, is that one wrong thing happening and there's not enough ground to make it up. I think if Seijen had gotten a position where he just had mostly full health Talonflame and mostly full health Garchomp out, it would have been a good situation there. But Pachirisu now only has a turn left, unless he's able to absorb a Thunderbolt with that Volt Absorb. And Talonflame is...
the thaw as overheat.
Look at that! Look at that!
Seijen is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom.
The Mo Rotom is gone.
It faints and goes back to Jody's trainer.
My guy said, Mo Rotom, Mo problems.
The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed. Seijen was not happy about that turn of freeze.
But now,
and,
Pachirisu goes down.
Yeah, Pachirisu certainly did his job, though. It's gotten Seijen into a very manageable position now. Even though he's facing a decent Pokemon deficit here, he does have a bunch of damage on most of Jody's Pokemon, so it's not impossible he can come back from this one. However, he does still have that Salamence in the back. That Intimidate will be a big problem for both of these Pokemon, but the combination of Brave Bird and Rock Slide is still going to do a lot of damage to Charizard here if Seijen chooses to go that route. Even though Jody looks like he has the lead there, I don't know if he really likes this position. He's going to have to cut this very, very close to come out with the win.
Of course, you have to be careful with that Talonflame too, because it deals just as much damage to itself as it does to you. We do see Salamence switching in right now, going to get that Intimidate off onto both the Garchomp and the Talonflame. Going to be huge coming up as both of those physical attackers are going to want to abuse their physical moves. Charizard going
Mega
to
Charizard
evolve into Mega Charizard Y, going to summon the Drought, going to bring the Sun and strengthen the attack of all the fire moves on the side. Of course, Talonflame probably not going to want to be using that anymore, but Brave Bird will come out from Talonflame.
Whoa!
That ability to make it priority. It's going to deal a lot of damage to Charizard. A
Yep.
little bit over half. Hits the recoil damage and the Life Orb damage, and the Rock Slide is going to connect. With
Woo!
Gets the KO on Charizard.
Charizard is gone.
But Charizard going down for free.
Salamence is the only Pokemon that Jody has left.
Take this one. And you know that Super Fang in the last turn by Pachirisu there, but it seems like it was so irrelevant.
Oh wait, no. He does have Tyranitar that's been weakened.
So, with that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this Tyranitar if it needs to. I've already seen that the Salamence has the Hobbenberry, not a Choice Scarf, so Garchomp should be able to finish off.
He quit!
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Seijen Park takes game one of this best of three.
That's game one.
Let's hear it for Seijen, everybody. Huge win.
So Seijen takes game one. Remember, it's best of three.
All the control is in his favor now.
Yeah, it's going to be a really overwhelming situation for Jody to try to deal with now. Not only are you in the finals of the World Championships, but against the player considered by many people to be the best in the world. You have to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Very great game by Seijen there. It's not just that he won, but the way
Mega, yo, you see that hype for Mega Charizard? It makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder. That hype for Mega Evolutions is about to be crazy again. Anyone seen the Pokemon Dark videos? Wait, what's Pokemon Dark? Actually, I want to watch that Dragonite thing that people were talking about.
Like he was losing most of the game. He ended up in a situation where he won the game cleanly because he always kept the end of the game in the mind, not just the beginning.
Yeah, definitely strong play from Seijen. We are going to go right into game 2. Seijen on the top of your screen, Jody on the bottom. Salamence and Lucario going to be the leads for Jody this time, as Seijen's going to go ahead and throw out that Garchomp and Gardevoir once again. So Jody switching up the leads a little bit, and Seijen just decided to use what works.
Yeah, I love Jody's switch up here. We saw the Mega Charizard throughout all of Jody's previously streamed matches. However, this Lucario can go both ways, it looks like. It does have Lucario Knight, so it's capable of Mega Evolution, and we see it here.
Yeah, Mega Lucario.
Mega Lucario, man.
Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario.
But it doesn't kill Gardevoir.
Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake not affecting Salamence or Gardevoir thanks to that telepathy.
But it will affect Lucario.
The damage onto Lucario. Is it gonna
Lucario is out of there.
The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody. A huge
Wow.
gambit from him did not pay off, but Rock Tomb from Salamence going to hit that guard jump and slow it down just a little bit.
Yeah, excellent play there on Sajan's end. I don't know if he trained his Pokemon with that Lucario Bullet Punch in mind, but I think that was one of Jody's main tricks of this matchup, the ability to use that Mega Lucario, which hadn't been seen before, and try to get a quick knockout of that Gardevoir. Once again, we see it.
What up, Lance?
Sandstorm damage, but this time the damage looks like it may have been done. Garchomp still in great position to try to do some damage here.
Yeah, we watching Sajan's legendary victory with Pachirisu.
Lock into a move here, which will help out Sajan significantly, planning out the rest of the game here. Getting one more knockout, even if it's not on Tyranitar, would prevent it from switching moves again, creating a much more winnable endgame situation.
Okay, the Salamence protected.
Going to protect that Salamence, does not want to let this Dazzling Gleam get the KO there. Going to deal no damage to that Salamence, but super effective damage onto Tyranitar.
Tyranitar ate that.
Is the choice from Jody. That's the play.
And Gardevoir is gone.
Gets some damage onto Garchomp.
But who do y'all think is going to come in for Gardevoir?
For Jody, the Earthquake is going to go through. No flinches.
Who do y'all think is going to come in for Gardevoir, though?
Hit. Is it going to be enough? No! Survives with just 12 HP. Salamence taking some Sandstorm damage, but a good KO, a KO that Jody needed.
Who's coming in?
Progress here. No longer have to worry about that Dazzling Gleam, which could easily knock out both of those Pokemon, but he gave up a lot to get it. Tyranitar on the verge of being knocked out now. Salamence also very low. Garchomp to easily knock out either of these Pokemon now that Tyranitar is locked into that rock slide. We did see Jody come back from a seemingly unwinnable...
Yeah, good luck with that, Kim. And the Lionels and the Depths wear armor, so good luck with that.
Garchomp alone is creating a lot of threat right now, and we haven't even seen two of Sajan's Pokemon yet.
Look who it is! You hear that crowd?
Capable of redirecting any attack from Salamence now that Garchomp's slower thanks to that Rock Tomb. So it's a great play from Sajan to bring that back out.
Yeah, it can definitely help out a whole bunch here. A quick follow me prevents Salamence from creating any real threat here. And Garchomp kind of his pickup, which is the Pokemon it wants to try to knock out. Jody likely going to need to switch one of the two here, but the other one's going to be in a lot of danger. He's kind of got to hope that Sajan guesses wrong about which of the two that he switches out. There's also the threat, too, of a Super Fang here, but we do see the Follow Me.
Yeah, Follow Me coming out from Pachirisu, keeping both in. Rock Slide coming out from Tyranitar. Going to have to hope for a flinch onto that Garchomp. It looks like we do see some small damage on both. Draco Meteor.
Draco Meteor into Pachirisu.
Probably originally targeted for that Garchomp. Will connect, will deal some good damage, but we've already seen.
Nope.
That Pachirisu's so bulky if that Mo Rotom's Leaf Storm wasn't proof enough.
And he eats his berry.
Salamence, Draco Meteor, and no flinch. So Rock Slide does come out from Garchomp. That should be a
Woo!
2 HP from Salamence, but fortunately, we'll have to see it. Will the sand stick around? Yes. One more turn of sand does pick up the KO on
It's
Salamence.
clean.
So
It's clean.
for Sajan that turn.
This game, he does get the Pokemon lead. A big 3-1 advantage now. He still has his redirection available with Pachirisu here, so hard to imagine anything Jody can do here. I never thought
I think I know exactly where you are in the depths, Kim.
It looks like we're on the verge of it here.
There's a place where there's like a line right next to the light route.
To keep the world safe from world champion
Are you close to where that Coliseum is in the depths?
And the Pachirisu, of course, could take one for the team. Use that Follow Me to redirect any of
The Lionel Coliseum.
But instead,
look at that!
Not going to do any of that. It's
Super Fang.
Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit.
That's it. There it is.
And Sajan Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division.
Legendary.
Is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sajan.
Legendary right there, man. I love coming back to this and watching this every now and then, man. Exactly, Lance. I couldn't have said it better myself, my boy.
I don't think anyone works harder, and I feel great for him. You know, sometimes in these Pokemon tournaments,
you can bring your favorites and still win, man.
I feel like maybe somebody get robbed. Nobody get robbed today.
Oh, you somewhere in the desert? In the desert,
I think
the
he was
desert.
the favorite in both of the last 2 years.
Yeah, I don't really remember
He had a
too
feeling
much
this guy
about
was
the
gonna
depths
get
of the
one
desert.
eventually, and it just feels great to see him winning it. You know, the guy who works the hardest, the guy who probably
And,
has the most
let me
team
see.
wins it. It's not just that he won, but he does it with Pachirisu, with Gothitelle.
Yeah.
A lot of cool tricks in his team. Even
That was
bringing in
awesome.
Talonflame, not something we see very often in VGC. Really brilliant play. Really brilliant team.
It's a genuine
and,
testament back
can't
then
expect a better adventure
of these
than we
weaker
got here.
minds having
Chip
niche
taking it all in the
cases,
end.
uses, and bringing up
easily
such
the most
hype
impressive
moments
part of Sage's
as
entire
is.
career
Use your
for me
fave
is that
mines
he
if you
has
know how to
never
use them.
compromised. He
I think
always
my
played
most
his own
valuable
game.
mine is a
Sometimes
world
that looks
champion
weird
ribbon
to us, you know.
Arcanine from an event.
No one coming into this
Ooh,
tournament would have
nice.
expected Pachirisu to be the
Um,
world champion.
I had now when I used to do
Consistently
Battle
amazing
Tower
game,
and stuff back in
finally
Pokemon
gets
Soul
the
Silver.
championship title that he deserves.
I had a Sharpedo and a Ampharos that got special ribbons for a 50 win streak. Yeah, I think they were my only Pokemon to ever get that ribbon, and that was just special to me, man. Those Pokemon having that ribbon.
The strongest Pokemon in theory, it isn't always the right choice. He picks the best Pokemon for this matchup.
A 50 win streak is not easy.
And his Mega Pokemon itself was an interesting choice, right?
It's not easy, man.
Gyarados in VGC.
By the time you get to like in the 40s, you're gonna start to see legendary Pokemon.
Like Mega Tyranitar even, like Mega Bile, and that's not what happens.
Like somebody pulled up on me with like a Latias.
By Sajin, both in the team creation and the way he played this series.
Somebody used an Articuno on me. I'm like, oh.
I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, me too. Could not have gone to a more deserving player. But of course, Jody Azzarelli had a phenomenal season.
But we overcame a lot of that.
Place in Worlds, nothing to sneeze at.
I think I finished that 54 win streak, something like that.
We're going to take a quick break now, but let's hear it one last time for both of our finalists, World Champion Sajin Park and Jody Azzarelli.
So, that was that. That was awesome. Then again, I do have a Cynthia event Garchomp. Cynthia and that Garchomp. I heard horror stories about Cynthia's Garchomp. Not sure how true the stories are, but people said that Garchomp, it did things. Put it that way. It did things from what I heard. But yeah, so Lance, what did you think? I know you probably watched the presentation by now. So what did you think about Pokemon Presents? What are your thoughts, man? What are your honest thoughts, man? M14, quick thoughts on the latest ZA trailer? Oh, you asking me? I was gonna say you can go rewind the stream. I did like a thorough discussion on the Pokemon Presents on everything that was shown. I paused the video and did analysis. Very thorough discussion. Actually, I was actually hoping maybe in the future you can cut some of these some of that up and maybe turn it into a YouTube short. Like my analysis maybe about the 3 starters for ZA, Totodile, Chikorita, and Tempig. Pokemon champion are crazy. DK! Donkey Kong! Now you the crazy one, DK. DK! Donkey Kong is here. What's up, DK? Good morning, man. How's it hanging? I tell you, man, every time I see your name, I just be thinking like, damn. If only I could stream Donkey Kong 64. Maybe that's my fault. Maybe I should have bought Donkey Kong 64 on Wii U. And now, I can't buy it. Purdy on par direct. Usual mobile shit. Concierge season 2 is mega hype. Pokemon Showdown is Mega Yes! That's you should have seen my when I did my reaction, something was wrong with my capture card and my mic wasn't working. Y'all couldn't hear nothing I was saying. Y'all couldn't hear how hype I was for Pokemon Champions. And then, when I did this stream and I did my analysis and discussions, I basically said, like, this is Pokemon Showdown. This is basically like Nintendo. I didn't think that Nintendo would do it. Well, I can't really say Nintendo. It's Game Freak. I didn't think Game Freak would do it, but I thought it would be awesome if they did. I'm honestly surprised. I'm honestly surprised, man. Pleasantly surprised. When I saw that Dundozo sitting next to that freaking sword Pokemon, my jimmies were ruffled in a good way. You dig? I knew exactly what I was looking at. Who are you picking, by the way? I don't know. I don't even know if I'm getting it. I'm still kind of on the fence. I want the Pokemon from the game. I want the whatever the Meganium, Emboar, and Feraligatr forms are. I want to get those. I want to turn them into competitive monsters, and I want to smash people in Pokemon Champions with them. Maybe I'll get it. Like, it depends. Like, if I'm not playing any other huge game by the time that ZA comes out, then I guess I don't really see nothing better to do than to play ZA. But I'm probably going to be playing some crazy games on Switch 2 or something. I don't know. Maybe by that time, maybe I'll be playing Monster Hunter Wilds or something. I don't really know what I'll be playing at the end of 2025. But if I feel like there's a strong desire for me to play Legend ZA, I guess I'll get it. That's what it's called, Agislash. My Jiminy's are cricketing, yep. When I saw that Dundozo next to that damn Agislash, I started screaming. I literally started screaming. That's why I wish that y'all could have heard my initial reaction. I was so hyped. That was my hypest moment. I was also hyped, too, for the raids. We got a 7-star Meowscarada raid tomorrow. Be there or be not circled. That's what we said. We ain't even going to say be square. Just be not circled, man. Get your minds together. Like I said it earlier in the stream. I'm not trying to call nobody out. I'm just trying to raise awareness. Some of y'all out there, y'all been slacking with your mind game. Some of y'all, man, y'all got y'all raggedy, dusted up minds getting smoked, knocked out in 5-star raids and whatnot. I need y'all to get your minds up, man. I need y'all to get ready for this next wave of 7-star raids. And it don't stop there. Meowscarada, Skeledirge, and Quaquaval, that's just the beginning. They said that they're going to have the mightiest marks for Pokemon like Tyranitar, Salamence, Goodra, what's that thing that be up Como, Metagross. You just keep going on and on. Garchomp. We're going to have 7-star raids for all of those Pokemon? Oh, I'm so pumped. Y'all don't know how locked in I am right now, man. Be not circled, the shape of Chespin's head and face. No. I wonder why they chose to put 2 Gen 2 starters in ZA. That's an interesting question, Dayton Chris. I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with Gen 2 Pokemon not having the greatest, raps. Like, Gen 2 Pokemon are, unpopular, and they're not really good competitively either. I'm very happy that Chikorita is gonna get a makeover. Like we can get rid of the labeling of Chikorita and Meganium. They suck. They suck ass. Meganium is the worst starter Pokemon in history. It's so trash. It's so mid. Now they say, you know what? Y'all been stepping on Meganium. Y'all been hitting it while it's down. Y'all been spitting on it, pissing on it. And now Meganium is about to rise up and pay y'all back for all the shit that y'all been talking. I can't wait to see what Meganium's evolution looks like. This new what type is it even going to be? Grass and not going to say grass and dark. We got enough grass and dark Pokemon at this point. I don't know, man. Surprise me. What we going with, man? Like a grass and fire type? Some weird hybrid? I don't know what they going to do. But I'm hyped for it. I'm excited. I'm so hyped. And I hope y'all are as well, man. Like, grass and fairy. Yeah. Yeah, now you're talking, Lance. Yeah. Grass and poison. I mean, we already got Venusaur, but maybe. Yeah. Let's brainstorm. Throw down some ideas. I like the direct, Lena. I really like this direct. I like that it's short, sweet, straight to the point. There were 4 things that got me excited. 4 things in a 19-minute presentation. You might not be excited for 4 things in a 50-minute presentation. Think about that. When you be watching some of these Nintendo Directs or whatever, you might have like a good 15 to 20 minutes of farming simulators and no-name RPGs. Farm, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to go through a lot of that. Just Dance 2025 edition. You know how I go. But this presentation, I like Pokemon Concierge. I like the fact that we're getting 7-star raids. We're getting a 7-star raid tomorrow. I liked freaking Pokemon not Showdown. Pokemon Champions. I liked, of course, Pokemon Legends ZA. I liked all these things, man. Mega Evolutions and Terra types are crazy. For hell yeah, bro. Yo, man, it got me so excited when I saw that done. I saw I think it was the Charizard turning to Charizard, the Mega Evolution or whatever, and then the Dondozo Terra Waters. I'm like, yo! Give me this! I need this! I need it now! I need it in my life! Yes! Yes, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I've been asking for. Thank you. Thank you, Game Freak, for listening to people. We wanted a Pokemon Showdown. I guess Game Freak got tired of people going to Pokemon Showdown. Game Freak said, you know what? Like, if we don't give them what they want, they just go to Pokemon Showdown anyway. So they said, now we got you. We gonna match what you doing on Pokemon Showdown. Hey, I'm all for it, baby. I'm all for it. Are you team Mega X or Mega Y for Charizard? I'm not really familiar with the Mega Evolutions like that. I think the black one or whatever, I think it has the drought ability or something. It's a special attacker, and I think the other one might be a physical attacker or something. I'm not really sure. I missed the whole wave of Mega Evolutions because I stopped playing Pokemon after Soul Silver. So I just heard about Mega Evolutions and from other people like Skeet and some of my other homies. They put me on a Black. Black put me on to a lot of Mega Evolution stuff. Mega Pidgeot and stuff. I'm like, what? Mega Kangaskhan can attack twice? And what? All kinds of craziness, man. You got Mega Venusaur has thick fat. I like that. I got Tough Claws. Oh, that's dope. Ooh, nasty belly drum. Ooh, that's nasty. We don't always need biggie hype trailers. Sometimes we need simple, straight to the point promise and stuff. Exactly, my guy. Exactly. You get it. You definitely get it. Mm. X is part dragon. Y is still part flying. Cool. Mega X is dragon fire with tough claws. Gets stronger physically. Hits hard too. Mega Y is fire flying with drought. Big speedster with hefty special attack. Cool. Just like sounds like Mega Mewtwo. Mega Mewtwo, one is a physical attacker, one is a special attacker. Mega Lucario looks awesome. Indeed it does. Let me see. What are we gonna go into now? Let me see. This is just a stream. This isn't just for discussions and stuff. We're actually gonna be watching and vibing and reacting to stuff. Like what is the name of my stream? Can anybody tell me what the name of my live stream is? What did I title this live stream? Let me see. Okay, there we go. Why didn't the channel itself pop up? Usually you would see the channel itself pop up, but I can just go like this. Exactly. It's going to be a live stream for all things Pokemon. We're going to touch on multiple bases. We're not just talking about the presentation. Just to let y'all know, they said that all episodes of Pokemon Concierge are available for your viewing pleasure. They said right now. Let me see how true they are. Are they true to their word? Look at that. Look at that. Well, I don't see it. Maybe it's not available. This is just the thing to get you hyped. They said it was supposed to be available on their YouTube channel. Okay. They got some really good stuff on this channel, man. Really good content. Welcome back, Storm. Thick Fat is a resisted fire and ice damage. Halved exactly. Yeah, it's a good ability for Mega Venusaur. Takes away some weaknesses. Any gaming in Scarlet and Violet? Maybe at some point. Maybe. Wait. No, it is here. Look. Right here. It's there. Pokemon Concierge. Hold on, man. Who here has seen Pokemon Concierge? Justin Tang versus Dawei. That was a good match. I said Mewtwo. I love Mega Venusaur. I love Mewtwo with thick fat. Nah, I meant Venusaur. Yeah, takes away Venusaur's weaknesses. Yeah, not all of them, but like it takes away fire and ice. It's still weak to flying, psychic, but yeah. Okay, come on. Can this thing like load up a little bit? Do I need to refresh? Oh, that's why. Okay. It does that sometimes. It looked cute, but I fell asleep. Oh, on Pokemon Concierge. I've been binging it with Arcane and friends whenever it drops. Good slice of life-ish. I streamed it in the server. Who was there when I streamed it, though? I'm not quite sure who was there when I streamed Pokemon Concierge. I know I streamed it for some folks in the server, and we enjoyed it. We had a great time. I honestly cannot. Erebus, I know Erebus was there. I'm pretty sure Erebus was there. Lydia might have been there. I'm not sure. It was a while ago, so. Okay, so let me scroll down. I think it was uploaded 4 days ago. Yeah, I definitely went back too far. 4 days ago, yeah. Yep. Yeah, so I believe this is the first episode of it. You said you assuming I was choosing Chicory. I don't. If you look back in my reaction, I mean he got booted. What, they stopped the stream or something? Sly Guy got booted for playing this. Oh, damn, that sucks. Well, we could watch. I mean, I didn't really plan to watch it. I just wanted to just do one episode. Damn, that's weird. Like, why would you make it available on YouTube if people can't watch and react to it? That's weird. Anyway, let me see something. I wonder what happened to Alone Fox. She might have went back to work. Let me check my Twitter. Alright. It sucks, but if you want to see what happens, you can watch it. Hell no. Champion, sorry I misspelled correctly if I'm wrong. I'll never forget your buddy, Tom Hardy. Yo, hold on, you was in the server with us when we were streaming that, right, Lance? That the last Venom movie. Let me see. What was I trying to watch? I was trying to watch this thing, right? I had watched I think the first battle. Venom 4? Yeah, it was Venom 3. Yeah. Yep. I'll never forget you, buddy. Very fun, very fun. Okay, come on. Yeah, just want to pause it real quick. Check the timestamps. Where are the timestamps? Yeah, so this was the I feel like I might have fell asleep during the second battle of this.
Running this to Rapagos tends to go for a more offensive, faster mode of play, but first, let's talk about Robbie's team here. So
yeah, let's talk about Robbie.
Shadow Rider, a much better matchup into opposing Calyrexes. Whimsicott, Incineroar, Urshifu, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Indeedee. Really interesting.
Let me see.
Woodhammer.
What's the quality?
Ogerpon, Cornerstone Master as well, because with the sturdy ability, going for Woodhammer, you break your own sturdy. That means you're not able to withstand at least one attack with 1 HP, as the sturdy ability normally tends to do.
It's that gambit, whether you think that the...
Hold on. See if we can get the quality a little bit better. So I guess the highest you could do on PlayStation is 360 without it going haywire or something. Showdown will still have their goofy formats. Yep, Pokemon Champion who? Venom and Mrs. Chen, she needs to remarry. Word. Alright, so this guy Robbie over here rocking the Cali Shadow Rider, Whimsicott, Incineroar, Urshifu, Ogerpon freaking Cornerstone Mask, which has become insanely popular, which you love to see. It's actually my favorite of the Ogerpon family. I feel like a Wood Hammer on Stone Mask Ogerpon is kind of counterintuitive. Oh yeah, because you'll break your sturdy. Well, and then you got Lance's favorite right here, the homie Marco Silva. But what is this? Marco Silva is not using Sun? I was very surprised to see that no Sun. It's a different type of team for Marco Silva. You got one, you got to give him props. He's one of the few people I see using a Terapagos. I don't know why Terapagos, people don't use Terapagos anymore. Like it went out of style or something. It's still a great Pokemon. It sure wasn't great in yesterday's stream when he got one shot with the freaking Glacial Lance from that Cali Ice on my team. Yo, that match where my Pelipper came in for support. I didn't even need any offense from my Pelipper. I came in, I set the rain to get rid of the Groudon Sun. I got put to sleep, and when I woke up, I used a Tailwind to make sure that the Cali Ice on my side was faster, and it just Glacial Lanced everything into oblivion and got like. By the time Terapagos and I think it was a Kyurem, by the time Kyurem and Terapagos hit the field, the Cali Ice on my side was +3 in attack. And one Glacial Lance, it went Terra Ice. I'm not sure if the Terra Ice might have helped a little. It went Terra Ice and used Glacial Lance and just one-shot both of them. Some crazy stuff there. So, anyway, going back to Marco Silva, the homie Marco is rocking Terapagos. He got a nice Rillaboom. Rillaboom, no high horsepower, just the U-turn set. You got Incineroar doing Incineroar thing. They both got Incineroar. Now, this is interesting. This is Lena's Pokemon right here, that Screamtail. Lena was using that in the battle we had yesterday. It has the exact same moves that Lena's has. Protect, Encore, Play Rough, Disable. Ogerpon, they both have Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask. Like I said, I don't know why, but Ogerpon Rock has just jumped like through the roof in usage. You don't even see the water one no more. What was it called? The Wellspring Mask? The Wellspring Mask is gone. Folks are not using Wellspring Mask anymore. They're using Rock and Fire. And that's it. And you got Heatran. I feel like Heatran is it's kind of like an overrated, underrated Pokemon, if that makes sense. When people were first using Heatrans were great. They were dominating. Then at some point, Heatran kind of lost usage and other Pokemon kind of started to, I guess, outclass him, and he just, people was like, Heatran is not in anymore. But I said, when I was building my Sun team, I was kind of thinking for a nice anchor for this Sun team, right? I wanted something that could hit unbelievably hard, but also be bulky and kind of serve as like my anchor. And I don't know why I just came upon like Heatran. Like Heatran is the Fire Steel typing is a great typing. The Flash Fire, Terra Grass, Solar Beam, Assault Vest. It's just like, yo, Heatran is a Pokemon that I think can be a great Pokemon if more people just chose to use it. Like, I feel like Marco is going to do well with Heatran because I feel like there's a lot of teams out there in the meta right now that aren't quite equipped to readily just handle a Heatran right now. So I feel like maybe sometimes you got to fall off in usage for your usage to come back. And I think, hey, he's probably the only person you're going to see using a Heatran, and I respect his choice and his decision. And I think, honestly, like, it's a good decision, man. Like, Heatran is still a great Pokemon. Don't let nobody convince you otherwise. Man, I can wait. Thought this was an older format, but no, this is 2025. For the longest time, I thought you were recording via some PC streaming service. Didn't know this was straight up PS4. Yeah, it is. Yep. Terapagos is decent, but stuck on mid-work when you got more hyper-focus or min-max legendaries. Not to mention it needs the Terra to do its stuff. You're right. So you're dedicating a slot for that. It's typically a free gimmick. Lena says, I love my Scream Tail. Kind of feel bad for Wellspring, but you got so many waters, you can skip it. True. By the way, Realm, I rented your Sandstorm Ogerpon team, which I like using. I didn't know that. Oh, thank you so much, man, for checking out my Dialga and Cornerstone Ogerpon team, man. You know, I take great pride, like, in I think it's doing sand teams because sand teams are kind of niche. You don't really see it done that often, and I do be feeling like people kind of scratch the surface with sand when they do sand teams. They have like a sand team where maybe 3 Pokemon benefit from the sand, right? When I make my teams, my weather teams, all 6 of my Pokemon benefit from weather. So I look at it like this. If you're on the ladder and you see that your opponent clearly has no weather of any sort, you always bring a weather setter. And my weather setters usually have the item that sets weather for 8 turns. So 3 more turns of weather is incredibly useful when your team is optimized for weather. Every Pokemon that's on that sand team benefits from the sand. Same thing with my sun team. Everybody benefits from the sun in some way. Like, it's kind of like... And then, when I did my sun team, I bought Walking Wake so I don't have to over-rely on Weather Wars. If it's a rain team, I'll be like, hey, you know, you can have your weather. You can set the rain. I also benefit from the rain too. So that's why I kind of wanted to, you know, do with that team. What's up, Alex? Welcome in. How's it going?
Takes a quarter of its HP in recoil damage, and then you can get a Pokemon to knock.
But I'm glad that you like the team, Storm. If there's any questions or any suggestions, and you know, I'll take them into consideration. Just let me know. Heatran is a weird one because it's a VGC cornerstone mod, but dips in and out in usage. Yep. Forever solid, but dependent on meta. Yeah. I think when people sleep on something that doesn't have usage, they'll skyrocket in the meta. Bingo. Bingo. Notice that the #1 rated Pokemon for Regulation H is non-existent in Regulation G. Can anybody in this chat tell me what Pokemon that is? I wonder who's going to figure it out. Because I asked Erebus the same question yesterday. He couldn't figure it out. Who was the highest rated Pokemon in Regulation H that you saw? Damn near almost everybody's team. And nobody uses it in Regulation H. I mean G.
and Marco leading out with
alright.
Terapagos.
I think we're going to see a lot.
There we go.
Yeah.
We got
So Incineroar restricted Pokemon. Yep.
we got a
Charlie.
battle. We
I
got
believe
the
you managed to figure that out.
Terapagos. We got the Incineroar on both sides, and then we got Cali
It's
Shadow.
very interesting here. The Intimidate over on Marco's side of the field is going off after Robbie's own. That could be an
I'm super
indication
excited for
that Robbie's
Pokemon
Incineroar is
Legends
faster.
ZA.
We'll have to see in
Same,
some
Alex,
terms if
same.
that's a speed tie or not.
How did you like the presentation?
Sides of Terapagos is that you kind of
No,
want to use your
Regulation
Pokemon on
H was
Terapagos, like,
non-restricted.
get away from the rest
There
of
were
the
no
team,
restricted
and that means that
Pokemon.
this Incineroar on Marco's side of the field is
No
nice and
legendaries of
trying
any
to go
sort.
for a preemptive Terra Ghost, but also, of course, in
Regulation
front of
H
Shadow Rider,
was
you don't want to do that anyway.
no
So I think if Robbie wants to go
legendaries,
for a fake
no
out here, it's a
Paradox
lot more
Pokemon.
safe than it could be
Regulation
in
G
other matchups. And
is
just
restricted
trying to get the Calyrex
legendaries
going for a nasty
and
block.
Paradox
It's
Pokemon.
not under a lot of threat from the Terapagos right now. Here it
Very,
is,
you're
coming
very
in.
close. You're
Robbie
very close,
able
Lance.
to
You're
outspeed the Incineroar on Marco's side of the
you're
field.
you're
Is that nasty
you almost
block?
got it,
There
man.
it is, the Calyrex getting nice and boosted. The Terapagos didn't protect there. That could have been an opportunity for Robbie to stop this Calm Mind boost. Not only that, break the Terra Shell of this Terapagos.
No, definitely not
Soften it up
Gastrodon.
for successive turns.
Yeah, nobody
Having said
really
that,
was
of course,
using Gastrodon.
Marco's own
And
Terapagos
boom,
holding
you got it,
Marco's
Chespin. You
won't
got
be able
it.
to get back up
You
to
got
50
it.
people. Once that Terra Shell is broken, it's
Yep.
going to take any
But
further
yeah, I get
attacks
yeah. Lance
so much
kind of
worse.
got he just
Both of these
put
trainers getting
Dueling
set
on.
up
But yeah,
ready to get some damage
what
on the
happened to
board.
Archaludon?
But both of these trainers kind of struggling at the minute.
All of that
to
usage.
get
Where
their
is he
damage
now?
off, and I think it really comes down to how they
He
both
ain't here
play.
right now. I
If they
guess
play defensively
in
or
Regulation
offensively,
H,
Robbie doesn't have too many
Rain
options
teams
for
was
Calyrex to
kind of
play
the meta.
defensively, only being
And
able
I
to
guess
protect
there's not
itself.
really
But
much
if
use
you
for
protect
Rain
in
aside
front
from
of a
maybe
Terapagos that has a
Kyogre,
substitute,
but I feel
what
like
we're seeing now,
Pelipper
that
could
does
still be
give
a
little
good
bit of an
range
opportunity to use that Terra
rain
Shell and then
setter.
get the substitute off, or even just another Calm Mind.
That
R.I.P. the
Terapagos
Bridge.
couldn't really have a
Chill out.
head right now.
Oof.
Exactly. Yeah. It's actually withdrawn into its shell here. It doesn't mind. There's a parting shot though. It's not going into Terapagos. It's going into Marco's Incineroar. Terapagos though, it feels like Robbie has already given Marco's Terapagos too much wiggle room here. It
That's
might
two
manage
Calm
to
Minds
sweep through
for the
game. We'll see.
Terapagos.
Coming in here in favor of Incineroar and putting a lot of threat to Terapagos on the field. Parting shot going into that Urshifu, so it is going to lower the attack. That's going to lower the damage of close combat.
The only Pokemon that have
Strikes that
that
always get
ability,
rid of it.
Drizzle,
Yeah, you could go for
there's
some
only 3
targets,
Pokemon
but
that have it.
unfortunately
It's
the Calyrex,
Pelipper,
of course, there's no psychic terrain on the field, so it will
Politoed,
strike damage,
and
but you break the
Kyogre.
Terra Shell and then follow
You
up
could just
with
have
some
like
of close combat, and,
a Pelipper
have their back against
set the
there,
rain,
but maybe an opportunity at
maybe
some
have an
point.
Urshifu on that team and have a
Incineroar
different
needs to pivot
restricted.
it out. You'd have to pivot something in from the
Or
back
your
line.
restricted
Rillaboom
could be
there,
something
but
else,
it's
another
fake out,
water
but you can't
Pokemon
fake
that
out
can
Calyrex 'cause it's a ghost type of
potentially take advantage of the rain.
And I think that's
Who knows?
the key to this this general composition that Marco is using. Terapagos really does want to sit there, get itself boosted up, have this consistent cycle of fake out and intimidate to make sure that it stays safe, but then be able to go for its Terra Starstorm. Once it has gone for its Terra and it's going for Terra Starstorm in its Terra Stellar form, it will be able to hit the Calyrex Shadow Rider with a 2+ Terra Starstorm and do a lot of damage. It's going to be neutral across the board.
Well, exactly. This Calyrex has +2 to its special attack as well. So Terapagos will be taking what looks like regular damage from that because it's now at +2 in its special defense as well.
Yep.
Relevant on field. Not only is there the fake out, but you've got the grassy terrain. Terapagos with the leftovers. It's going to be
Urshifu said, you know what?
huge amount each turn.
I'm gonna head out.
Not wanting to stay
So the
in front of
Incineroar,
I don't blame it.
Goodbye.
it's not a bad intimidate on the Rillaboom.
There it is. Rillaboom's attack
Okay.
lower. Terapagos now finally going for its protect here. Scouting
Playing the
out
passive
what Robbie's
game.
going to do with this Calyrex. Just an Astral Barrage, okay.
Yeah,
and,
nice.
The Rillaboom over on Marco's side is holding the Assault Vest, so it's going to be taking this better than it otherwise would. It's still +2. Interested to see how much damage it's... Oh my goodness! Brings it down so low, and that could be a pivotal part of Marco's team already down and out. U-turn, chipping at the Calyrex, pivoting to the back. Are we going to see an Incineroar coming back in, Ben? We may well do.
You called it, Charlie. I don't think I've ever seen
Incineroar?
an Incineroar switch in this position personally.
I love the commentators, man. The commentators are always so entertaining.
The Rillaboom and the Incineroar do like switching in like this, and as soon as you remove the ability for the Incineroar or Rillaboom to switch in safely, that really does make the cycle much more.
What is this Cali,
to do. So
the Calyrex going to be able to do?
Well, and this is the advantage of having a Calyrex that sort of gets going a lot quicker, and especially with that Life Orb boost as well, just adding to the damage there. But Rillaboom being able to shrug it off is really good for Marco. At least it preserves that ability to just go for a fake.
Yeah, Robbie's in a very uncomfortable position.
But we are getting close to that point where Terrapagos is going to need to start picking things up and start putting damage on Robbie's side of the field.
Not this turn, just a flinch for its troubles. There's
Expanding force.
Just enable.
Oh, that's not bad.
Away at this Terrapagos before it can recover.
That's not bad.
Intact. Not going to be able to move this turn. There it is. There's a parting shot. Lowering Calyrex's special attack. I believe it's now at +1.
Yeah, that
Smart.
Calyrex is still quite threatening, and it still did quite a lot of damage to that Terrapagos. And let's not forget that the Terrapagos can go for its Terra and recover just a little bit of a little bit more HP, because it gets a little bit more HP when it goes for its Terrastalization. I think that's going to be critical here. The combination of the parting shot and the combination of the Terrastalization allows it to be able to be pretty healthy in this situation. And the choice to bring in Cornerstone Ogerpon here actually is really nice, because you preserve the grassy terrain.
I wonder if he's going to terrestrialize.
You put some pressure onto the Incineroar on Robbie's side, maybe put some pressure on the Incineroar to go.
You know, he could just protect.
Also preserve the ability to go
to get
for
more
Terrastalization this time, remove the grassy terrain and then put it back on
grassy terrain and leftovers recovery.
Then Terra Starstorm is going to be hitting the
Let's see what Jody, I mean not Jody, let's see what Marco does.
And it will be hitting the Incineroar. Plus, you've got your Rock Ogerpon there.
What would he do? Is he going to protect the Terrapagos?
In order to provide a super effective Ivy Cudgel onto the
I mean, Terrapagos definitely is going to be the target. It looks like.
In a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think this has been pretty tight. I think Robbie's done a really great job of spreading around a little bit of damage, getting that Terra Shell properly broken.
No, he said now is the time. He's going on the offense.
First sparkles of
there it is.
The Terrapagos is going for its Terrastalization into its Terra Stellar type.
It's a mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
And it's going to trip us up all weekend.
Absolutely.
There it is.
No more grassy terrain.
Moving the grassy terrain from the field. Just the once, though, it can be reset by the Rillaboom. There it is. Astral Bros not doing anything
the Ogerpon.
into Terrapagos, but connecting with Ogerpon at +1. Oh,
Sturdy.
Goodness. Looks like it brings it right down to Sturdy. Just the 1 HP. And now all eyes moving onto our Ogerpon. Is it going to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar on Robbie's side?
Almost.
Incineroar hanging on with a sliver.
But
no, it's going to do enough to the Incineroar.
This is not going to feel pleasant.
Down from the skies, pummeling this Calyrex. Oh, with a critical hit, you want the critical hit into the other slot, buddy. The Calyrex.
Wow, that Calyrex being able to take that attack is a really, really big deal. Something I was thinking about during that turn is that Robbie's Pokemon in the back are actually quite well suited to be able to
oh snap! Archaludon is an amazing type. It definitely is. Probably the overwhelming heat in Urshifu especially.
Is holding a Life Orb. The next attack that it lands out
to be fair, what other legendary uses Rain to not use Kyogre? Because dude's the only one I know who utilizes it for strong water and field control.
Or even just do that last little bit of damage to the Terrapagos to be able to remove that and allow
Palkia.
To play with
Don't sleep on Palkia. Palkia with telepathy is good.
Hasn't quite seen yet.
There might be some other ones out there.
Going to be Ogerpon retreating here in
I think Palkia is solid, but nobody uses it.
For an Intimidate drop
Incineroar
as well. Calyrex, you call it, Ben, goes for one more attack and it goes down in a blaze of glory. But first, it's going to be blazing Terra Crystals on the stage, trainers. Robbie responding with the Terra into the Urshifu. It's become a Terra Stellar as well. It's not often that we see two
more Terra Stellar
facing each other down from either side of the field. It's going to give a one-time boost to any individual type of move this Urshifu chooses. Here's the expanding force, not doing too much damage to this well boosted up Terrapagos. There it is. Calyrex goes.
Oh!
Now, is the
Life Orb
going to be able to secure the knockout? Boosted by Terra Stellar. Super effective into the Terrapagos. Here we go, traders.
Oh, it's enough.
There it is. It's enough.
Wow, this Urshifu, just that Terra Stellar boost probably was the thing that took it over the line to be able to pick up the knockout on that Terrapagos. Now it is
3 Pokemon to 2. This Urshifu cannot switch out.
I've been making some new modifications on a rain team I've had, and I think it's pretty solid. And those modifications would be, all I know is Extreme Speed Arceus and Offensive or Bulky Giratina. What do people use the Gen 4 Legendaries for? Well, I know what I use Dialga for. Dialga is good for just being bulky as hell, being a great typing, Steel and Dragon, one of the best typings in the game. And what else? What else? You know, it hits hard, bulky.
Comes into play here.
You give it Trick Room.
Might even be able to pick it up from the HP range that it was
yeah.
Let's not forget, trainers, that Urshifu with its surging strikes guaranteed critical.
It is, yeah. You don't have to worry about the sand.
Won't be mitigating that damage, but
also, I have a Garchomp that has Earthquake. Feel free to Earthquake with it.
Able to deal with that. It's down to the wire, locking in the moves, and every decision counts.
It does have telepathy as its ability.
Opening to Ogerpon to go for the Ivy Cudgel, actually faster than the Whimsicott here. Moonblast taking care of a little bit of HP over on Marco's Incineroar.
Special attack drop there on Incineroar, not making any difference whatsoever.
Now Palkia,
but that's really good information for both of these trainers.
I've seen somebody use a Palkia, right? I've seen like a 100% crit set where somebody uses Dragon Cheer on Palkia, and Palkia's Draco Meteors and whatever other move it has. Not Draco Meteor, I think it's what's that move called? Spatial Rend? The Spatial Rend is a 100% critical hit machine. I think you give Palkia Scope Lens, you use Dragon Cheer on it, and Spatial Rend will always be a critical hit.
That's going to be timeout. Oh, maybe just lock that in time. Ivy Cudgel, Ogerpon not wanting to deal with any rounds of applause. It doesn't like being the center of attention. That's Whimsicott's job. There we go, Whimsicott down. Now all eyes just on this big surging.
Yeah, that Incineroar. Oh wait. Oh, into the Ogerpon.
Surging strike I've ever seen then. Just the one, picking up the 1 HP. But now, of course, you're vulnerable to something like a Will-O-Wisp coming out from this Incineroar, mitigating its damage output.
And yeah, well, it's not going to be this turn. It's going to be a knockoff instead, just that extra little bit of damage. And I think that's clever in this situation. With Rillaboom in the back and its fake out pressure and the extra bits of damage that knockoff can do, even with the recovery, I would say this Urshifu is right now in range of a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom. You've got to be thinking, though, in preparation for the maybe couple of turns of grassy terrain recovery from that Urshifu, is it still going to
need me to see M14 try that?
But it does depend.
Oh, the Palkia?
The Rillaboom, how offensively this Rillaboom has been trained.
It's interesting. Like I thought about using a rain team with Palkia. I was kind of going back and forth with a restricted to use in the rain, and I almost settled on using Pelipper as a range setter and Palkia as my restricted. I almost did. But then, oh, you talking about Dialga in the sand? Oh yeah. I have the team. The team is already built. Yeah, it works. It does work.
Coming into this event, all of the talk that I've been hearing about as this Aquajet goes into Rillaboom is not quite enough.
Another thing that people need to understand too about running sand teams is that you basically kill the purpose of focus ashes. As long as something has been chipped by sand, you never have to worry about sturdy or a focus sash activating if you go for a KO. That's probably one of the biggest things that sand does. Aside from obviously giving your Pokemon, like, you know, your rock Pokemon a 50% special defense boost.
One option is just going all out.
It's just a very good
You
thing.
want to break that Terra shell as quickly as possible. You want to have the flinches available. Maybe you go in with something like the Calyrex and the Indeed.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, the old hail. That's the thing about the old hail. It's just that you didn't get no boost with it. It used to chip away at you, and I think it turned blizzards. It made blizzards 100% accurate. And that's it.
Here you go. The Astral Barrage went into the Rillaboom before. It did damage to the Rillaboom, but it didn't do damage to the
Terrapagos.
But also you've removed
it's doing its thing again.
Potential from
Lena, where you at?
Keep it a little bit more under check at the same time.
Terra Starstorm, this is one thing that trainers say about these Terrapagos teams.
Oh wait, I'm bugging. Game 2 didn't even start.
Terrapagos that goes for the terrestrialization, a bit of a Terra Hog, you could say, and that does limit Marco's options, and that could be a little bit of an out.
Yeah.
That Robbie can
You at work, Lena?
in this game too. Let's not forget, traders, Robbie has to win this next game in order to take it to a third game. Best of 3 is how it works here.
Best of 3 all weekend long, all the way up, but you do get an opportunity to scout out how your opponent's going to be reacting.
Who would you say is a good lead?
How you can adapt yourself for
I haven't used the teams that much, but
here we've got an Incineroar piece.
Oh,
the Terrapagos is on the different side here, but it's
for Rig Giraffe,
still the Incineroar
usually for Rig Giraffe, Tyranitar. Not necessarily them together, but one of the two are usually good leads.
Present in this game or not.
Marco, thank you for switching it up for the sake of the casters. The thrill of seeing the Terrapagos and Incineroar in different positions.
I usually lead for Rig Giraffe.
Could something switch in from the back here? Could something completely change up
for the trick
plan?
room?
It certainly looks like that's what Robbie's plan is going to be. Here comes Whimsicott, the great friend. Certainly a
to be fair, you could also just lead. You could also lead like Dialga.
From Incineroar potentially. But of course,
but I feel like if you have Garchomp on the field too, say you have Dialga. Dialga is always a great switch-in because it's super bulky. Say you have Garchomp on the field and Dialga in the back.
And that's a really big deal because
you can go for Earthquakes, and you can just feel free to just switch Dialga right in because telepathy will activate.
To the Terrapagos, but then also the Terrapagos getting a calm mind at the same time, like that would be a really bad game plan.
I say have the sand set up.
Marco there for going
if
for
you know what I mean, like
I would say like Robbie did really well not to fall.
You're gonna need either like I have 2 sand centers. You don't need to bring Tyranitar to every game, so you can leave Tyranitar back sometimes. But like sometimes it's, you just use Garchomp for manual sand because my Garchomp is a speed nature. It's fast. If you're faster than what's on the field, you can just go like you can go and get Sandstorm up quickly, and your Sand Veil is going to activate automatically. Also, don't forget that say you're in a tough spot and you feel like one of your mons is probably going to get knocked out and, you know, whatever. You could, if Sand is active, you could always switch in Garchomp for a chance that whatever move is going to knock out that Pokemon, it might miss on Garchomp because of the Sand Veil being active and also the Bright Power. So think about that too.
Have both of the fake outers on the field, which means that there isn't any in the back. So,
exactly.
You've got to
it does. That's why I gave it to him. I figured like I can't have a team of just all slow Pokemon. I need something fast to set Sand too. And Garchomp is perfect for that.
Is going to have to pivot around pretty masterfully here to be able to
also to maximize Garchomp. You notice that Garchomp is Terra Rock. When you Terra Rock with Garchomp, not only are you raising the power of your Rock Slides, but you're also getting a 50% Sand boost. And your Sand Veil and Bright Powder is still active.
Definitely a good trade for Robbie to be making in this situation. Now Whimsicott going out, Urshifu coming in and getting some offensive pressure going.
Calyrex wanting to preserve those boosts.
2 turns? Yikes.
Urshifu, of course, cannot be blocked.
Thank you, Lance.
Thanks
Thank
to his
you.
unseen fist ability. U-turn will now do super effective damage to the Calyrex.
That's how you get fake out back home.
Hurling a parting shot Urshifu's way. Yes, now enabling the Incineroar to pivot out. Marco can switch it.
Thank you, man. I took all these things into consideration when building this team.
As you say, provide the threat.
Who was the one who gave me that Garchomp anyway? Was it Chespin? Somebody gave me that Garchomp. It might have been Chespin.
The U-turn is now super effective into the Calyrex.
I have 2 Garchomps. That's the one that's for sand. My other Garchomp is rough skin with Rocky Helmet and Sword Dance.
If it goes for its Terra Stella and Terra Starstorm, it's going to be doing super effective damage to the Calyrex. So just one Calm Mind boost.
Only thing though you gotta watch out for, the only problem with that Garchomp is wide guard. You gotta watch out for wide guard because the Garchomp would be basically useless against a wide guard user. So be careful with those wide guard users when you use that Garchomp.
This Terrapagos still hasn't had its Terra Shell broken. And even though it does, if it's just a little bit of chip, it could get right back up there with the grassy terrain.
Garchomp has a lot of utility.
Rillaboom. Oh, look at that. Take a good long look in the mirror, my friend, Incineroar, because we've got one staring you down.
I wonder if when Incineroar looks in the mirror, it gets intimidated by itself.
It's a really good question.
True.
We're gonna have to, let's hope we can interview an Incineroar. Production, if we can interview an Incineroar at some point, it'd be great to know that. Thank you. But here we go. Terrapagos going once more for its Terra Stella, doing what it does best. Now Terra Starstorm going to be dealing spread damage. It does no longer have the Terra Shell ability intact. It's got rid of its own helpful grassy terrain. Astral Bros are not doing anything.
My Tyranitar is pretty slow.
Super effective damage onto the
What's the other rock Pokemon that's on that team? The Ogerpon and the Garchomp are fast.
Super effective into a terrestrialized Pokemon.
Well, the Garchomp is fast. Wow. The Ogerpon is max attack, max speed.
This is why Terrapagos is a little bit more fair as a restricted
But it's
Pokemon.
adamant.
It's a super effective hit. For a Terra Starstorm, which increases the base damage of
What are the other mons on that team? Farigiraf is slow. Tyranitar is slow. Gastrodon. Gastrodon is another key piece of that team. Gastrodon is super slow.
Terrapagos had got a Calm Mind and then went for the Terra Starstorm and it didn't crit.
And
It's, you know, the same damage depending on.
and then there's
the
Dialga.
The
Dialga is like
variations in damage that we get from
mid-speed-ish. I didn't lower, like, I didn't give it a nature to lower speed. I left it as like mid.
So threatening. Now Marco has it at full HP. He's going to be able to pivot the Incineroar out. It's probably going to be the Rillaboom that's coming in. It's going to be able to launch out a
Yeah, that's basically for counter on like water teams. The sand team would be very weak to like a water team. So if you see rain or the threat of like some water mons or something you don't want to deal with, you always bring Gastrodon. You never leave Gastrodon. Gastrodon is always in the back.
Is going to be dealing way more than enough damage to this Calyrex.
The only thing you need to worry about with Gastrodon is grass. And even so, you got Protect, you got Terra Fire. You know, you got ways to preserve Gastrodon if need be.
Left with all physical attackers. That's the knockoff. Good damage. The Assault Vest not really mattering in this position. The Rillaboom is so low already.
And the Incineroar's Intimidate, or the Intimidate on the Incineroar on Robbie's side, really paying dividends there for the Rillaboom on Marco's side. Having it lost there would be a little bit more detrimental because the Urshifu is in the back. And of course, Urshifu is one of the most dangerous Pokemon for Terrapagos to be able to face. This time, it doesn't have its Terra Stella available to it because Calyrex went for the Terra Dark. So I think Robbie's going to have to be a little bit more careful about how he positions the Urshifu to be able to deal with the Terrapagos potentially in the endgame. But now the Whimsicott coming onto the field is not going to be as effective. And I think this is a game plan shift that Marco's been able to execute so
Thank you, Storm. Thank you.
Not going for its boosting moves, just going for damage in front of the encoring Whimsicott.
Yeah, really,
Exactly. Nobody sees it coming.
Terrapagos just dishing them out, chipping away at Robbie's team.
That Dialga is bulky. You probably, I've had people use that team and they tell me like,
was something like
I had a YouTuber, Sly guy. He used my team, and he really raved about my Ogerpon. He was really loving Ogerpon. He said that Ogerpon usually gets the most KOs. Solid. There's a lot of synergy with Ogerpon, and you know, having Ogerpon in the sand to get the sand boost. You're automatically getting a 50% special defense boost for sand being active. And if you need a defense boost, you could just terrestrialize it and get the embody aspect to raise the defense. I didn't invest any defensive bulk into Ogerpon, but it can get a little bit more bulk from the sand and from the terror. Also, you can play around with Sturdy and Leech. What is it? Leechhorn. You get your Sturdy back depending on what you hit with Leechhorn. Leechhorn. So you got that. You got some good synergy with Follow Me in the sand. Might take some hits here and there. And then Spiky Shield. Just normal, just regular.
About a quarter of its HP, but is the Urshifu going to be able to hang on? Here comes Terra Starstorm. It will be dealing more than enough damage to this Urshifu, so that just one more hit will secure the knockout here. Yeah, there it is, down to 1 HP.
Yeah.
Now,
Marco, Marco is cooking.
Option, but I don't think it's going to cut the mustard here, trainers at EUIC in London.
Man said he got access to Aqua Jet, but I don't think it's going to cut the mustard. GG's. Good game.
It's going to be Marco Silva claiming the victory here in Game 1 of EUIC.
That's my boy Marco, man. That's Lance's favorite VGC player right there, man. He never disappoints. He always puts on a show. And usually, he uses the sun. He is a master of sun teams. That freaking combination of, like, what was it, Jumpluff and Charizard that he was using, it was nasty. It was freaky and nasty. Okay, so moving right along, what is the next match? Because I believe I've seen most of this one. I've never seen whatever this next match is. We got Luca versus Gabrielle. Let's see what we got here. Let's see how they moving. Okay, did it? Oh, they didn't. There we go.
By Latin players so far.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Just one of those players 2 years ago was a finalist here.
I was talking about Ogerpon earlier, and now you see there's the only other Ogerpon that people use. The Ogerpon with the Hearthflame mask. Interesting. So we got a Miraidon team with Choice Specs, Miraidon, Volt Switch, Electro Drift, Draco Meteor, Dazzling Gleam, Terra Fairy, nasty stuff. You got good old Furric Giraffe, who was non-existent in Regulation H, but has made, a roaring comeback here in Regulation G. Psychic, Foul Play, Helping Hand, Trick Room, with Electric Seed for the Miraidon. That's sick. Can't quite make out the Terra. That might be Terra Water. I don't know. We got a Whimsicott with Moonblast, Encore, Light Screen, Tailwind. Pretty standard. Terra Ghost. We got a Terra, what is that? Terra Water, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Mystic Water, U-Turn, Surging Strikes, Detect, Aqua Jet. The Ogerpon, another Ogerpon with Woodhammer. What is up with the wood hammering Ogerpons today? Nobody uses Horn Leech no more, but I get it though. You definitely want to do damage with this Ogerpon. I mean, a wood hammer from this Ogerpon with that ability active will just destroy anything. And then you got Iron Hands. Ooh, this is a nasty core. That Miraidon Iron Hands synergy is sick. And then you got the Furric Giraffe with the Electric Seed. This is a solid team. Assault vest, low kick, drain punch, heavy slam, fake out. Yeah. The only thing it's missing is a potential electric move. But I'm sure they have their reasons for like low kick. A lot of people try to use like wild charge. That seems to be the electric move of choice for Iron Hands. But there's other things that you can do. You can go for Supercell Slam if you're really, you know, feeling lucky. Or you can, I guess, Thunder Punch. Those are kind of like your only options.
Go one step further this weekend, but we're taking a quick look at the teams here.
Water
You might
Ogerpon
very
was
familiar
once
with
so
Livestream,
used. Now it's like
a lot of the
the
same
least
Pokemon that
used.
they had success with.
Let's just say Water Ogerpon and Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon switch places.
Nice to see. The big
That's all that
thing
happened.
here is that Urshifu's dropped close combat.
Basically,
So Luca run it well.
the Fire Mask Ogerpon is just, you know, nothing happened to him. He just like, hey, I'm where I've always been. But the Water and the Rock Ogerpon have literally switched places.
But I like the ability of not
Now the Water Ogerpon is on the bench, and the Rock Ogerpon, it's now the Rock Ogerpon's turn to shine.
And this is obviously a team he's so well versed with. He became a world champion
You
with
know.
the team, and a lot of trainers have been picking
Well, we
up
got
on
another
it.
team. We
Out
got
there in the field,
Gabrielle.
also a lot of
What the heck? It's Miraidon versus Miraidon. Whoa! The Miraidon is like the same. This Farig Giraffe is different. This Farig Giraffe, it's mostly the same. It has Electric Seed and Terra Water. Instead of Psychic, it has Psychic Noise, which I think is better, like utility-wise. Helping Hand, Trick Room, but instead of Foul Play, this one has Roar, which can be very strategic in certain situations. Yeah, I like that. You got a Rocky Helmet Incineroar, U-Turn, Flare Blitz, Knockoff, and Fake Out. Why not Assault Vest? Oh, you got Assault Vest on Iron Hands, that's why. Okay. Urshifu. These teams are very similar. You got Urshifu with Surging Strikes to tech, you know, same old Urshifu. I think it's Terra Poison. You got a Chenpao. So basically, instead of Heartflame Ogerpon, you have a Chenpao. Cool. Typical Stellar Terra, Focus Sash, Protect, Sucker Punch, Icicle Crash, Sacred Sword. And then you got Iron Hands over here. Only thing different from the other one is that instead of low kick, this one has close combat. I've never seen somebody rock an Iron Hands with close combat before.
teams will be prepared for it. Does Gabriel Agati
they must know what to do.
The team that can meet its match. He was a Miraidon player at the World Championships himself.
I guess electric moves are not in right now.
So he's going to be well versed in how this team functions. But
I haven't seen the Dialga Palkia in my play in Regulation G.
From single strike to rapid strike, maybe will be the adjustment he feels.
You probably won't see one.
We have now.
Yeah, I love the Chenpao adjustment.
There's just a lot of Pokemon out there that you'll probably see once in a blue moon. Like, sometimes you might see a Turnus on a ladder every now and then. You might bump into a Lunala team, a Turnus team. They pop up every once in a blue moon.
A lot more power to things like
you might, maybe, I don't know, if you're super lucky, maybe you might see somebody use Solgaleo or something. Probably not, though.
You've got nice support options as well to alleviate the...
Now, how surprised would you be if you saw a Mewtwo team? I think Mewtwo is probably the most underused, restricted in this format. Mewtwo's usage might be at 0.000.1. Or something like that.
So the fake outs are going to be able to go
or 0.00001.
That's going to be the key that's going to disrupt that strategy you kind of mentioned.
Ain't nobody using no Mewtwo's out there, man.
And the Iron Hands, for example, these all want to go for things like
save the Mewtwo's for the movies.
The priority is going to be slowed down, and I think that's going to be a unique and I think critical Pokemon choice for both our trainers to bring here.
Yeah, and the mind games are going to start straight off with Miraidon.
You got a physical Mewtwo build. What are you cooking?
Both sides of the field. Do you lock into
you got Psycho Cutter. What are you cooking over there, man?
One of those electric type attacks to kind of eke out what each other are going to do.
Well, the leads
what you cooking?
And the Urshifu that has taken Intimidate from Gabriel.
I'm gonna lock into this match.
And the Miraidon, the restricted is out.
Miraidon versus Miraidon.
Yeah, well, we've got nice options on the Whimsicott. It's got that tailwind, so you can get the speed.
Who you think gonna win this match?
In this match, if you want, if you're Luca, which is great, it's going to help you later on in this match. You've got the light screen as well. It's going to kind of get around the Miraidon. Big attacks there. We've already discussed there's no way to get rid of the terrain, so that hit on engine boost is going to be active.
I honestly have no clue who's going to win this one.
Pressuring down on the Urshifu. Of course, the Urshifu not really got ways to damage this Miraidon as long as it stays in its Dragon and Electric typing. It will resist those water type attacks, and the Urshifu is a bit threatened from that Surging Strikes. Maybe why we're seeing it switch off the field.
Yeah, so it wants to be able to come back and use its fake out.
Iron Hands.
Instead, it's going to be the Iron Hands that joins the field. The Quark Drive is going to be activated by the Electric Terrain in play, boosting the attack on that Iron Hands. Urshifu just going straight up for a detect here, not wanting to take any unnecessary electric type damage from the opposing Miraidon, as Whimsicott does what it does best.
Nice.
That tailwind button doubles up the speed on Luca's side of the field straight away. Miraidon was actually going for the Draco Meteor, and it falls into the detect here.
Yeah, the Draco Meteor. Now, I like this play a lot. The Protect allows you to kind of scout out what the Miraidon's doing, but a nice play as well from Gabriel, where you've got that you've got active fake out now. You have to be careful with the fake
why
out
the Draco Meteor?
Because it does have on-call, so can lock you into that and kind of shut you down for the rest of the turns that you're on the field for 3 to 4. So maybe you don't want to go for that. You've got the Quark Drive activated now, and this Urshifu sitting in a really awkward position. Do you switch it out? It might open the door for Gabriel to take a little bit of
not gonna lie.
This match. You see Luca
that locking in the Draco Meteor might have been a great move. I think he knows that his opponent doesn't have any switches in Draco Meteor, except for Whimsicott. But Whimsicott's on the field. Wait, what?
The opposing side, Miraidon's going to have to take strikes, but they're really not going to do too much damage. Reasonably well. A significant chunk of damage from the Moonblast coming through from the Whimsicott, but now it is Gabriel Agati's turn to turn up the heat. The Draco Meteor comes through, connects, one hit KO straight away, and Iron Hands has still yet to move and get its damage out on the field.
Yeah, and because you don't have the focus sash on
heavy slam
through the Mystic Water, it
bye-bye.
A little bit of a boost, but unfortunately not quite
double
enough.
KO
With that heavy slam, and it is going to be a 2-hit KO here for Gabriel, taking a dominant lead in this first game.
Wow, I mean, the two Pokemon were a little bit slower on there thanks to the tailwind, but it wasn't about speed, it was about damage in that turn. Luca does now have the utility to bring in Pokemon from the back and capitalize on the speed that Whimsicott was able to set up. Ogerpon and Miraidon now are in play to be able to get some significant damage on the field. Remember as well, the Ogerpon has the utility to go for that follow me and draw in all of those attacks.
Yeah, the other option that Luca has here is to lock in with the Terastallization, that fairy typing on the Miraidon.
Yeah, definitely nobody gonna be expecting that.
Complete immunity to the Draco.
Good on you for thinking up that build.
From Gabriel's side of the field, you might see that Miraidon switch out now. It has taken a special attack drop, and maybe you want to get something else in its place, or you could go for the Fairy Terastallization yourself. That is an option, but we're seeing Gabriel just play it calm and coolly, keeping it around for later on in this match.
Like to see this adjustment. Chien-Pao joins the field, like you said, resets the special attack drop that the Draco Meteor has given the Miraidon.
A double switch.
Be a double shake up here. I was thinking maybe Chien-Pao using Sword of Ruin could help out the Iron Hands, but instead Incineroar is going to join the fray. You don't have to worry about on-call for Whimsicott. You can throw the Intimidate down. That's only really going to affect the Ogerpon, but critically you now have Fake Out to play around with going into the next
We got a Terra coming in hot.
The choice spec, so you know it can't protect. It could be a very easy target for that.
It's the Miraidon.
It is going to be that Terastallization into the Fairy type. You now no longer take damage from Dragon type moves, as well as giving your Dazzling Gleam an extra boost too.
Yeah, which is going to really help out against this Chien-Pao that's just joined the field, and that's exactly what Luca's locked into. It's going to do some big damage here into this Pokemon, take it right down to the sash, and the Incineroar taking a massive amount of damage, around 50% there, and you've still got the Ogerpon ready to go, and it is going to be the Woodhammer, Lou.
Oh, it's not enough to be able to get the KO. If that had been on the Chien-Pao, for example, though, that would have been a knockout, but I really do think it now puts both these Pokemon in range to get picked up by another Dazzling Gleam. The speed advantage is on Luca's side. The Incineroar and the Chien-Pao are going to have to play very defensively if they want to be able to hang on here, but the Incineroar doesn't even have Protect.
No, it doesn't have Protect, and that's the big problem.
Ogerpon is going to use Follow Me.
Out this turn, so you could utilize that, which would be, you know, an
probably Follow Me.
But the Chien-Pao in that situation where Is it going to be able to get an attack off? Maybe if it can outspeed the Miraidon, but it will go down. The nice thing about this switch from Gabrielle is you know what's going to come out from this.
Or not.
We are seeing that fake out.
Yes, the Sucker Punch getting that priority to try and bypass the Tailwind. Does get good damage onto the Ogerpon, but it isn't enough to be able to get the knockout. So the Ivy Cudgel is going to come through, connect onto the Chien Pao and get the knockout here. But Gabrielle has a plethora of Pokemon in the back. You now have the utility to bring in your Iron Hands and apply fake out pressure once again. Tailwind has gone down now as well, so the speeds are going to be neutralized out here. This could be the opportunity for Miraidon on Gabrielle's side as well to try and get some damage here too. Yeah, but we are going to see that Iron Hands come in, and I think this is probably the right play because you've got another fake out where you can stop and slow down that Miraidon for at least one more turn. The Ogerpon is going to be left alone though. That's the problem. Where do you go for your fake out? It has to be into that Miraidon to stop that Dazzling Gleam to allow at least Incineroar to stay active, because you could almost parting shot into that Ogerpon, hoping that you see the Ogerpon go for the Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Hands to put it in range for that Dazzling Gleam, and then get your own Miraidon onto the field, and then in a position where you can maybe start to disrupt with those Electro Drifts. But you've got to be cautious because the electric terrain has not many turns left. It will run out if you get your timings wrong and you're relying on that Electro Drift and the electric terrain disappears. It's going to be a negative for both players, but probably more of a negative for Gabrielle in this situation. It's all about that ball position, slow and steady with these fake outs so that you can get your Miraidon back in with the electric terrain and play that.
Incineroar's gone. Wait, oh no, it took it!
Incineroar able to just hang on, go for that U-turn. It's a little bit of chip damage, but as you were saying, Lee, it's not about the damage here. It's all about the ball position for Gabrielle Agati. The issue is the only Pokemon in the back is going to be that Miraidon, so it's going to join the field now, and the electric terrain is currently still in play. Yeah, it's still in play for the moment. The Miraidon is nice and healthy from Gabrielle's side of the field, and it all comes down to which Miraidon is going to be faster than the other. We do see that electric terrain disappear now. It's not on the field. The Hadron Engine ability on the Miraidons on both sides not active, and the Iron Hands does lose his Quark Drive, so not going to be as effective. The Iron Hand's going to be susceptible to that Dazzling Gleam. The Miraidon currently in its base typing going to be susceptible to the Dazzling Gleam. The Ogerpon here is in that nice position where it does have Follow Me, but it probably would go down to any sort of attack coming out from the Miraidon. And we are seeing a little bit more of a switch up from Gabrielle. Yeah, but Electric Terrain looks like it's not going to be on the field though. The Miraidon is here to stay. Will be going for some damage in this turn as the Incineroar comes back into play. I think again it's just trying to weaken the damage that Ogerpon can deal with to follow up from the Miraidon once Luca goes for his attack, and then you possibly have the utility to get a fake out in the next turn. But if Dazzling Gleam is coming through from Miraidon on Luca's side, this is going to be able to do so much damage to that Incineroar, get the knockout, and still do a significant chunk to the opposing Miraidon here as well. It is running the choice specs. This is still going to hurt. Yeah, it's still going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be enough to pick up the Incineroar here, but not enough to get the Miraidon. And if the Miraidon can get rid of that Ogerpon with its own Dazzling Gleam here, chip down Lucas, it's going to be in a better position, especially with that support from the Iron Hands. But we're not seeing it, Lou. It is that Electro Drift. It's going to be a critical hit. Probably didn't matter in that situation, but is enough to take down that big threat in the Miraidon on Lucas' side. I like this choice by Gabrielle, going for the guaranteed knockout there. The extra damage, the extra oomph that the Miraidon is able to deal.
The Woodhammer.
Going to get KO'd by the Ogerpon in return, but you still have your Iron Hands in the back. You have the capability to go for that fake out and deal some damage. And because of all the Intimidates that have stacked down against this Ogerpon, I feel like Iron Hands can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Obviously, critical hits can still play a role in this game. They definitely can. And Ivy Cudgel, one of those moves that has that heightened critical hit rate. Is it going to be enough to get the Iron Hands? The Iron Hands, one of those Pokemon renowned for its defensive capabilities.
Spiky Shield.
Fake out here. It can't really do much else. You want to go for the fake out though, because if you do, then you're going to take damage from that Spiky Shield, which is inevitably going to come out from Lucas' side. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't go for it just to alleviate that turn. Even if a Drain Punch comes out, it's still going to make contact, still going to get that chip damage. So there's not really too many ways for the Iron Hands to get around that. And I think if you are Luca, you're relying then on that Ivy Cudgel to land a critical hit the turn after that. I think if you're Gabrielle, you need to alleviate as much damage as possible. Can you get around not hitting into the Ogerpon to activate that Spiky Shield recall damage this turn? Yes, and of course the Ogerpon is going to be faster as well, so you might be trying to think of some kind of mind game here. Could you maybe try and get some damage on the board? But like you said, go for the Spiky Shield. I see no reason for Gabrielle not to go for the fake out there either anyway. Yes, you'll take a little bit of recoil damage from the spikes that went up defensively on this Ogerpon, but I think you still have plenty of HP in the tank to be able to handle an Ivy Cudgel. The critical hit, however, will make it a little bit dicey, but I think Iron Hands can hang on. We're going to find out. The Ivy Cudgel.
Whoa!
Lucas steals the game from Gabrielle in this game one.
Oh my goodness, I am sorry, Iron Hands, that I, made that call, and Ogerpon able to get the victory. That's what makes a world champion at the end of the day. Oh my goodness, game one goes.
This is why I love watching VGC.
Oh, wow, that was close.
You never know. You just never know. You can never. You know what I mean? Forgot about that part. Whoa!
I'm sorry, my bad, my bad.
Apologize, but it is what happens.
You never know, man. You just never know, like what the win condition can be. His win condition was spiky shield and pray for a critical hit, and he got his win condition. Any other world, he loses this game. You gotta, Storm, you said it, sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit. Ain't that right, Splatnation? Sometimes you just gotta risk it for that biscuit, man. That biscuit with the extra butter and the jelly on it. Sometimes, man, you just gotta risk it for that, man. Life is built upon taking risks. Our society is built upon taking risks. And sometimes you gotta do what's best for you and go for yours. Go for broke. Sometimes you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta take a large swing. You might not connect, but what if you do connect?
But then again, it's still a Miraidon. It would have been in
You
that
never know.
game, dealing a huge amount of damage. By that time, single target as well to the Iron Hands. Yes, it has the Assault Vest, but it's
You
still going
never
to be
know,
dealing a
man.
significant amount of damage. And I feel like Gabriel played that well. He rolled the dice the way he needed to, but Luca had an ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace, and the ace is what turned the tables there. And I think when you look at that match from an overview, you saw such a dominant lead from Gabriel, and then that double switch kind of really lost him a lot of the momentum there, especially when Luca got
A lot going on Twitter.
and the Ogapon onto the field. It was like, well, you're 2 Pokemon against 4, it's not looking good for you, but the well-timed terrestrialization, the lock into Dazzling Gleam, and then the utility of that Ivy Cudgel just chipping things away, putting things in range. The Chen Pao, you feel like you want to get it onto the field fresh with that Focus Sash intact. I think the fact that, you know, Gabriel had to switch it in and take damage, and it was down to the Focus Sash straight away, it really limited what it was able to do.
Let's do it.
Be interesting to see any change-ups coming into this game too.
Well, Chen Pao's coming front and center in this
Okay.
match, and I quite like this.
Run it
He
back.
get the damage
Double
off
Miraidon
and,
lead.
Like you say, not use it for a defensive swing.
Does it change anything?
Necessary damage. Both restricted are on the field as well. It's
Are
gonna be
both matches
Miraidon
gonna
to
be
play.
this close?
You can just see hiding behind the Miraidon and Lucas side the Whimsicott once again to threaten that tailwind and that speed.
Yeah, I love this situation here.
I'm gonna head out for right now since I gotta do something, but I'll be back soon. All right, Storm. Take your time, man. Best of luck in whatever it is that you gotta do. Okay, Donkey Kong, welcome back, DK. DK says, I have a question on 14. What do you think about Pokemon Champions and Pokemon Legends EA? I mean, Legends EA looks interesting. I am super hyped for Pokemon Champions. I am so hyped, man. I can't wait to sink my teeth into it.
Moonblast double up into something like the Chen Pao to remove it straight away, but I think the Tailwind's so key here to just give Luca that little bit of a boost up into this turn 1.
Well, I think without terrestrialization, the Icicle Crash does threaten KOs on either side there. On Luca's side, so Luca, I believe it's Luca's one here, going straight away for this Terra Fairy Miraidon here. Able to apply a lot of pressure with the Dazzling Gleam. Whimsicott goes straight away for that Tailwind, doubles up the speed on Luca's side of the field. No messing around here in this game too. He wants to try and close up the set. And Miraidon doesn't he go for that Dazzling Gleam. There's no terrestrialization on the opposing Miraidon either. So this is going to do so much damage. Not enough to get the KO, but it is looking very dangerous for Gabriel.
Yeah, taking so much damage from the Miraidon there, unnecessarily really, with the Icicle Crash coming in. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but followed up by that Volt Switch, boosted by the terrain, and a really nice play from a situation that works. Dire, turning into a really positive one for Gabriel.
Even though there was the defensive terror in play, just by the pure damage of capabilities of both these Pokemon, they're able to get that damage out on the board, and I really like to see that. The Volt Switch as well, giving Gabriel the opportunity to start pivoting Pokemon once again, that we saw him do really well in Game 1. Iron Hand's now in play, can threaten something like a Fake Out into this next turn, obviously not into
welcome back, Chessman.
Like Cloak, but then maybe
I'm still here.
Like the Chen Pao is able to
watching some VGC.
You know, Luca has got that speed control now with the Tailwind for the next couple of turns, but you've got to say that the Chen Pao, next to that Iron Hands, you've got the Fake Out, so you can disrupt whatever you want on Luca's side this turn. You can maybe go for the Urshifu here, or go for that Whimsicott, prevent that Moonblast coming out, which is going to be enough to pick up the Chen Pao. You've got to be careful around the Aqua Jet though on the Urshifu, because it's going to be enough to pick up the Chen Pao down to that sash. So there's a little few kind of tweaks here. The Urshifu not in the safest situation, especially in front of the Iron Hands with that electric terrain active, and without the focus sash on Luca's side, it will go down to something like a wild charge if we do see that option coming out. It has got the yes, it has.
Yeah.
It has not got.
So what you up to, Chessman?
So that is something that, you know, if you are Luca, you're not going to have to worry about too much. So the Urshifu in a pretty decent commanding position.
Okay, then Whimsicott switches.
The Chen Pao has to deal with maybe a drain.
Oh, they go to Ogre Pond.
From the Iron Hands, but not in a position where it's going to get knocked out here.
Chen Pao once again is in a really difficult spot. It can only really go for the Sucker Punch. Like you mentioned, there's the Aqua Jet. You can't even protect against that thanks to Unseen Fist that would just bypass it and get the knockout. But instead, I really like this play, the U-turn. Luca now taking a leaf out of Gabriel's playbook and going for these kind of switching turns and these adaptations. The U-turn's really nice because it guarantees you the KO if Chen Pao stays in, and if Gabriel wanted to switch things up, well, you can then pivot and adjust to what the board position is that Gabriel has decided to go with. Whimsicott is able to join the field once again here as Iron Hands will go for the close combat into this very type. It's not very effective, but it still does a significant chunk of damage.
Yeah, the close combat there, and I really, like you say, a nice switch in to just keep that Urshifu really safe, because I think with how low health the Miraidon is on Gabriel's side, you want to preserve that for later on. You want to get it out of the fray of all of these fake outs, disruption that are coming in, especially from things like the Incineroar, the Iron Hands. It's currently out in the field. The Intimidate dropping onto the Ogre Pond's not ideal, of course. It's not going to be hitting as hard, but it's still going to be able to support the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott going to be able to get a Moonblast off into the Iron Hands. There's very limited options for Gabriel to switch here, because we know anything going out, the Miraidon's going to come in, and without crystallizing, then it's going to be weak to that Moonblast and in the range for it to be picked up. So are we going to see maybe a little bit of a play here from Luca where you go for that spiky shield just to alleviate that kind of incoming fake out from potentially the Incineroar to allow you just to get around the threat from the Iron Hands that could come out this turn, but you can't ignore the Whimsicott. You have got the heavy slam that could come out into that slot as well.
Well, the Moonblast does go through the close combat, obviously weakening the defenses on that Iron Hands as well, but it's not enough to be able to get the knockout against it. Iron Hands still going to be able to play in this turn. Incineroar this time going for the U-turn again, no KO, but a nullable position adjustment for Gabriel, able to now bring in the Miraidon from the back again and start applying some pressure into these next turns. You need to start getting some more damage on the board, particularly as the Tailwind turns are ticking away, and Whimsicott's still in play. It can get that set up again if you leave it on the field.
Yeah, that's it. And the close combat now coming out from the Iron Hands.
Ogre Papon is out of there.
With this electric terrain.
Yikes.
Get that revenge onto the Ogre Pond this time around it. You would say that's a really good play, because the Miraidon here in a situation where it's on the field, it's still going to be threatened because of the speed control that Luca has access to. The Urshifu now in a position where it can go for the Surgeon Strikes, it can go for the Aqua Jet into either one of these targets and pick up. And now the situation's changed a little bit where you've got the Incineroar on the back, but that again isn't going to want to switch in on either one of these slots on Gabriel's side because of the weakness that it's got to the Surgeon Strikes, to the Aqua Jet, and you want to try and mitigate as much damage as possible. And you need, I think, if you're Gabriel, you need to get rid of this Whimsicott as soon as possible.
Yes, the Whimsicott's very disruptive. Like you've mentioned, the Moonblast's going to be able to have a pick of KOs here, as well as just doing some decent damage into Incineroar in the back. But critically, if it hangs on, it's going to be able to get that Tailwind up again and give the Miraidon on Luca's side the edge. Iron Hands
okay, we got another switch.
Gabriel's side that we know the Incineroar's the only Pokemon that can come in here.
Yep, Incineroar.
Against the opposing Urshifu, as long as it doesn't go for those Surging Strikes with the guaranteed critical hits, that's going to be able to pick up a KO on that Miraidon. And obviously Incineroar being a fire type does not want to take those water damages either. The Moonblast giving it a little bit of extra damage here as the Surging Strikes comes through. It only takes one to fell the restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, taking full advantage of this Tailwind, still in effect getting the jump on that Miraidon. And yet the smarter play there, I think, not locking into the Aqua Jet. I think that's maybe what Gabriel was fishing for. The Aqua Jet coming out, you get the Intimidate onto it, and with the resistance, have you got enough to then take that attack to get something off, to get rid of the Whimsicott? If it was a Dazzling Gleam, it would have been able to remove both of these. Now the Iron Hands on the field, it does have access to that fake out, of course, but when you're looking at the Iron Hands, so low health, and this Incineroar as well, it's not looking good, especially you don't want to lock into fake out when you've got a kind of, if you can't get rid of the Whimsicott, because you've got that Encore that could lock you in for the rest of the game, and then it'd be easy for Luca to close this one out.
I wonder almost if the fake out could get the KO onto that opposing Whimsicott, and then you kind of just neutralize it there and then. But the issue is then you're leaving the Urshifu unchecked. It's going to be able to get some damage out on the board. But Incineroar able to go for the fake out. Oh, it's just a double fake out. Can it get the knockout?
Oh, Whimsicott.
So both fake outs in play. It's a really nice way to just stop Luca literally in his tracks in this match, and now it is this 2v1. We know, of course, that the Incineroar is going to be able to apply, you know, some decent damage into the opposing Urshifu, can chip away at it. Obviously, the Iron Hands can do as well, but the issue is Urshifu is so strong, and it's going to be fast.
Yeah, it's going to be faster than both of these targets on Gabriel's side of the field. It's going to be able to just pick off this Iron Hands quite easily now, because you don't really worry about the Flare Blitz, the knockoff, or the U-turn too much from the Incineroar. But we are going to see, in response to that, a terrestrialization from Gabriel's side, and it is going to be into the Incineroar, going to take away that water type weakness that it has into that ghost typing.
This can be nice, and yes, the move ball isn't the strongest, but even something like a knockoff, you can get rid of the Mystic Water, and then the water type attacks aren't dealing as much damage.
Oh, there goes Iron
unfortunately,
Hands.
is the first target, will be Feltis, so it really is all eyes on Incineroar, one of the titans of the competitive video game, to see if it can pull through here for Gabriel. The knockoff is going to come through. Decent
good solid
damage here,
knockoff.
removes the Mystic Water, but obviously we know that now the item's gone, knockoff can't deal that much damage going into the next turn.
Yeah, talking about items, the key item here with that terrestrialization is the Rocky Helmet on that Incineroar. So if we do see the Surging Strikes, it's probably going to be enough recoil damage with that to pick up the knockout on the Urshifu. And even if it's not, you've got a knockout to follow up on that. Are you going to be able to survive the 3 Surging Strikes?
Okay, the first one comes through, the second one's going to come through, and Incineroar's going to be able to hang on. I think it's going to be able to hang on from the 3rd Surging Strike, but can Urshifu hang on from the recoil? Luca's looking a little bit nervous here, connects through on the 3rd, and it will get the knockout.
Yeah, just was so well played.
The Rocky Helmet.
Had an end game in mind.
We got a tie.
Played it at the perfect time.
Okay, it's tiebreaker time.
Such a key and clever item.
Hey man, Rocky Helmet be coming in clutch, man. I've had plenty of times when my Rocky Helmet Corbinite did extreme deadly work with Rocky Helmet, to the point of just picking up massive KOs on massive Pokemon with just Rocky Helmet.
This is the thrilling action we want to bring you at EUIC.
It's a very good item, very underrated.
Yeah, this is so exciting.
I feel like not enough people use Rocky Helmet enough.
Exactly that going into this. Now going into game 3, I think it's been fast-paced all the way through and really kind of just getting damage onto the field as soon as possible. The one thing that you could say about Luca is
I'm gonna be right back.
when it came into play quite a lot in that first game, and Gabriel was
You still lurking, Lena? Wait, Lena, ain't you at work?
Something that Gabriel
you get something to drink.
The same way, because I think the one thing is that the Pokemon on Gabriel's side are trained so well. You can see the Miraidon being able to take that Dazzling Gleam from the terrestrialized Miraidon on Luca's side was really key here, allowing it to get that Volt Switch up, pick up the knockout on the bottom Miraidon, and keep it for later on in this batch. But then the Incineroar and the Iron Hands pivoting out and in so well here, just to get rid and pick off those key remaining players on Luca's side.
Yes, and having that double fake out at the end as well did just give him that kind of one ticket to get rid of the Whimsicott and then start piloting out the end game that Gabriel needed to even out the score here. I think the Chien Pao has come both games. It's been underwhelming in certain ways, but at the same time, the fact that its presence has been on there, that you have to double into it because of that focus sash, it means it actually takes up some of Luca's resources in order to deal with it. And we have to admit that the Icicle Crash did a significant chunk into the opposing Miraidon, and if maybe it finds its mark on the Whimsicott, you could remove that pesky Pokemon from play even earlier in a game 3, so you really don't have to deal with the threat of the Moonblast or of the Encore as well, that you can see Gabriel playing hesitantly around when it comes to that fake out.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the one thing, if you are Luca, do you look at Gabriel's setup and say, is Farigiraf an option to bring here because of the reliance on the fake out? And maybe you catch him out, keep the Farigiraf in the back, and you can bring it in the right time. It could be the difference between tipping this match in your favor or not. But we are into game 3, Lou. We are seeing a little bit of a change up on Gabriel's side.
Yes, can the world's winning team hold its nerve in this new meta? Fantastic to be able to see Whimsicott and Miraidon out front and center once again with Chien Pao and Incineroar in play.
Yeah, you can keep the Chien Pao pretty safe this turn with a fake out, but like we said, you've got to worry about the Farigiraf in the back. If the Farigiraf's there, you've got the option to switch out that Whimsicott, bring it in, get around the fake out that's incoming, and get some big damage onto something like the Chien Pao. Taking it down to Sash is key, so maybe we see something like that, but it's whether or not Lucas brought that to this battle. Maybe we just see it tried and tested. Dazzling Gleam, Terrestrialization, get that damage onto both these targets. We've seen the damage from that boosted Terrestrialized Dazzling Gleam before. It does a lot to that Incineroar, and it's definitely going to take that Chien Pao down to its stash. Is the Whimsicott just going to go for the Tailwind again?
I mean, it's got to be tempting when you're down against two Dark-type Pokemon. Yes, Incineroar's got the Fire-type to kind of balance it out in the face of the Fairy damage, but we've seen how much it can deal. Whimsicott, once again, clicking the Tailwind button, getting the speed up, and the momentum building on Luca's side. The Dazzling Gleam will come through. We know this will shoot right down to the Focus Sash on this Chien-Pao, and Incineroar's going to have to take 50% here as well. Another one of those is going to put it in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, really big hits here. The Chien-Pao going to be able to move now. Icicle Crash does land and get some really key damage onto the Miraidon. Unlike the situation before, not going to be able to get the double up into the Miraidon, but the Incineroar playing it safe, turning out, keeping it around for later, and allowing Gabrielle to get something back onto the field, maybe a little bit more healthy in the situation. But Luca got that Tailwind up. It's so key for them now because the Chien-Pao down to that Sash, the Whimsicott's going to be able to pick it up with a Moonblast if you want. And I think the fake out there would have been an option because, you know, with Incineroar being a Dog type, you're not susceptible to that Encore. You're immune to it because of the Prankster ability onto Dog types. So you did have that play, but obviously Gabrielle has a game plan in mind, wanting to get that just chip damage onto the Miraidon because it's key to get rid of that as soon as possible. We are seeing the Iron Hands make its way onto the field now.
And it looked like a very similar run back of that game too as well, with the Tailwind and the Dazzling Gleam, the damage coming through from the Icicle Crash, and then a pivot. Last time it was the Miraidon with the Volt Switch, this time it's been the U-turn on the Incineroar. And we've got the Iron Hands joining the field now. Iron Hands will be susceptible to something like an Encore here, but we know that it can deal a significant chunk of damage with the Heavy Slam, for example, into that Whimsicott. That could be a way to try and deal with that pesky Pokemon. It's running the Assault Vest as well, so it can take some of these special attacks, but I don't think it can take a double up.
No, it's definitely not going to take a double up, and the Heavy Slam into either the Miraidon or the Whimsicott's going to do a significant amount of damage against both these Fairy types. Unfortunately, the Sucker Punch is your option if you're keeping the Chien-Pao in the field just to get some damage off. Not really going to be that effective, but it might be key damage into that Miraidon that you know is going to have to attack if it stays on the field with that Dazzling Gleam.
I'm back.
Gabrielle wants to preserve it for later on in this match.
Yeah, interesting.
How's work?
The only Pokemon that the Sword of Ruin ability can really help out is that Iron Hands, and it's not going to be able to have that by its side. Instead, the Intimidating Incineroar coming into the field again. Intimidate not really working here against these special attackers. The Fake Out does come through into Miraidon them and slow it down, so no Dazzling Gleam coming through. The Moonblast will connect onto Incineroar, able to take that reasonably well. But now Iron Hands has to watch out because the Encore could come its way. But if it does, then Whimsicott is not attacking.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. If you do see the Encore come out, you're not taking any damage. That's a plus for Gabrielle. And you've got that Fake Out now with the Incineroar into the Miraidon to slow it down and also chip it down a little bit further to maybe put it in range for that Sucker Punch.
Yo, Lance, you still here? Fine, eating my lunch. What you over there eating?
Out from the Whimsicott this turn, maybe it gives you an opening to get the Iron Hands off the field, get that Chien-Pao back into play.
I like this play as well. Luca kind of thinking, hey, probably the Iron Hands is going to leave the field. I can utilize this opportunity, not waste a turn with Encore, and bring in my Urshifu, a Pokemon that can apply a lot of pressure into that opposing Incineroar, and it gets in unintimidated as well. Chien-Pao joins the field. This is actually a delight for that Urshifu.
Yeah, it is really. It's looking.
Hey!
That we get the fake
Enjoy your Chipotle, man.
Because
I love me some Chipotle. What you getting? What you eating? You eating the burrito? Or you eating the bowl?
You have the Tailwind, so you will be able to supersede the Sucker Punch in this situation, get rid of that Chien-Pao, and allow your Miraidon to get that Dazzling Gleam off into the Incineroar, which we know will be enough, especially single target, to pick up that Pokemon.
It is coming right down to the wire here in this game 3 of Swiss round 2. The Urshifu, as you said, able to apply pressure with that.
What you got in there? You got some steak in there?
Trying to get the damage out on the board. Chien-Pao not falling for it though, wants to be able to stay in the field a little bit later on, and we're going to see the Iron Hands rejoin once again. A Pokemon that's going to be able to take that Aqua Jet with so much more resilience.
Oh, some chicken.
The problem is switching in on an incoming Dazzling Gleam.
Nice.
It's not going to be something that the Iron Hand wants to deal with, but it is going to be one of the better options I think that Gabrielle's got in the back. We are seeing the Incineroar also switch out. This is questionable because the Miraidon coming in, it hasn't terrestrialized, is going to be weak to that Dazzling Gleam. The Aqua Jet coming out, not doing too much damage, but followed up by this Miraidon and the Dazzling Gleam. Let's see the damage. We've seen the Miraidon take it once before, but how much do this Iron Hand?
Oh!
Huge knockout onto the Miraidon, falling a fray for Gabrielle, losing his restricted from this game 3.
That is not how Gabrielle wanted that turn to play out. Dazzling Gleam, Destructive Gleam instead, able to get the knockout.
Ouchies.
As Chien-Pao can return to the field. Oh my goodness, I mean Chien-Pao, yes, able to now go for that Sucker Punch again, but you have to contend once again with the Aquajet. It just really feels like Luca's in the driving seat. That gave him so much momentum in the match.
Yeah, so much momentum there, and it's really took a turn for the worse for Gabriel in a situation where their Pokemon now are really hanging by a thread. And Luca's got the option here, if they want to just switch out. They got 2 Pokemon in the back that can switch in, just get themselves into a better position if not feeling like it now. Ooh, big critical hit coming out from that fake out.
Ooh.
There's a lot of damage stacked there, though. You've got the Quark Drive attack boost, you've got the Sword of Ruin on the field. You're able to deal a significant chunk to that opposing Urshifu, but obviously you can't use Fake Out again once you're on the field. And you do manage to get the Mirai on the belt here. That Sucker Punch is able to clean up, but Luca still has 3 Pokemon, 1 yet to be revealed in this match as well. So that's something Gabriel has to contend with, considering he's only got these 3 pivotal Pokemon, you know, that can rotate in, can do some damage. The Whimsicott, when it comes back in, you need to find a way to slow it down, otherwise Tailwind is going to go up, and it's still got full HP here, Lee.
Yeah, it has, and this is the problem. The Whimsicott coming in now for Gabriel, it's got that Encore, so can lock that Iron Hands into the Fake Out, really kind of just decommission it for the next few turns. The other thing is, with the Aquajet in play, you're kind of forced with your Chen Pao to go for the Sucker Punch, which is not going to be super effective into either the Urshifu or that Whimsicott. Is that what Luca brings onto the field? It might look like Luca opting for the Ogerpon. No, just going to be the Whimsicott. And then if you do want to preserve that Chen Pao, you switch it into the Incineroars. Well, that's not going to want to take an Aquajet either, so you're really in a locked situation. A lot to do for Gabriel, looking good for Luca at this stage in the match.
And the thing is, you can threaten the Encore, but you really don't need to go with it as the Whimsicott. You don't worry about a Sucker Punch coming through. It's not going to give you the knockout, so you can go for a Moonblast, pick your target, and get a knockout here from that Whimsicott.
Yeah, really good call there. You don't need to. You've got the pressure to. It might force a switch in this situation, which makes it even worse for Gabriel, but the threat of it probably is enough just to allow
I like to get the burritos.
In this situation.
I usually get steak, chicken,
getting taken down to Sash.
and
situation earlier in this game is just limited,
you know, kind of the works.
To really utilize its big, powerful
a little bit of everything
in the Icicle Crash.
It's had a lot more longevity than games 1 and 2, but the issue you've also got when Sword of Ruin's on the field is you're boosting up the physical damage of
black beans, white rice,
Aquajet,
you know.
yes, it was only on 1 HP, able to get the KO, but it could have still then made things a bit more detrimental for that Iron Hands. Whimsicott, however, I think is able to clean that up, get the KO with the Moonblast, and now it is just Incineroar once again. And we have seen Incineroar be incredible in this match, but that was against just the opposing Urshifu. Now there's 3 Pokemon on Luca's side.
Yeah, and now you have to bring it in a situation where the Ogerpon's in the back, so you can't drop an Intimidate onto it. And it's looking bleak here because the Surgeons...
Have you tried the Carne Asada?
Going to take the knockout from the recall.
You need to try that Carne Asada.
The match locked in. And
Luca!
Our winner of round 2 here at the European
Okay, Luca!
Hey, he's the reigning world
champion. It's Luca, but not Doncic. Good game. Okay. Wait, what? Chazindra? Who is that? I said, I know I pressed a button. Paul Chua. Oh, you know Paul gets busy. You know,
so well versed with the team, knows everything
that's my guy, Paul Chua. One of the greatest VGC players to ever do it. Bestie! What's up? I didn't expect you to join. Welcome in. How's it going? Are you feeling any better? Yeah, Bestie in the chat now. I did a reaction to the direct, but it didn't go the presentation. Sorry, it's not a direct. I gotta remember that. But I did a reaction that didn't go the way I wanted it to go. So I just kind of did another stream afterwards to discuss everything and just do all things Pokemon. I tried to watch. I tried to stream Pokemon Concierge since they have it on their YouTube channel now, but Lena told me that they shut down another YouTuber stream for trying to do that. But so I was like, you know what? Maybe it's not a good idea to do that. You say I don't know, maybe. Yeah, try that carne asada. Trust me, next time you get Chipotle, ask for carne asada. Still a bit burnt out, but I'm getting there slowly. Did you see the presentation? Okay, so Paul Chua has Cali Ice, typical Cali Ice set, Clear Amulet, Glacial Lance, High Horsepower, Trick Room, Protect. I believe that's Terra Water. You got Amoongus, Terra Water as well. Covert Cloak, Amoongus, Spore, Rage Powder, Pollen Puff, and Clear Smog. I wonder what the Clear Smog's for. Incineroar. This seems to be the general Incineroar sets that most people run now. Fake Out, Will-O-Wisp, Knockoff, and Parting Shot. And Knockoff is usually like the only damaging move besides like Fake Out. Terra Ghost, Safety Goggles, pretty much the general standard right now. Mystic Water Urshifu. Oh, this is interesting. This is also Terra Water, but this Urshifu does not have any fighting moves that do damage. It has Surging Strike, Aqua Jet, Taunt, and Detect. So just straight water. Straight water damage. But I like the utility of Taunt. Taunt was a big reason why my boy Justin Tang defeated Dawei in the last tournament. I only saw the last 20 to 30 minutes, but the ZA part was so cool. Yeah, man. You know that Pokemon Concierge is getting a season 2? And we are so back. You know that we got 7-star Meowscarada, a 7-star Meowscarada raid tomorrow? And y'all better get y'all Pokemon in order and stop messing around. I'll be telling y'all, get your stuff together. Landorus with Landorus Incarnate, Terra Ghost, Choice Scarf, Earth Power, Sandsear Storm, Sludge Bomb, U-Turn. Don't usually see them rock U-Turn. And we got an Assault Vest, Raging Bolt, Terra Fairy. It has Thunderclap, Draco Meteor, Thunderbolt, and Snarl. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. His team, like, what can I say about Paul? Like, he's one of the best VGC players in the world. Like, he knows his team. Like, he's gonna use what he feels. These are just solid mods all around. You got strong damage, you got strong utility. Hey, thank you so much for the dono. Let's go. We got a big dono hike from Lydia. Thank you, bestie. Appreciate you, man. Bless you, man, and get well soon, bestie. I hate to hear you sick. I wonder if we'll be able to explore the rest of Kalos. I'm pretty sure we will. I think that Lumino City or whatever it's called, they don't want to show a lot in this first trailer, so they're just going to show like just one city. I'm sure that once you get out of Lumino City, I think Lumino City is just like a hub area, like where you start, and then once you go from there, you're going to go to all these other amazing places. That's what I think. So yeah, you're going to definitely, come on, like look how many places we visited in Legends Arceus. We done went to the freaking the mountains. We went to the damn Arctic. We was in the we was at the beach. We was in the plains. We was what was the other place? The marsh, like the swamp. We done went to all these places, man. Also, I beg we get the Kalos starters, please. Kalos starters. Kalos. Probably will, because we got the Sinnoh starters in Legends Arceus. That was Piplup, Chimchar, and Turtwig. So some way, somehow, I'm pretty sure we'll get the Kalos starters.
As well to face down against someone that he knows your team well, but whether the adjustments and how you have specifically trained your Pokemon will come through. Taking a little bit of a deeper dive, I like a lot of the utility on here. You've got a lot of offensive pressure with that Landorus. You also get the speed advantage with that Choice Scarf, and you can deal a significant amount of damage thanks to Sheer Force with moves like the Earth Power or the Sandsear Storm.
Of course, you've got a lot of support as well there with this Raging Bolt having access to...
I got my money on Paul. I didn't even see his opponent's team, but I got my money on Paul. Paul Chua does not make mistakes. If Paul Chua is going to lose a match, it's not because he made a mistake. It's because his opponent's team was generally just better than his team. That's the only way he loses. He will not make one mistake.
If we take a look at his opponent, the formidable Juan Salerno, bringing a very different team to what he
What start? I haven't really thought about it. I don't really feel anything for all three of them. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't. You know, when I was talking about it in my discussions. When I saw Legends Arceus, I saw a Cyndaquil, and my favorite Pokemon is Typhlosion. So I immediately, it was like, it's a no-brainer. Of course I'm going to choose Typhlosion. But for this one, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, you got Chikorita, you got Totodile. I kind of like Totodile, sort of. And you got Tempig. Maybe Totodile, maybe? I don't know. I would love to use Greninja on my team. Oh, I know how much you want that Froakie so you can evolve it into Greninja. I know. What starter are you going to be choosing, Bestie?
And running the classic. I love this. The classic Fire Water Grass Core with the Incineroar, the Urshifu, and the Rillaboom.
You know what isn't classic though, Lou? This Calyrex Shadow Rider going full in on being able to beat the mirror.
I just realized I didn't talk about this guy's team. So Juan, nasty. Oh, that's nasty, Juan. You got Terra Normal Calyrex for the mirror mode. So if you go up against a Cali Shadow, you're gonna have an advantage. It has Protect, Life Orb, Psyshock, Astral Barrage, and Nasty Plot. This Amoonguss is more offensive. You got a Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, Terra Water is still, Spore, Rage Powder, Protect, but Sludge Bomb. No freaking Pollen Puff. Wasn't this the Amoonguss that won like a? It was not a world tournament, was it? I think it was a world tournament. There was like an all-offensive Amoonguss. It was a very important tournament that like Sludge Bomb Amoonguss won. It might have been Wolf using it. I don't remember. Incineroar. This is the other variant of Incineroar, the one that actually has Flare Blitz to do some damage. Fake Out, Knock Off, Parting Shot, Flare Blitz. Terra Ghost, Safety Goggles. You got typical Urshifu here. Terra Water, Surging Strikes. Close Combat. This one has a fighting move. Close Combat. Aqua Jet, Detect. Mystic Water. We got Chien-Pao down there doing, Chien-Pao things. Stellar Terra. Focus Ash, Ice Spinner, Protect, Sucker Punch, Sacred Sword. Can't go wrong there. And then you got... This is basically just vanilla Rillaboom. I prefer to see my Rillabooms with high horsepower. That's just me. But this is like the more old school, traditional Rillabooms before the ones with high horsepower started to, become meta. So you got Assault Vest, Wood Hammer, Grassy Glide, Fake Out, and U-Turn. Not bad, not bad. But I'm going with Paul. I think Paul's gonna get him. I don't think Paul is gonna just sweep him and destroy him. No, but I think it's gonna be a slow, grinded out match because that's kind of Paul's style. And well, and he's gonna win. Totodile. I find Tempig adorable, but I'm not a fan of Emboar. Well, maybe you'll be a fan of his new evolution.
Which could be making a difference.
Maybe.
I think the Iceman is really great.
I'm curious to see what this new Meganium is going to be like, because Meganium, it needs an alternative form. It needs a new evolution. I must admit, I hate that it became the worst starter. Like it's been memed and ridiculed and disrespected so much for years. It's like, oh, Meganium, it sucks. It's the worst starter ever. It stinks. Now, I think Meganium is finally going to have its time to shine. Meganium is the one that's going to be getting the last laugh. I think I'm going to pick Totodile too. Ooh. Good old Crocodile. Okay, yo, we got another match. My music! I love this music.
Running that clear amulet item as well, meaning it's not going to have to take anything from this Intimidate. It's been really the item that I think has brought Calyrex Ice Rider to the forefront here.
Hell yeah, bestie. Okay, so you got the horse on the field. You got to protect that horse. What's Paul going to do with the horse? The Incineroar switched.
Looks like Paul is not falling for that fake out gambit this turn.
I like this adaptation here. You've got your
The horse is going to terrestrialize?
And then you can just bring out your Incineroar to intimidate and fake out later on. The terrestrialization is going to be
water horse.
So it's going to become that water type as well. This is a really nice defensive play. Gives it a lot of utility against Pokemon like the Incineroar as well. Isn't going to take so much damage from a fake out or a knockoff. Instead, it's just going to fake out straight down into it. Surging Strike is going to connect now into
good switch, good switch.
That's a really nice adaptation for that Incineroar. I think it was wise for it to get out of there, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, it's a really positive switch there as well for Paul. Not just being a great defensive switch in, but Raging Bolt is actively putting pressure onto Juan's Urshifu. So again, we need to go back to the drawing board here. That Urshifu on Juan's side of the field, it doesn't have a focus sash, so a Thunderclap going into it may be enough to pick up the KO. Not that likely because it's the Raging Bolt's carrying an Assault Vest, but definitely more damage than Juan probably wants to take. But I like this Terra Water on the Calyrex from...
Why is this music so immaculate? Oh my god, bro. This is the music when you face the, what's his name? The guy? The robot guy?
Well, no Thunderclap coming through. Instead, the Urshifu's going to go for these Surging Strikes into the opposing Calyrex. Yes, it's not a huge amount of damage, but it might be setting it up to be able to be...
He uses the Paradox Pokemon against you, right?
It's decent. It just keeps it in the back. Looks like the Raging Bolt, however, says, I don't need the priority. I'm just going to go for the full out.
Yeah, that Urshifu's out of there.
One hit KO. Urshifu is out of there.
Boom!
And that's a big KO there for Paul. It really does stop Juan from being able to switch around a lot.
No more clear amulets.
Knocking off the clear amulet, so Intimidate will be working. Parting Shot will now be working.
Hey, that Glacial Lance did decent damage.
Single target, so doing a little bit more damage to the Incineroar, but also
yes. That's the one, bestie.
A good reason why Juan probably didn't want to switch the Urshifu out in that position.
I was about to say as well, it's nice to see this Calyrex. So we often see now running this kind of hybrid variant where it can work well in Trick Room or in faster paced matches. You know, not going for the Trick Room, but now that you've got the Calyrex on the opposing side that loves to be in that fast environment, it might make you question, does Paul want to try and switch things up, go for a Trick Room, and just try and get the speed on his side? But then you could give that Calyrex a utility to go for a nasty plot, and you definitely don't want that.
Or just an attack at this point. You know, looking at the Calyrex going for the Terra Water, it does seem like an odd choice to go for the Surging Strikes into it, but it does open the door for Calyrex Shadow Rider to be able to maybe knock out this Calyrex Ice Rider even without a type advantage.
Just playing defensively here, Juan wanting to keep the restricted nice and cozy on the field for now. Incineroar just running rampant with these knockoffs, is able to remove that Assault Vest, leaving it more vulnerable to the Astral Barrage special attacks that can come through from the Calyrex in the following turns. Again, no Trick Room coming through, just another Glacial Lance, no damage on that Calyrex, of course, thanks to the Protect, but another little bit of significant chip into that Incineroar.
This is really tit for tat at the moment. I think, like, we saw this in round one as well, where Calyrex delaying its Trick Room and trying to get the most advantage, chip away at your opponent, make sure that when you get into Trick Room, those 4 turns...
We got horses! The horses are colliding! Hold on, man!
Makes it enough to pick up the KO here.
yes, that damage and removing the Assault Vest was detrimental for the Raging Bolt. The Calyrex still able to hang on, though.
But
after the knockoff.
Not after that. I was about to say the
whoops.
strikes weren't quite enough, but the knockoff is able to...
You whoops.
Wow.
One horse felled another horse.
And didn't even get the opportunity to get
horse on horse action, man. This is crazy, man. This is outrageous.
Over its opponent. The Incineroar now on Paul's side is going to make a lovely return to the field.
The stronger horse is the black horse.
The issue you have to contend with is the ferocity of those Astral Barrages. They're going to be able to, I think, get some...
The water horse couldn't cut it.
Landorus, for example, two-hit KO. The Incineroar is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Not gonna lie, Paul is in a tough spot.
You know, the important thing to remember is this: Landorus is
Paul is in a tough spot.
Will be able to land an attack onto the Calyrex before it's able to go.
I think Paul might have made some miscalculations. I said he never makes mistakes, but I don't know. Is this all part of his plan? Ah, no! The Sand Seer missed somebody.
The Calyrex is going to be able to take that pretty well. The Amoonguss jumps out the way. Coming down.
I think Landorus is dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
GG's.
Yes, GG's, man.
Speedier, but it wasn't able to take that damage from the Astral Barrage at +1, and now Grimnay is going to enable it to be at
GG's.
+2. And even though you're against the Incineroar,
Have a good one.
Type, the combination of this
Get home safe.
being able to apply a lot of support.
Oh, well, at least check out the Cali.
You've got something like the Incineroar. If you put the Incineroar
But wait, hold on, wait a minute.
goggles, you're then going to be in a position where you can start whittling.
Who's his other Pokemon?
Now, Incineroar and Amoonguss versus Incineroar. This is not the end game that we see all the time. But of course, all of these Incineroars are a little...
Oh, yeah, because
you've
doing
got
a job.
extra pollen puff ability from Amoonguss and no Flare Blitz on either Incineroar here. The Amoonguss is pretty safe. It can just pollen puff up recovery. So Juan putting himself into a really nice position here. Sorry, correction there. Thank you, Lou. The Flare Blitz is on Juan's side as well.
But I think where the Flare Blitz needed to be was on Paul's side, like you were saying, because that's where you're going to deal the damage out, right? Will-O-Wisp isn't going to cut it. The timer, you don't have the time to be able to go for that. And Juan, I think, really showing the capabilities of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and being able to take down a version of his own team in style to win game one. But hey, Pokemon trainers, we play a best-of-3 set. Paul Chua still played it incredibly well, being able to utilize the offensive pressure of his own Calyrex. My issue was he wasn't able to get KOs with it, so that Trilling Nade didn't start stacking up.
I think that's the thing here in terms of overall strategy. Paul had a really good start to the game, getting the knockout on that Urshifu, getting a bit of damage onto the Incineroar with Glacial Lance, all really good parts of Paul's game plan. I think where it was started to struggle is that there was that opportunity for Paul to get a Trick Room and try to take advantage of it, and he just didn't press the button on that one opportunity.
Come on, Paul.
You saw the effect of that. The Calyrex Shadow Rider was in a good situation. The Assault Vest was knocked off the Raging Bolt.
Bestie, what do you think about the 7-star Terror Raids from Meowscarada, Quaquaval, and Skeledirge?
It was still enough to put a lot of pressure on.
Again, they started around too quick.
The little superstar for me on Juan's side was that Incineroar with
We got the black horse versus the white horse.
Calyrex version of the Shadow
Which horse is superior?
Ice Rider and the intimidating Incineroar on Paul's side. So almost a mirror if you squint hard enough.
That Astral Barrage was insane. Facts.
That's true. In team sheet name alone, it kind of works out. But the Intimidate's coming down, not really going to be of any effect other than to the Incineroars here.
And the Calyrex Shadow Rider is, of course, putting on a lot more pressure to the Calyrex Ice Rider than the Ice Rider is to the Shadow Rider.
True.
But the Ice Rider can just go for the Terror again and just start trying to get that Trick Room up. It may not be effective this turn because there's an Incineroar fake out on the field, but we haven't seen these Incineroar interact properly because Paul switched his out turn 1 of last game.
We got
so we don't know.
a shiny Terror.
Paul's Incineroar is able to fake out
the black horse has gone normal.
Yeah, it's a nice way as well going for that Terror normal to avoid taking super effective damage.
The horses are transforming! This is freaking crazy, man.
Or even be in a position to try and set up a nasty plot because as a ghost type previously, hit it with the fake out, unlike the Calyrex Ice Rider. Instead, straight on the offensive, Astral Barrage is going to come through, significant damage onto both of them, but no risk for KO yet.
Not just yet, but we're getting closer to those KOs coming.
Okay, no Life Orb. The Life Orb is gone.
Shadow Rider, and that's big because the Astral Barrage didn't quite do 50%. Now the Life Orb has gotten knocked off. Terra Normal stops it getting KO'd, so that's tick number 1 for Juan. But the downside is that once you don't have the life orb anymore, the combination of damage that needs to go onto the Calyrex is heightened because you need the Incineroar to kind of make up the slack a little bit. And if this Ice Rider from Paul is able to hold out the turn, gets into Trick Room, or even just goes for a Glacial Lance, with the Calyrex at the range it is, might be enough to pick up a KO here. It could be getting dicey.
That horse is sure angry at that other horse. Oh. No more clear amulet.
It does remove the clear amulet, so
Parting shot.
Go for some parting shots and some intimidates later on, as demonstrated here by Incineroar on Paul's side. A really nice ball position adjustment here. Could we be seeing something like the Trick Room come through and Paul adjusting accordingly?
It definitely could be. We'll have to see what... Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Paul switching in the Amoonguss here is a little... Amoonguss is never humble.
It's never humble.
Never humble.
Oh.
Switching in the Amoonguss.
Oh, here we go! Trick Room!
Paul is a little bit more on the front foot. Yes, Calyrex had to take a lot of damage to get into this position, but the advantage of the position is now that Calyrex hasn't got item anymore, Knockoff is not going to be doing that much damage. There's of course Pollen Puff.
Hey, Pollen Puff! Okay, Paul, you cooking?
Cover that Calyrex up, so it's like, well, yeah, I took a lot of damage to get into Trick Room, but now I'm in Trick Room, I can just snowball with the Calyrex and make sure it's healthy.
Amoonguss has to watch out though. It can go for a sport into only the Calyrex here. The safety goggles are on that opposing Incineroar.
Oh!
Horsepower does a huge amount of damage. That's one way to bypass it, because I was going to say the Flare Blitz on the Incineroar could be applying a lot of pressure, but the Intimidate will have paid off a little bit there. Parting shot, however, now that the clear amulet has gone, is able to connect, is able to weaken that Calyrex a little bit more. Even if Amoonguss could give it a little bit more HP, it cannot boost its attack stat up by itself.
It's going to get a lot more HP, and I think this is the disadvantage of playing Flare Blitz over Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp would have been a really nice move to have for Juan in this particular board state, but because he's running the Flare Blitz, not quite having the same opportunities as he would otherwise. But what that does open the door for, if you don't have a burnt Calyrex opposite you, maybe you can go for a Spore instead.
That's the thing, you can't run multiple status conditions, and Amoonguss being one of the perfect Pokemon we see on teams when they need a Trick Room counter, a Trick Room answer, and that's exactly what Fan has got here. The little Amoonguss with the Rocky Helmet, very traditional form here in play, and it can now start applying pressure with the Spores into the Calyrex as well. Obviously you can't Spore the Incineroar with the safety goggles or the opposing Amoonguss, but that pressure,
the horse retreats,
support as well is now something that Fan can utilize.
I think you're going to have a good time with this turn, Lou. It's like, there's one cat coming in. I've got a sneaking suspicion there's going to be another safety goggles cat coming in for Juan this turn.
That would be pretty adorable, but not...
Nope.
All right,
maybe it's waiting in the wings, maybe waiting in the wings. But
ooh, what a Paul! What a turn for Paul!
However, the Spore on the Amoonguss is able to connect.
Nice!
Just a correction, the Amoonguss on Juan's side isn't running that Pollen Puff, so there isn't that health regenerating support. Instead, it's got a little offensive ticket up its sleeve with something like the Sludge Bomb, but I don't think that's going to come into utility here.
No, and now Paul has got the opportunity to sort of recover all the HP that he's lost by getting into Trick Room. It does kind of call into question, like, how many Trick Rooms is Paul going to need to go for in this match to be able to do the requisite damage? But as you say, the Sludge Bomb coming out there is going to give Calyrex Shadow Rider a little bit less health to work with.
I think as well the Calyrex has to watch itself here. It doesn't, you know, it is asleep. It's just going to have to go through all these turns, and you're going to be hit by the parting shots. It's going to keep lowering your special attack time and time again. Also, now that it's the normal type, when
this is Paul's game.
Again, you can still hit it with something like a fake out.
This is how he likes to play.
Obviously, on Juan's side, you want to try and bypass as many of these Trick Room turns as possible, and Paul needs to actually kind of get a move on here and get some damage, get some KOs before those Trick Room turns expire.
And especially when you bring your Calyrex in, you've kind of always got to be thinking in Trick Room, well, do I have to get it straight back out? But here it is, one turn wake there on the Calyrex. It burnt its mandatory turn of sleep by going after the Amoonguss, going for the Spore. That's one of the advantages of fast Pokemon in Trick Room in front of an Amoonguss. You always have to play that gambit a little bit. But now the Nasty Plot goes up, takes it up to +1 special attack. And that's probably going to put this Calyrex in KO range unless the Amoonguss can help it out a little bit.
I mean, we saw how devastating a +1 Astral Barrage was in the previous game here. The Amoonguss is just going to actually leave the field on Juan's side. I feel like it's not able to provide the support because you can't redirect away the opposing Amoonguss, for example, and it's a double target attack with the Glacial Lances coming through. So nice to be able to bring in the Intimidate. You don't have that Clear Amulet on there anymore. You can maybe weaken some of these Glacial Lances that will come its way, but it really
Incineroar again.
Calyrex is able to protect, stall out some of these Trick Room turns, and then able to unleash these Astral Barrages.
Yeah, that is really the name of the game.
Slow the game down, Paul. Slow the game down.
Until the end. That's why Calyrex is protecting itself. It's just one turn away, I think. I've lost a little bit of count here, Lou, but it's either this turn or the end of next turn that the Trick Room is going to expire. We'll have to keep an eye out. There we go. Yeah.
This turn, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was that.
Yes.
You're looking very confident there, Lou.
Yeah, I'm bad at maths. I cannot be relied on. But there we go. We got our confirmation. It was almost like the answer to your question was ready. And now that we're in this environment, this is exactly what the Calyrex wants to do. You've got the fake out. You can stop the Incineroar from going for any damage here, as the +1 Astral Barrage will connect on both of Paul Chewer's Pokemon here. The Amoonguss having been given a little bit of damage from that slow down is not enough to be able to get the knockout. It's going to go straight back to sleep, Ben.
That's a big miss on the KO there on the Amoonguss, and this is why Life Orb is so important on the Calyrex. This is why trainers have been opting for it. It just takes those big moves over the edge. Stacking up the multipliers. I'm not going to get too far into the bass here, Lou, but it is stacking up the multipliers, and that really does add a lot to the damage that it can do. Yeah, really unfortunate there for Juan. I think you played it really well. The one thing I was going to call out there is that it could have been a Psyshock, though.
That's true, and that would have been absolutely devastating into the opposing Amoonguss. But no, instead trying to go for that double split damage at +1. You've got to be feeling confident. You needed that Life Orb, or maybe the +2 if you hadn't taken the parting shot. Speaking of parting shot, that's exactly what Incineroar on Juan's side is going to do. I feel like it's not really utilized into Amoonguss necessarily, but critically it's just about getting off the field, bringing your Intimidate and Fake Out later on, and bringing your own regenerated Amoonguss to the field instead.
Parting shot going into the Calyrex.
He is screaming obscenities at the horse.
Special attack. Right now, but that's not going to be so relevant. Incineroar is going to get on out of there and bring.
I can only imagine what Incineroar was saying.
To set up this position where the Trick Room can show up yet again. Calyrex, of course, now has burnt its mandatory turn of sleep, so Juan has the opportunity to go for a move next turn and be able to wake up, but it's absolutely not guaranteed.
Particularly that Amoonguss isn't going to appreciate taking any of the ice type damage, and the detrimental HP remains.
I see Paul going for the damage now.
Vulnerable spot too.
And the knockoff on the Clear Amulet earlier in the game, both of these restricted have.
He said, "I gotta get the hell out of here."
And we can see the effect of that because Amoonguss is getting on out of there. It definitely doesn't want to be on the pointy end of those glacial lances. And Intimidate coming in from Incineroar and making sure that the Calyrex is just kept a little bit under wraps while Juan's Calyrex is waiting to wake up.
Yeah, I think that Intimidate is really, really important. But the Clear Smoke coming through.
Oh! Oh!
That Intimidate drop.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's a genius. He clear smogged himself to reverse the Intimidate. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before. I mean, you could. I've thought about it at the time, like, hey, you know, you could use it on yourself if you need to, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that. Holy smokes!
Damage, but who cares? You got Pollen Puff to get it back later. The Glacial Lance will KO.
Whoa!
Will KO, do a lot of damage, but not get 2 knockouts. Oh my goodness, Ben!
That's like 2 1 HP Pokemon. Like Juan's training their Pokemon so perfectly.
Man.
But Paul is taking
What a
such good
game.
advantage of it. And even if the Calyrex wakes up this turn, it's not going to be able to get the KO on the Calyrex with Astral Barrage. It's certainly not going to get it on Amoonguss because Amoonguss is getting on out of there, getting some Regenerator, and allowing it to come in later down the line with a little bit more health. Incineroar coming in for that Intimidate, as it likes to do here, and slowing the pace of game down. Calyrex playing it safe, going for the Protect. Paul setting up that fake-out Trick Room potential.
Will it wake up though? Is the Calyrex going to be able to wake up and get some damage out on the board here?
No, it won't.
Still going to be taking a turn of sleep. I like the
This is no time to be sleeping, horse.
You've got to heal yourself sometimes as well as helping out your friends. But critically now you have the fake out back on the field. So even if there is a wake up here, you can get the damage down.
And I think I really like the way that both of these players are playing their Calyrexes. They're like not quite getting KOs. It's like typically you're like, well, yeah, I want my Calyrex.
Come on, Paul.
KO, so it gets a boost so I can get steamrolled. But I think what both of these players are doing, and what Paul is doing particularly well, is just stopping his Pokemon being just in KO range. Yeah. And this is what the story of this match is. They're both getting quite close to it, but
woke up.
Managing to convert.
Going straight for a defensive play here to protect on that Calyrex, allowing Juan to reassess. You've switched in that Urshifu now that can apply a lot of good pressure. Yes, you're hit with the parting shots, but we know that those surging strikes come through with the critical.
He's screaming obscenities at the bear now.
The opposing Incineroar later.
By the way, how's my audio? Is my audio still good? Y'all can hear me like all right out there?
Is going to give the Urshifu a hard time.
Passing shot, a reactionary move.
He cursed out the bear.
To switch in before you get an opportunity to
oh,
decide
Glacial Lance.
what you're going to do. Just a Glacial Lance coming out from this Calyrex, and it is going to put
All
a little bit of extra
good.
to Urshifu. But now the Raging Bolt,
A Raging Bolt
coming in, is going to put a lot of pressure on Juan to be able to go for Thunderclaps into the Calyrex. If Paul wants to go for that, that can be blocked by a nasty plot or another defensive play. But also that Urshifu going for an attack isn't free by any stretch of the imagination.
I feel like as well the Urshifu, you'd almost be tempted to go for close combat into the Calyrex, but you have taken that Intimidate, and close combat will not be a guaranteed critical hit, so it may not be able to get the KO onto that opposing.
Double protect!
The double protect comes through. This is kind of what you need when you're facing down against a Thunderclap on this Pokemon, but instead it went into the Urshifu. Absolutely fantastic play. Paul calling the protect or a switch.
He called his bluff.
Thunderclap would be better served going into the water type next to it.
Holy smokes.
One of my favorite things about watching Paul play, he's always able to make those calls at the right time.
Yes, he does. Yes, exactly. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Look at that horse. Remember, that horse was almost dead. Remember, early on, the horse was on red, and now the horse is all the way on green. And the other horse is on red now.
To be honest, I really want
this
to
is
see
crazy.
the Shiny Rider starting to go here. I really want to see these Astral Barrages come through. You've switched out here. I mean, it has gone. Okay, fair play. But Incineroar now coming in, shaking up the ball position.
Oh, the Draco missed.
And the Draco Media here as Calyrex can follow up with
it might not matter.
He's going to be able to get the KO onto the Incineroar. Significant chunk of damage into the Amoonguss. This will give the Chilling Nade boost to that Calyrex, and now the Calyrex on one side is going to be forced to come back in. But this I quite like this. The Amoonguss can redirect in Thunderclaps. That makes it a little bit safer.
Spore.
But can it get the damage off? That's the question.
Well, I think this is a really good setup for Juan to be able to get the Calyrex back in and get it going. Yeah. It's on low health, and now I think Juan's going to
just use Snarl. Just use Snarl. All you have to do is use Snarl.
The thing that's a little bit difficult when you're playing against this Assault Vest Raging Bolt.
Exactly, Snarl.
It has spread damage. It can't be.
The tables are turning a little bit.
While the Calyrex has to play defensively on Juan's side a little bit, it does give Calyrex on Paul's side a little bit more of an opportunity to wake up.
That's the thing, it can't be redirected, but it can be put to sleep. So possibly if you want to go for a Protect and Spore here, you can try and neutralize the threat of that Raging Bolt. As you mentioned, the knockoff there isn't a knockoff on that Raging Bolt, so it is going to have that Assault Vest in play. But actually a defensive play coming through from the Amoonguss here on one side. As the nasty plot comes through.
What a call!
Wow, banking everything onto this Calyrex.
And let's see if Paul has been able to punish that. It is the Snarl coming out, not 100% accurate.
Oh, the seconds are ticking by.
Oh!
That is a sigh of relief.
What the hell?
Still in the game here.
Now you get to redirect from the Thunderclap, but Paul has been ahead of the game here, bringing in the fake out and going for the Snarl. Gives well, if it doesn't quite go right this time, I've got next time to be able to try to take advantage of.
Oh my gosh.
Just protected itself, so you can use that fake out to suppress the Calyrex while you go for a second Draco Meteor onto the Amoonguss slot. There's no Pokemon in the back. The Amoonguss is here to stay on the field, and so Juan has to get another set of things in his favor. He's got the double protect on the Amoonguss.
What is happening?
What
is happening? Yo, he refuses to relent. He is not trying to go down. Yo, he is hanging on at the edge of the cliff. Oh my gosh, man, this is crazy. He's fighting for his life out here.
And so the Rage Powder and Astral Barrage, I think, is kind of the only play that Juan has in this.
What is going on? Oh my god. Wait a minute. No. There it is! Game over. GG's.
But I have to say, even at +2, I was expecting more than that.
Yeah, I think this is the Life Orb going away. Juan definitely needed the Life Orb to be gone to be able to have an end game in that scenario. Knockoff here.
Got him.
From the Incineroar going into the Amoonguss, and it is Paul that is taking us to a game 3.
Game 3.
I love it. Game 3. It's the Pokemon
Jeez, I gotta give credit to his opponent, man. This dude won, man. This dude, he should have been lost. I don't know how he hung in there so long. Like he was just finding cracks in the wall and just he was just finding ways to just extend the game. He was fighting, man. You never know, man. If he would have got a crit, that changes everything. He got really close. And it looked like the battle was over. Welcome back, Chespin. Yeah, man.
One switch up that Juan had in that match is that they brought their Calyrex Shadow Rider in the early game rather than kind of in the mid game. And so that allowed
Storm.
to go off. It
Welcome back.
Early. It forced these Astral Barrages to be in a position where they're just not quite getting there. Or at least the Astral Barrage and a combination of other attacks from its partner. So I think that's like, for me, that's the adaptation for
the Incineroar cursed at the horse.
With the Life Orb, it's a little bit of a better spot.
I feel like Knockoff kind of was the story here, particularly in Game 1 as well. The knockoff into the Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt meant that it went down.
I feel like the Incineroar said something to the effects of, "Screw you and the horse that you rode in on." What do you think? What do you think, chat? When he used Parting Shot on the horse. I think he said something like that.
I think we might do. I think we might do. I think both of these players aren't afraid to try something different. We've had two, as you said, different types of games. We had a sprint and a marathon. Yeah. Maybe this is going to be like a healthy job. Hill climb, I like that.
Hill climb, you know.
Hill climb, yeah.
Yep.
I like a jog more though. I'm gonna hope for that a little bit. If I climb a hill, I won't make it back.
Okay. We got horses again. We got opposing horses. The white horse versus the black horse. Once again, let's do this.
Worth noting for all our trainers at home.
Will the horses transform on turn number 1 again?
Whatsoever. This is a Game 3.
Bestie, are you calling a double horse transformation on the first turn? Oh, we already got one. We got confirmation that one horse is going to transform.
They know that maybe like the Astral Barrage wasn't necessarily the play where a side shot could have maybe knocked out that Amoonguss and changed the
Let's see.
There's
Let's
a lot
see.
of information that isn't shown on our open team lists that these players will be thinking about right now.
And that's what makes a champion at the end of the day, the information you can learn from the game and then what you decide to do with it, whether there are certain speed interactions in play that need to be had. I would really like to see Paul try and get the Trick Room up again. I think it gave him an advantage over the opposing Calyrex.
Here we go.
As long as it doesn't get that nasty plot up and start steamrolling through your team, you do get some momentum. Not surprised to see the Terrestrialization.
Wait a minute. Only one horse? There's only one horse terrestrializing?
But no terrestrialization from the Calyrex.
Not right now.
Oh.
It's going to keep its kind of current form as the Astral Barrage will come through though. It's going straight onto the offensive. It is going to be able to get a significant chunk of damage, but again, no risk of KO now thanks to that terrestrialization on Calyrex Ice Rider.
I like that adaptation for Juan as well, going for the fake out into the Incineroar instead and not having to burn your Terra first turn and not go for the Terra normal because it's like, it's not really that effective in this particular matchup for Juan. And so it's like, well, the Incineroar is actually the threat. I can take a Glacial Lance from Calyrex. If a Trick Room goes up, maybe you have to adjust and think about how the way that you're playing that. But certainly on turn 1, you can just go for a little bit of damage, and that's what these trainers have done. Now that the Glacial Lance has come off the Calyrex and there isn't a Trick Room, it does give the opportunity for that Astral Barrage knockoff play that didn't quite make it in Game 2.
But could it make it in Game 3? The Astral Barrage is coming through. It is going to be a Protect, however, onto that Calyrex. So no Trick Room, no damage coming through. But Incineroar is going to have to bear the brunt of this Astral Barrage. Not very effective, but I think another one with a little bit of chip from the opposing Incineroar is going to be able to put it into that knockout range.
Nope.
Once again, the double going down into a Protect, not going to be dealing any damage. But you had a really good call there with the play that was coming through. The knockout
RIP the horse. We lost a black horse. It didn't transform. And now it's gone.
I think this is the story of, look, it's not all about the restricted Pokemon all the time. Yes, that is a big detriment to Juan, but there's got to be something going on in the back here for him to be able to allow that Calyrex to go down. Yeah, you can say that maybe there's a parting shot prediction in front of an Incineroar. That's a pretty common thing to be able to do. But after that more slow-paced game 2. I think like
He's taking his time.
pretty telegraphed that
He's
both
making his
teams
list and
that
he's checking
will
it
go a little bit
twice.
more on the offensive, so they don't have to
He's
play
taking his
that
time.
tit for tat.
Okay, here we go. Who he sending out?
Lots of different turns where
Urshifu. All right, we got the Urshifu in the field.
Exactly, and it really comes down to the damage calculations at that point. Every little bit of damage starts stacking up, and it can sometimes be out of your control how that mathematics is going to play out. You can see Paul here trying to make an adaptation, maybe bringing in that Raging Bolt from the back a bit earlier here. You don't even have to worry about taking Astral Barrages with your Assault Vest anymore because that Pokemon has gone down, but you have to watch out for these knockoffs coming your way because you still don't want to have to take that damage. You don't want to necessarily lose your item.
Double switch.
For Paul, so a double switch. We don't see that too often. Not often that
Amoonguss.
there's little enough offensive pressure on your opposing side of the field to be able to allow that. But it's
The mushroom eats.
Amoonguss taking a massive close combat here. Urshifu's going to have its defense and special defense dropped because of that move.
The mushroom continues to eat.
The fact that it has that regenerator ability and can able to switch out and then regain that HP that it just lost later on does mean that this turn was a very nice one here for Paul. You were able to preserve your Calyrex that it seems to be Juan is really lasering down on at the moment, wants to make sure that that restricted gets out of here before it can get those chilling Nay boosts. Amoonguss now on the field, maybe going to try and turn something like a bit of sleep onto the opposing Urshifu. It can easily take another close combat, for example.
My question is,
You still have your appetite, bestie?
game plan for being able to knock out this Raging Bolt, because at the moment there's a
Mr. N has sent you some mushroom soup.
does want to go for a but it's hard when you've got Incineroar and Amoonguss switching around to be able to find the space to be able to close combat that.
The mushroom retreats.
Or having it redirected.
I mean, we don't see double switches all the time. We see a rotation between Amoonguss and Incineroar pretty regularly here in the competitive Pokemon
never
game.
seen that before.
Never? Oh, where have you been, Benjamin? But it's true. There's such a good
Close
utility
combat.
to have that Fake Out and Regenerator combination. You can see the close combats coming through from this.
ate that.
It's just not dealing enough damage. The Raging Bot able to take this so
Draco.
well. This time,
I think you're
going
gone.
with the Draco Media,
Yes,
not with
sir.
the Thunderbolt, instead just getting the damage down onto this Urshifu and remove it from
I
play.
think Juan is cooked.
Meteor is enough to pick up the KO
I
there.
told you, man. Paul.
Switching. Flare
Paul
the adaptation from Juan.
rarely ever makes mistakes. I wouldn't say he don't ever make mistakes, but rarely ever makes mistakes. GG's. All you got is a Amoonguss and a Incineroar.
Onto the Urshifu is not going to take as much damage.
Nice to see the Flare
I
Blitz
think
come
that's a
out though, and
GG.
Incineroar trying to showcase its offensive capabilities too. The Amoonguss on the opposing side though, this is going to be the Pokemon that's hard to get from.
Yep.
You know,
Yes, sir. The writing was on the wall.
but Paul is able to still close out the game and get the victory.
Let's go, Paul.
What a great victory as well. Juan Salerno.
Hell yeah. Great game to both competitors. Listen, man. Juan and game 2. Oh my goodness. He was absolutely just fighting to hang on by a thread any way that he could, man. So give it up to him because I thought that match was over and he just refused. He just wouldn't go down. Literally like hanging off the side of the cliff with one finger. Like how? How is this guy not done yet? GG's. Great game, man. You love to see it. You really do. Let's see. So we just looked at Paul, right? The next match is David and Victor. What they got going on here? David and Victor. What y'all got? What Pokemon y'all moving with? I'm curious. Are we gonna see more horses? Hey, man. Oh my gosh! It's the return of the horse! It's the horse, but he has new friends. Oh wow, we have another horse. Hey, technically, we got a horse and a giraffe. So you got the same exact Cali Ice. But you have Regieleki. Here's a Pokemon nobody really uses. Hey, I respect your originality. Focus Sash, Thunderbolt, Electro Web, Volt Switch. It's all about that electricity. But I hope you don't go up against a ground type. We got Farig Giraffe. This is Psychic, Foul Play, Helping Hand, Trick Room. Pretty standard. Is that Terra? That's not Terra Water. Looks to me like Terra Steel. That might be Terra Steel. Safety goggles, you know, my Farig Giraffe, one of the first Farig Giraffes out there rocking the safety goggles, you know, don't forget that. We got Urshifu, Terra Water, it looks like. Yeah, Terra Water. Pretty much the same one as the other ones. Mystic Water, Surging Strike, Close Combat, Aqua Jet Detect. We got my man with the mask. You got Cornerstone, Ogerpon. This one has Power Whip? Man, dude, people want these Ogerpons to put people away. Ivy Kudzu, Power Whip, Follow Me, as well as Spiky Shield. And we got Landorus Incarnate with Poison. This is like the more traditional one right here. It has Poison Terror with Sludge Bomb. It has Sandseer Storm, Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, Protect with the Life Orb. It's going to be, you know, it's going to do what you think it's going to do. It's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Yo! My guy, Sergeant Stick! Welcome, man. What it do? What it do, Stick, man? How's it going? I'm glad that you could join us, man. Yo, Stick, did you see the Pokemon presentation? Oh, man, I got some great news, Splatnation. It seems that we've eclipsed the 15-like threshold. Splatnation, if you guys enjoying the content, man, you would like to see more in the future from M14, the one and the only. Let me see the hashtag 15 like hype in the chat, y'all. Let's get it.
It is a beautiful bundle, isn't it?
It's a lovely Pokemon.
It's a lovely. But I think Landorus is going to be really key for Victor in this particular matchup. It's like one of the Pokemon that really does put a lot of pressure onto Zamazenta.
Yeah, man.
So something that maybe we'll have to check back in on as this match progresses. But we've seen a little bit of a hint at what Victor's running. We don't get.
Thank you, Chespin. Thank you, Bestie. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Sergeant Stick. You guys are awesome, man. Oh, hey, we don't have another horse, but we have a dog. We got Zamazenta rocking, looks like Terra Ghost, Protect, Wide Guard, Behemoth Bash, and Body Press. Nothing wrong there. We got the offensive Amoonguss, Terra Water, Rocky Helmet, Protect, Rage Powder, Spore, and Sludge Bomb. We have a Chi-Yu Fluttermane combination is scary. You got a Chi-Yu with Choice Scarf, Terra Ghost as well. It has Snarl, Dark Pulse, Heat Wave, Overheat, pretty much standard for Chi-Yus. We have a Fluttermane with Booster Energy. I'm imagining there's probably Booster Speed if it has Icy Wind. And it's Terra Grass. Interesting, too. Oh, probably for Spores. It has Taunt, Icy Wind, Shadow Ball, Moonblast. We got the Ogerpon. Hey, man. Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask is everywhere. This is the fourth that I've seen in this tournament alone. And I think I've only seen Hearthflame, the Fire Mask, once. We have never seen Wellspring Mask, the Water one, and I don't think we will. And nobody ever uses base Ogerpon, like the Grass one. Never see that. Let's see. You know, it has the same stuff. Pretty much another Power Whip user, Ivy Kudzu Power Whip, Follow Me, Spiky Shield. And we got Chenpao, that's Terra Ghost. Jeez, man, like half of your team is Terra Ghost. So, yeah. Actually, that first Terra, like, look where my mouse is. This isn't Terra Ghost. I'm not sure what Terra that is. Is that dark? Because I'm looking at Ghost and I'm looking at this. They don't match. I don't know what this is. But you got Terra Ghost, Chenpao, Focus Sash, Protect, Sucker Punch, Crunch, Ice Spinner, pretty much, you know, standard. I haven't seen all of it yet, but I'm on right now, so I'm going to watch the rest soon. So, yeah, I'm just dropping by to say, hey, I'll be back when my shift is done. Man, you have a good shift at work, man. Don't work yourself too hard. Appreciate you stopping by and showing support,
Yeah, you've
man.
already called it out.
And enjoy the rest of the
Ultimate
presentation when you
to
do see it.
support that Zamazenta, and it offers another mode to the Zamazenta.
All
team.
right.
We normally see that
Let's get ready for more DGC action.
to kind of clear pave a way almost for the Zamazenta to come in late game and kind of be the cleanup crew. You do look at Victor's side of the field and think, what have you got to contain that Flutterman and the Chi-Yu? Is your Regieleki going to be able to outspeed the booster energy Flutterman? Probably not.
Ooh, Bestie, I have a quote for you. I want to see if you can guess who said this quote, Bestie.
Especially boosted by that Beads of Ruin, and then
the quote is,
enough to be able to deal with that Chi-Yu.
I'll warn you, if you bare your fangs towards the innocent, I'll see your bones turn to ash with my bright red sword.
Especially with the Terra Ghost as well.
Yeah.
Chi-Yu and Fluttermane are going to be able.
Who does that sound like, Bestie? Hey, Kimberly, welcome in. What's up, Kimberly? How's it going?
Takes away the fast mode, but then it sort of leans.
Did you watch the Pokemon Presents?
Having to use the tools like Wide Guard on Zamazenta and Amoonguss a little bit more readily, because the Chi-Yu Fluttermane being as fast as they likely are is probably going to lead Victor down the Trick Room road and try to take advantage.
Oh, you need to check that out, man. We got some new Pokemon content coming. A lot of good Pokemon things. Very good presentation.
Yeah, in particular with Davide, you got two of those Ruin legendary Pokemon.
All right.
And that Chen Pao, both with those Ruin abilities that are going to benefit Victor if they're on the field, depending on what Victor decides to bring. Obviously, the Chen Pao, the Calyrex.
Thank you for the hearts. Appreciate it.
Enjoy that being on the field to boost those Glacial Lances. Yeah. The same can be said of Chi-Yu's there, and Landorus is opted for Victor.
And that's going to be a question as well, is like, these trainers are going to have to be really careful about.
Okay, here we go. It's time.
Like we're getting into this game one, Lee. Let's go. Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Calyrex out there for Victor, Zamazenta, and Fluttermane.
We got a dog versus a horse.
Yeah, we've got some nice leads here for both trainers. We've got the Zamazenta immediately putting on a lot of pressure with that body press. It is going to get the Dauntless Shield boost there, giving it a defense, making it a little bit more stable on the field. And with that Wide Guard as well, it really detracts the use of something like that Glacial Lance to better deal with the Fluttermane in this immediate presence. The Cornerstone Ogerpon, though, can't be underestimated here, because that Ivy Cudgel probably will be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Fluttermane, depending how it's been.
It probably will.
To get the most out of that Fluttermane, can you utilize something like Icy Wind here?
Spiky Shield.
We're just going to see that Spiky Shield.
Ogerpon definitely not going bonk mode at the start of this game.
That's not going to feel pleasant.
No terrestrialization coming out, and the Shadow Ball going straight into the Calyrex body press follow-up.
Wow!
To pick up the KO there.
We have lost the horse on turn one. Holy smokes!
Huge call, like you say, Ben. I mean, the one thing that you don't want to do.
The only thing that happened on this turn was that we lost a horse.
That is so unfortunate for Victor.
Wow.
Really uphill climb. The Lander is coming onto the field, Ben. What does it offer? Does it cause?
Did you hear the good news about my cat? What happened with your cat?
The Terra Poison is definitely something that both of these players are going to have to consider here, because if this Landorus with the Life Orb is able to connect to Sandsear Storm or an Earth.
Well, you said you found your cat, right?
Davide has Wide Guard on the field, so you've got to commit if you're Victor into the single target attack or the spread attack. And if you're Davide, well, do you just waste a Wide Guard into an Earth Power, or do you go for a Wide Guard to try and catch Sandsear?
You got a Terra Dragon. That's what it was. What's up, Tyler? Welcome in. We got a Terra Dragon. Oh, we got matching Terras.
Another terrestrialization from Victor, feeling at a loss after taking
Terra Poison Landorus.
That turn one, it is that Poison Terra typing from the Landorus. It is going to be able to put on a lot of pressure. The mind games are coming into play. Do you go for the Sandsear Storm or the single attack?
Oh, double Spiky Shield. It failed.
Is going to be susceptible to this Icy Wind, as is the Landorus. That's going to put Ogerpon and Landorus going to be slower than the Zamazenta on Davide's side.
Yeah, we are going to see that body.
Bye-bye, Ogerpon.
That slot now, knowing that it protected the turn before and taking another.
Yo, Victor's getting smoked out here.
The Lander is still able to go for an attack. It is at Sandsear Storm.
But somebody missed.
Into the Fluttermane, unfortunately, but does connect with the Zamazenta, doing some considerable damage. Taking a
yeah, he's getting absolutely
that
cooked.
Dragon Terror was absolutely crucial there, and really good information for both of our trainers, whether they knew or not. The
there goes Regieleki.
boost and the sheer force boost on the Landorus is enough to knock out the Zamazenta if it doesn't go for its Dragon-type Terastallization. So that's a really key bit of strategy for these two players. But Davide seems to have the real advantage here. Even if Regieleki's coming in, as you mentioned earlier, Lee, it's going to likely be slower than the booster energy speed on Fluttermane. It's going to have to maybe take an attack from the Zamazenta afterwards, but maybe the Regieleki would be able to outspeed the Zamazenta and get its own Electro Web off before the Zamazenta is able to act. It's a really difficult call to make.
Yeah, big difficult call, but because of that,
the dog protects itself.
Davide's Zamazenta not want to contend with a potential Electro Web this turn. Icy Wind in response from that Fluttermane, going to lower the speed on that Regieleki and the Landorus even further. In response, we are seeing that Electro Web rightly protected the Zamazenta this turn, not wanting to contend with that. Fluttermane is going to take a bit of chip damage for that, drop its speed, and followed up by an Earth Power, which is enough.
Fluttermane's out of there. Woo!
The critical hit as
nice.
Well, Victor carving their way a little bit closer into getting back on track. 3 Pokemon to 2. Let's not forget that there are 2
Oh, they're going to Chen Pao.
There for Davide, and now it is the time to bring out the Chen Pao. After the Icy Wind has gone off on the Fluttermane, Chen Pao is likely going to be able to outspeed that Regieleki.
Bessie said, I returned to a massacre.
Because it's carrying the focus.
Thank you, Kimberly. And that's good that your cat returned home. I'm glad that you got your cat back. Where did it go?
Yeah, in response,
Crunch. Yeah, Regieleki's gone. I just got done reacting to Splatoon SFM Love War. Wait, what's that, Tyler? GG's. Goodbye. Goodbye, Victor. You're out of there.
Can we just spend a moment talking about that third one?
That turn 1 was crazy.
That's absolutely an insane
Ouchies.
to go for. It's like, well, if you double target into the Calyrex there, the Ogerpon can just follow me. The Calyrex gets to do something, whether it's going for a Trick Room, whether it's going for a Glacial Lance. But the fact that Victor went for the Protect onto, or the
Victor got smoked
onto the Ogerpon just gave Davide that opening. And when you lose your restricted Pokemon turn 1 for free, you can have as many game plans as you like, but you're definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you don't want to do. I mean, we outlined it during the game. I mean, it's very risky from Victor to go for this play, kind of thinking that maybe the double up's coming into the Cornerstone because of that sturdy ability, but you're so far behind after that it's such a high risk, high reward kind of play, you know? You're hoping for the Shadow Ball, the body press to go into that Ogerpon, but Davide just not falling for it and getting the call completely right and capitalizing on it and not letting up that pressure from that point on. And I think that's what really
it was locked up in someone's shed. I was very worried that time. Oh, that's a very mischievous cat.
In that situation where you
how did it get into that shed?
A double down. It made it worse going into that turn 2 where you were in that position where now, okay, well, we're just back to the same choice for Davide where I'm not gonna.
Is this next game going to be another slaughter?
Yeah, right, I'm going to go into this one, and it's just a clean 1-2. Buckle my shoe. Here we are going into game 2, and I'm 1 up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the mind game's going into this game too, because I've got no doubt that there's going to be some. Well, maybe there is going to be an adaptation here. There's that. Well, does there have to be? There's that mind game. It's like, well, sometimes you do the same thing twice, even though it looked really bad. And you make the call.
Now, shout out to the 18 viewers.
They're never going to do that again, are they?
You guys are all awesome, man.
And then, I mean, yeah, you've got a knowing smile there, Lee.
Yeah.
That's definitely something that's happened to both of us in competition over the years.
You guys are Splatnation's finest.
Those hard mind games that these top trainers have to be playing against, and I think it's the calls that you have to make, and I've got to give some credits for Victor going for that sort of more risky play.
It's very brave.
Okay, here we go. Round 2.
Got to pull out all of the stops, but here we are.
The dog versus the horse once again.
Different lead coming out from Victor, Calyrex and Urshifu, but the same lead from Davide in Zamazenta.
No Cornerstone Ogerpon this time.
Yeah, Davide is sticking with the tried and tested pairing from that game 1. The booster energy activating on that Fluttermane, giving the speed boost. And, you know, I don't mind this. Why would you change it up if you were Davide? I think it worked game 1. The problem is now that you don't have that redirect.
All right, Lena, take your time. Tell Emily I said hello.
Redirect both those single target attacks away
and do her work in school.
unfortunately, you don't have that option here.
We'll do our schoolwork.
As well as really sitting duck now from that Fluttermane, which pressures with the Moonblast into that slot. It doesn't have a focus sash, so it really has to be careful here. And yeah, if you can get a Surging Strikes off, then you are going to be able to do some impactful damage, maybe pick up a knockout into the Fluttermane. But again, if you leave that Calyrex and just vulnerable, it is going to be susceptible to getting knocked out. This
could be happening again here. Detect coming out from the Urshifu.
Taunt
coming out from the Fluttermane, stopping any sort of Trick Room shenanigans happening this turn. Body press the follow-up into the Calyrex, so Davide setting up the Calyrex to be able to be double targeted next turn as a Glacial
Oh my
Lance
goodness.
Not enough to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane.
Well, that was a different first turn.
Probably prepared for the Fluttermane that doesn't want to go down to one hit.
No, and I think this is a much better from Victor. Again, if the double up had come out, it's still risky. You could have lost the Calyrex like you did game one, but not playing out like that. Maybe the Urshifu put on enough pressure there to detract from that. The taunt is a nice option from Davide because going into that, preventing the Trick Room from being an element on Victor's side of the field, but the Glacial Lance is so important because it's now put that Fluttermane into Aqua Jet range, so it does put a lot of pressure on Davide to maybe switch that Pokemon out, bring something in, and utilize
how's his turn 2 looking?
I think Davide is going to switch that Fluttermane out, then you can double down hard into that Zamazenta and start putting some work there.
Urshifu's gone.
Coming out just a straight Moonblast into this
Okay.
Enough to pick up the one-hit knockout here. No Urshifu, you're not going for any attacks this game. Body press to follow up onto Calyrex and a high horsepower, super effective into the Zamazenta, but of course, with able to shrug that off.
Yeah, really unfortunate that there was no Aqua Jet.
A little confused.
Fluttermane on the field for Davide, and it's got that active Icy Wind that was so detrimental to Victor in game one, and the Calyrex, of course, cannot protect it, cannot Trick Room. It is going to be susceptible to going down to another body press now, and you've got the Terrestrialization is still an option. Do we see the Dragon Terra type come out? More than likely, and I think Victor's hands almost forced at this situation to go for the Poison Terra type on the Landorus to get away from that Icy Wind weakness.
And I think this is Davide playing this sort of low-risk, high-reward strategy where they just say, well, yeah, knock out my Fluttermane, no problem. I've got 2 Pokemon in the back. They're going to put on just as much offensive pressure as my Fluttermane would. I've still got a relatively healthy Zamazenta.
We got a Terra coming in hot.
From Calyrex pretty nicely. The next one's not going to come off because I can just body press into that slot. And so Davide gets the better end of that, where it's like, well, I'm just going to take a knockout for free.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we've got Terra Orbs charging up, the Terra coming out from that Landorus into the Poison Terra typing, Protect coming out from that Zamazenta on Davide's side, and just Icy Wind before this Fluttermane. If it does take an attack here, it's likely to go down, but it isn't going to go down without any value. It's getting that speed drop on both these Pokemon and Victor's side of the field.
And Fluttermane's dead.
It's going to be into the Protect on the Zamazenta, and enough to take down that Fluttermane. And key here, the Glacial Lance, if it does come out, it isn't going to get a boost.
Not at all, and that's a big deal.
No Glacial Lance.
Hitting into and pinging off of that Zamazenta's Protect there. Calyrex shaking off the taunt now, so it can go for a Trick Room again. It can play a little bit on the defensive, but Calyrex playing on the defensive here. Sort of
there goes the Ogerpon
to get targeted down, and especially this combination of Ogerpon. Now that the Landorus has gone for its Terra Poison, it is susceptible to a Rock-type Ivy Cudgel a little bit more, and maybe without crit, it's not enough to pick up the KO, but in combination with Behemoth Bash, maybe that's enough. And then you've got 2 Pokemon and Zamazenta to be able to deal with that sort of Trick Room environment. You've got the Wide Guard to stop those Glacial Lances, and so maybe Davide's not as worried about the Calyrex in this position.
You said
with the health as well,
having a blind cat, they do lose their own.
Any attack coming into that.
On their way back home? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. DK says, me and my brother eat some pizza from Little Caesars. Sounds good. It's lunchtime over there, huh? Oh, we got the big body Ogerpon mask. Look out.
And it's going to be able to get a big Ivy Cudgel off, but not looking like that Ivy Cudgel is necessarily going to protect. Zamazenta going for the body press is going to be able to finish off the Calyrex here and take it back to Victor. So we're left seeing if this Ivy Cudgel is going to be effective, and well, it's not. It's going into that Protect, but next turn it has the ability to put in some...
Oh, we're about to have double Ogerpon.
Bring in their own Ogerpon. And I think this is a really good play here. Either you get some value out of the Calyrex, it's the first main conversation that we had last time. If you get some value from the Calyrex, or you get the Ogerpon to switch in, and it's in a much better position to put some pressure onto this this Zamazenta, redirect those body presses away from the Landorus.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. Like, do you go after the Ogerpon if you're Davide? We are seeing the Spike and Shield, maybe predicting that you are going to double into that slot, but the Wide Guard coming out, suspecting maybe a Sandsteer Storm from that Landorus to protect, get around that. Ivy Cudgel going into what is that Landorus. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? It's already taken damage in.
It is. Landorus is gone.
Big threat on Victor's side of the field, and now the Ogerpon got everything to do going up against the Zamazenta and the terrestrialized Cornerstone Ogerpon.
I mean, Ivy Cudgel can crit, right?
It can.
But I'm not
he quit,
sure
yeah. Victor got smoked. He quit. GG's, GG's. Ooh.
Will be your winner in round 4 at EUIC.
Absolutely incredible performance from
good game, good game.
It was just so one-sided. The pin.
It was one-sided, very one-sided.
Just made it difficult for Victor to get any sort of just any momentum.
You gotta terrestrialize your horse, bro.
You can see what Victor was trying to do because of how awkward that matchup was. They were having to make big calls, and just unfortunately in that match in particular, those games, those calls just didn't pay off. And all credit to Davide for that, because you think, well,
Sky can't help being blind. He's an old cat. Oh, gotcha.
Route to win, and that's exactly what he did.
And I see, like, you can see there from the look on Victor's face, there's like,
damn, yeah, my man got smoked up there. See, my phone's still charging. All right. I wonder how many more matches are there for day 1? Bestie, you still here? Let's see. Yep. Yeah, I was saying I have a quote. I have a quote for you. I want to see if you know the character who said this quote. This is the quote. What was the quote again? It was, oh. I warn you, if you bare your fangs towards the innocent, I'll see your bones turn to ash with my bright red sword. Who do you think said that, Bestie? Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Joseph Yagarde versus Jody. Oh, this is going to be spicy.
Predominantly going to be a very slow Pokemon, but I think the trick
nice hair.
Allows you to play
nice shirt. Looking good, Jody. Okay. God damn, these trainers and their horses, man. Sheesh. Cannot escape these horses. Okay, so you got Cali Ice Rider. Again, I'm not going to even... Oh, this one has Never Melt Ice as its item. But everything else is literally exactly the same. You got Indeedee, female. But why? Not exactly sure why. Heal Pulse? I mean, I guess you can get some utility out of it. Terra Fairy. Rocky Helmet, Psychic. Heal Pulse. Follow Me, Trick Room. You got Landorus. Basically the same as the other one, except this one is Terra Water. Did you hear the quote, Bestie? Urshifu Rapid Strike. Ooh, oh, this is the Choice Scarf one. I've seen this one. This is an interesting one. You got Surging Strikes. You got Close Combat. You got Coaching. Coaching is a good move, man. Especially if you can get Coaching on a Cali Ice. Could be nasty. And then you got U-Turn. Cornerstone Ogerpon is everywhere. You say you're not sure? Jeez, another one. And Pelipper, see? Look. You got the Pelipper and Urshifu. The Pelipper-Urshifu combination could be nasty. The Pelipper is rocking Terra Grass, Covert Cloak, Hurricane, Weather Ball, Helping Hand, and Wide Guard. No Tailwind. No Tailwind. Okay.
To its best potential.
The Ogerpon has all the same moves the normal Ogerpons have. It has Power Whip, like the last one. Yeah, coaching is a fun move. Man, when Sky went missing, I thought he might have died somewhere. Well, I'm glad he's safe and home and all right.
To a certain extent, the bug typing kind of evens out the ground weakness there, but it's still going to be one of those Pokemon that wants to enjoy taking a Sansea Storm.
I'm still pretty tired. I don't know. I didn't sleep that good last night. I'll probably sleep a lot better tonight. I'm pretty sure.
Electric and poison super effective into Fairy. Calyrex holding the
Move
Nevermelt
this
Ice for Jody.
out the way.
The item that we see the most commonly on Calyrex, not like a clear amulet to prevent those.
So are they gonna show?
The power of ice type moves, and in this Calyrex,
Yeah, show Joseph's team. Ooh, what you got there, Joe? What you rocking? You got a Ditto. You got a Ditto on your team. Okay, with Focus Sash. You got Miraidon. It's a Miraidon team with Choice Specs. Electro Drift, Terra Fairy, Draco Meteor, Dazzling Gleam, Volt Switch. Basically the same stuff we've seen. A Grimmsnarl. First person we've seen in this tournament with a Grimmsnarl. Terra Ghost, Light Clay. It has Foul Play. Thunder Wave, Light Screen, and Reflect. That's solid. Volcarona, Terra Grass. Ooh. This is the Volcarona I like. Quiver Dance, Fiery Dance, Giga Drain, Protect with Citrus Berry. I like this. Urshifu, this is interesting. This is a Mystic Water Urshifu. I think it's Terra Poison. But what's interesting is that it has Surging Strikes, Close Combat, Detect, and Swords Dance. Hey man, if you can get that Sword Dance up, watch out. Interesting. Last Pokemon is Iron Hands. Has great synergy with the Miraidon because of electric terrain. You got Assault Vest, Terra Water. It has Drain Punch, Wild Charge, Volt Switch, Fake Out. That's kind of the usual Iron Hands, except some of them run Heavy Slam, but yeah. His team, I don't know. I've seen a lot of Joseph Yagarde teams. This team that he's using doesn't really feel like a Joseph Yagarde kind of team to me. I'm curious to see what he does with this. I don't know. How comfortable is he with this team? This doesn't look like the teams he usually uses. I know he likes to use Jumpluff and King Gambit a lot and some other mons, but I don't know about this team.
If the Calyrex on Jordy's side of the field does get those chilling near boosts under its belt, it's going to be an option of George to say, well, I'm going to bring my Ditto and copy those and really take advantage of that for myself. Then you've got the Volcarona as well with that Quiver Dance. Can set up on its own and a big threat, Charlie.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Fiery Dance as well. Not a movie.
Oh, you gave up, Bessie?
Chance to boost Volcarona's special attack. Now let's boost all the
I'll just say it's from a movie, but I won't spoil it.
Let's get going. Jody Azarelli versus Joseph Ugarte. Grimmsnarl and Miraidon for Joe. Calyrex and Indeedee for Jody.
Yeah, I love this lead for Jordy in particular because we are seeing the
Miraidon and Grimmsnarl.
But instantly that is going to be superseded by
Psychic. Oh, I like that. My man said, nope, you're not going to be using no freaking electric terrain here. No, psychic terrain.
In a safe position where it can Volt Switch out, but the nice support that the Indeedee offers with that Follow Me to pull in those attacks.
Psychic terrain preventing
Volt switching to Indeedee.
There's Volt Switch. Huge damage into the Indeedee, not quite as much as if the electric terrain had been still on the field. Joseph has the luxury now of choosing a Pokemon to send in from the back, but it might be on the receiving end of a big Glacial Lance here.
Volcarona.
Resist it being part fire type.
Yeah, and especially if you can get something like a Reflect setup from that Grimmsnarl. Not going to see it as the Glacial Lance does come out. Going to do some big damage to that Grimmsnarl, but not enough to pick up the knockout.
Foul play onto Indeedee. Rocky.
But indeed, he doesn't have the highest attack stat.
Oh, Rocky
Foul
helmet.
play is a move that uses its target's attack stat to its disadvantage there. Indeedy, though, hanging on. And now, potentially, you want to set up a screen with that Grimmsnarl before it's off the field totally.
Yeah, and that's a key thing for Joe here. I think you've got to go for it, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It gives you that bit of security against those Glacial Lances.
Fiery dance here that we may be seeing a boost to the special attack of this Volcarona. Easily enough to secure the knockout, and there it is. There's that special attack boost. Getting the most out of your resources, trainers. The KO boost.
Yeah, it's a really nice play, and the Glacial Lance following up from that Calyrex. It is going to be enough to get the
Grimmsnarl's gone.
Here is you're going to get that chilling near boost from picking up that knockout. Not doing a massive amount to the Volcarona, but a significant amount of damage to put it in range for something else to come in and help clear it up.
The Calyrex left to go for that KO there to get a chilling
Ogerpon.
This is how Ice Rider Calyrex starts to snowball.
And the Miraidon is back.
Here. Terra very much pressured on that slot.
Yeah, now the Miraidon comes onto the field. It can get its electric terrain, that head-on engine ability now active. It's going to be a real threat, but the Ogerpon offers more redirection for Judy. It is going to be able to pull in all of those single target attacks onto that side of the field, especially with that sturdy ability. Going to be able to at least take one and then protect that Calyrex, maybe in allowing it to get another Glacial Lance off. It threatens the Miraidon. Volcarona, after that boost, is surely in range for it going down, or do you lock in with a Trick Room to maybe set up an end game? There are a few options here for Judy, but you can't deny the ability of the Glacial Lance here, and it is posing a huge threat for Joel.
And let's not forget, Jody's Ogerpon also threatening Volcarona with...
We got a Terra on the board.
Those rock-type Ivy Cudgels into a Bug and Fire.
Terra Fairy Miraidon.
Deciding that Terra Fairy is the play onto Miraidon. Keeping that restricted, that oh-so-powerful hero from Area 0 as safe as possible. Big Terra Fairy boosted, Choice Specs boosted, Electric Terrain boosted with the Hadron Engine, Dazzling Gleam connecting down. And
goodbye, Volcarona.
Goodbye.
Yeah, 4 times super effective into the Volcarona, and definitely not standing a chance against that Ivy Cudgel. It does leave the
there's a Trick Room.
Goes for that Trick Room, really key here because it puts itself at the forefront. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field now, and especially because it's got that Ogerpon support. I like the play where you didn't go for me there. You went for the Volcarona to make sure you get rid of that Pokemon so it's not a threat. And now the Urshifu entering the fray, and not in its probably most preferable situation.
No, exactly. The Volcarona over on Joe's side of the field doesn't have access to Rage Powders. There's no redirection that could happen there, but it's still a key piece of Joe's puzzle. 2 Pokemon down. Joseph cannot switch it. Is locked into Dazzling Gleam for the rest of the game with Miraidon.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would say, the Urshifu coming in here will be able to take a Glacial Lance, and it probably can pick up the Ogerpon early, but with the Glacial Lance coming in now, we're going to see the damage exactly.
That's good damage.
To pick up a knockout.
What a way to wake us up.
Okay, Ogerpon's gone.
Round at 5. This fast and furious game between Jody Azarelli and Joseph Ugarte. Jody going for that first big win here at the championships this weekend.
How much does this do?
Once again, all of those boosts.
Oh, it was enough
to secure the knockout onto the Calyrex. What is going to be Jody's final Pokemon?
Yeah, the big difference there was going to be that single target Dazzling Gleam. We saw the damage in the previous turn, but single target enough to take it down. It's just really unfortunate how the Trick Room turns played out. Joe bringing in the Urshifu in that situation, able to capitalize in this situation because it resists the Glacial Lance. It can take down the Ogerpon, and because of that, the Miraidon was actually allowed to kind of function a lot better in that situation. Now the Landorus has got everything to do. It's going to be faster than the Urshifu faster than it in Trick Room, which we're now in, but not opting for an attack.
Sword dance.
Either on the Landorus is pretty weak from the Urshifu, but yes, coming out from Joe's Urshifu. Really nice tech that Pokemon has here, boosting itself up. Joe realizing that Jody still has that Terra option in the back, still has the ability to make itself resist a Surging Strike, but it would take neutral from a close combat.
Yeah, and now we see that the Surging Strikes is going to be boosted by that Sword Dance. A really good play here from Joe because going to be able to capitalize, no doubt, on these 2 remaining Trick Room turns. Even if we see the Terrestrialization here, you've got to think the Surging Strikes would be enough.
There it is, Surging Strikes, the mind games traders. Jody thinking, well, if I go for the Terrestrialization, Joe probably goes for the close combat and deals massive damage, maybe secures the knockout. If I don't, then yeah,
okay, Joseph, good job.
Would be super effective and get the knockout there. All eyes on Jody there as to whether he was going to lock in that Terra or not. But not needed. It's going to be Joe coming out on top. 1 HP, infinitely more than 0. But Lee heading into game 2. How can Jody turn that around?
That was, what, one surging strike? Was all it took. It didn't even get the other 2 hits. It was just one.
If he went for the trustalization in that situation,
It was a surging strike.
I don't think Jody did that much wrong in that match. I think setting up the Calyrex in the way they did to get those boosts when necessary, taking down the big threats like
getting kind of hot in here. Let me turn my fan.
Early on. It was just the fact of that sword stance play from Joe.
That's a little bit better.
A little bit more tricky to deal with if you haven't seen it, because I think it would have been more favorable then to go for the trustalization. But you have that.
We fixed this chair.
Now it's +2. Do you go for the trustalization and get hit by a close combat, or do you not trustalize and then maybe get hit by a surging strike?
Yeah, props to Jody for keeping that terror up their sleeve until the very, very end. Going for it too soon means that Joe has that knowledge available heading into the next turn, knowing that close combat is the safer move to go for here. But Trick Room, you know, is crucial for Jody in this game. But Joe's still coming out on top, knowing when to make those calls. Would love to see Ditto coming into this game too, but I don't know if it's the ideal situation for it.
No, maybe not the most ideal situation for it, and I think Jody needs to take better advantage of the Trick Room that it's set up. It kind of was a bit of a double-edged sword in that.
Right, here we go. Game 2. It's time.
Charlie with a similar lead from Joe.
Yeah, very similar lead indeed. The Grimmsnarl and the Miraidon there once more. Now we've got Calyrex and Ogerpon too. You can redirect with Ogerpon, keeping your Calyrex a little bit safer, hoping...
Well, they putting their moves in quick.
Chilling Nade boost going super effective Ice-type damage into Dragon, but no, Calyrex just keeping itself safe.
Yeah, the Reflect coming out from the Grimmsnarl. Just want to get that set up as soon as possible to mitigate the damage from that Glacial Land. Volt Switch coming in, trying to chip away that Calyrex. Not fortunately this turn with that Protect coming out, and the Ivy Cudgel going to be a big hit into the Miraidon and getting some valuable damage just above that 50% mark.
No critical hit though. That Miraidon could have taken that so much worse. The Ivy Cudgel does, of course, have a boosted chance to provide a critical hit there. Now, Calyrex, much more vulnerable than it was in the previous turn. Protect, of course, successive turns that you use it gets more likely to fail. That's Jody's ace in the back, so to speak. The Landorus that threatens Miraidon so much, and it looks like it might just be...
Yo, welcome back, Storm.
Right onto the field right now.
Yeah, especially if this Volt Switch from the Miraidon is into this slot, it will not be effective.
Good switch, good switch. Nice, okay. There's the power whip.
Doing some nice damage, just getting it into position.
Decent damage, foul play.
Yeah, exactly. Potentially Jody thinking, maybe I don't want to claim knockout here, so that my Calyrex can then do so and get snowballing, or perhaps covering for a switch that Joe could have brought in from the back. But Landorus is threatening both Grimmsnarl and Miraidon here with super effective damage.
Yeah, and because you've got this kind of pin in this situation where you can go for the spiky shield, block the Volt Switch there, and then really lock that Miraidon onto the field, you can definitely guarantee an attack off with your Landorus and not feel too threatened here. We are going to see a light screen in response to that threat. An Earth Power, a Sansia Storm, or a Sludge Bomb.
I think it's a little too late here, Ben. A little too little to leave. Sorry, a little too little too late.
Earth Power. Goodbye, Miraidon.
Right down to the Earth Power. And of course, that Life Orb sheer force combination stacking so well, boosting the power of Landorus without the expense of reducing its HP.
Yeah, and it was a really smart switch from Jody.
Joseph brings in the Urshifu.
Onto the field and still have that spiky shield active. Now you've got a much more preferable situation for Jody where you've got this Landorus out and the Trick Room's not up, so this turn you can outspeed that Urshifu. Of course, you can go for the Trustalization here. It's a lot safer in front of the Urshifu now. It hasn't got the sword stance up, and you've still got all 4 Pokemon, which is a huge difference, huge contrast from that game 1.
Yeah, the electric terrain cannot now overwrite this psychic terrain on the field since the Miraidon is down. Landorus is so much safer to go for its Terra Water because, of course, Miraidon would otherwise have threatened it with super effective electric type damage. There it is. Landorus going to be the Terra option of choice in this game for Jody. It's taken a little dip in the pool, and it seems very happy about it.
It does indeed. The Thunder Wave coming out and blocked by that psychic terrain. Really not ideal for Joe here. Sansia Storm coming out. It does miss onto that Grimmsnarl, but picking up some valuable damage onto the Urshifu. Of course, not clear knockout, but the Indeedee going to be able to soak this Surgeon Strikes.
Oh, Rocky Helmet.
The
Rocky Helmet probably will kill him.
Of course, causing some recall damage to any...
Close, it'll be close.
Is this Urshifu going to go down here? It's going to be quite close. Indeedee down pretty low.
Nope, it survives.
On just by a thread. as all of the attention comes now to how Jody's going to be approaching.
Same, Storm, same.
Grimsnar's still on full HP, but it can't really do much in this situation.
Not really, and that's probably why we're seeing Joe switch it out here to opt for another option to try and get
Ditto!
back in this game.
Okay,
He bought the Ditto!
Charlie, the Ditto coming in, the imposter activating, and Landorus.
We got a Landorus on his side.
They're taking a long look in the mirror, yes. That Landorus on Joe's side of the field, don't be fooled, trainers. That is a Ditto with its imposter. It has been transformed. Indeed, he's redirecting attention. Sludge bomb into the
He
Ditto.
ate that.
Very effective. Ground does indeed resist poison, but crucially, the focus sash broken on that Ditto.
Yeah, great defensive switch there from Joe, and it does open the door a little bit more for them to take advantage of maybe the Sandsteer Storm. Anything coming out from the opposing Landorus now is not really going to be effective because you've got that flying type, you're immune to the ground attacks, and like we just seen the great switch in there to the Sludge Bomb, it's not really going to be anything that threatens you too much.
Sludge Bomb, though, easily enough to secure the knockout onto the Urshifu at least, and now it's just that Grimmsnarl that's lurking in the back. The main damage dealer, though, is this Ditto. It's gonna double
the Ditto.
The Sandsteer Storm.
Well, there go the Ndidi.
Outside of the rain.
And Ditto caught a body, y'all.
Hangs on there, but that is the Pokemon that Jody needs to target down here.
Yeah, and when you look at it, you'd think, oh, maybe the Ditto would have been better transforming into something like the Calyrex. But really, in this situation, it's fine because the Calyrex...
The horse has reappeared.
Out of its weakness to foul play from the Grimmsnarl. You still have that Reflect Up. You do need to be careful around that Glacial Lance, of course. But maybe a double up of that Sandsteer Storm and the foul play into the Calyrex would be enough to maybe pick up the knockout. It's going to be very close.
Landorus is certainly feeling the chills right now. I do not envy Landorus in that situation. Or should I say the Ditto over on Joe's side of the field. It can go for its Terra Normal. It's no longer going to be taking double super effective damage from the incoming Glacial Lance. But is it going to be enough? I would think so, but let's find out, trainer. Sludge Bomb super effective into that Grimmsnarl there. Here comes another very accurate Sandsteer Storm. Now all eyes on this Calyrex. What's it going to be able to achieve with those chilly, freezing lances?
It's all about can it take this foul play or not, and that's the big question because it is going to be not even a contention because the Glacial Lance coming out before it and picking up a knockout onto this Grimmsnarl, tying up this match. Really going to make it near impossible for this Landorus to take one for Joe.
That Landorus that is in fact a Ditto. Let's not forget, trainers. Ogabong coming in from the back once more, and yeah, with all of this offense coming out from Jody's side of the field, seems like it's going to be a wrap for Jody and taking us into a game 3, but such fast-paced games they've both been, Lee, so far.
Yeah, it's been a trend of all the games that we've had really today. They've all been very fast-paced, back and forward. Games really decided quite early on, and again, I think the way that Jody set that game 2 up was so commanding, really caught Joe off with that switch into the Landorus, catching that Volt Switch, and then creating that pin situation where the Ogapon spiked your shield. Let's get rid of your Miraidon, and once that Restricted's gone down, well, we know the story after that. It's always going to be an uphill battle, so a great adjustment from Jody. Everything to play for going into this game 3. I really like the Ditto adjustment as well, and it nearly paid off for Joe.
Yeah.
But all credit to Jody for being able to kind of cool, calm, and collectively tie this match up.
We're essentially now all coming down to another best of 1 between these trainers. It's best of 3 total, 1 game apiece. And I mean, with the Landorus threatening so much damage over on Joe's side of the field, you've certainly got to feel the threat of that. Ditto in the back for Joe. I mean, it can provide such a nice out in so many different situations. You can even switch it out and back in to copy another Pokemon if you don't like the position it's in, but it's kind of a high-risk, high-reward Pokemon, Lee.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the one thing that Joe could really lean into going into this game 3, where you can maybe imposter transform into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you could pressure that Landorus a lot better. And then if it does Terrasilize, you've got Miraidon in the back to come in and then pressure from that angle. So I think from both sides of it, you could really use the Ditto to high effect going into this match. Whether or not that's Joe's game plan, we'll have to see. And of course, Jody isn't going to be easily conned by any of these little tricks and ways to get around his team either.
Game 3, y'all. Let's do it.
Let's go. Look at those leads right now.
It's all or nothing.
And Calyrex is going to be exactly the same lead here for Joe in Grimmsnarl and Miraidon.
Yeah,
okay. Gonna override the electric terrain with psychic terrain.
Nice play from Jody. It's a callback to
yes, yo, Rock Ogapon is every damn where, man.
Written by that psychic terrain. Does Jody prioritize the Trick Room here, because that's the option that you've got.
Oh, that's nice, Kimberly.
Go for the Trick Room and get
Oh boy,
you can start getting a bit more damage onto the field. We're just gonna see that
stretching over here.
Both these trainers looking in their moves so
That's good damage.
taking the Volt switch really well, thanks to the
That's a good update on Maeve, though.
There by Indeedy's own psychic. Now Joe can pivot something in that could well be taking that Glacial Lance. There it is. There's that Ditto once more.
Oh, it's gonna copy the Calyrex.
Rider Calyrex resisting, of course, these Glacial Lances. Is Joe going to be giving Jody a taste of their own medicine in this 3-game thriller?
Yeah, we're going to see the psychic.
You're welcome, Kimberly.
Into this Pokemon, so
nope.
Really great
switch. Good switch.
And just that Glacial Lance, which again is going to be resisted because of the pod ice typing and bolstered by that reflect that the Grimmsnarl's just set up.
Heal Pulse, such a cool move to have on your Indeedee here, able to give your Calyrex a little bit more longevity on the field. Let's Terra Trainers in this game 3 of Swiss Round 5 at EUIC. Time for Calyrex over on Jody's side of the field to go for its Terra Water. It's still going to be resisting the Glacial Lances coming out from the Ditto that is now a Calyrex over on Joe's side of the field, but it leaves Grimmsnarl the room to go for the light screen. Both screens set up now. Heal Pulse, there it is. Thank you so much indeed for your service.
Get your health back.
Back up to full. Glacial Lance connecting down.
Yeah, the Glacial Lance, and not enough to take down the Grimmsnarl, so we don't have to worry about that Chilling Nair boost just yet. But undoing all of the damage done by that Miraidon with that Heal Pulse from turn 1 to the Calyrex on Jody's side, it has committed to that Terastallization, so it needs to be a little bit more careful about the Miraidon when it enters the field, especially if that Trick Room is not set up. Another Heal Pulse coming out just to keep it as healthy as possible.
Indeed, putting in so much work here, and this isn't a strategy that we saw in either
that did nothing.
2 games.
You're better off just using Glacial Lance.
Another Glacial Lance, Indeedee down, so now Joe's Ditto is going to get that Chilling Nair.
Oh, a crit!
See what Jody's aiming for here.
A crit on the Calyrex.
So that with just the one Glacial Lance, you can claim the knockout onto both and get a double attack boost. Now, foul play attack stat against it. It's a good thing it didn't get a Chilling Nair boost on that turn. As long as Grimmsnarl is on the field, it's going to threaten Jody's Calyrex with his own attack stat.
Yeah, and I think now the Trick Room is not the most optimal play for Jody because you're looking at the Ogerpon, the Landorus in the back. They don't want that Trick Room set up now. Your Calyrex does, but really, the big hitters, the ones that are going to come in, be able to kind of close this match up, are going to prefer to have that no Trick Room environment. So do you preserve your Calyrex? Maybe utilize the Ogerpon here to get rid of the Ditto on Joe's side, get an Ivy Cudgel into there, and maybe
Spiky Shield.
Calyrex, keep it for later on.
Yeah, this is hella entertaining. Okay.
From Ogerpon, and indeed
Protect.
Ditto too. That protect there. I feel like it's going to be some protects all around here, Lee.
Oh, nothing but protects. What the hell?
Does indeed go for the protect. Grimmsnarl once more kind of shut down by the Psychic Train. It can only go for the foul play into the Calyrex. Has got the screen set up, otherwise it has access to Thunderwave. That's blocked by the Psychic Train, blocking priority moves.
Yeah, and the problem is, I think, if you've got the Ditto out on the field for Joe, you think, I could switch it out, but you don't really want to bring anything in on that Glacial Lance, which is the issue. And both of your Pokemon so low at the minute, anything is going to be able to knock
out. There goes the Ditto.
Into that Ditto, which was the Calyrex Ice Rider going down now.
Jody is able to secure the knockout power with not the most accurate move, and in fact, maybe a part of Jody was kind of hoping for the miss so that his own Calyrex could get a double attack boost. As it is, Chilling Nair is going to go off just the once. Glacial Lance securing the knockout into the Grimmsnarl. Joe locked into the final Pokemon in the back. Miraidon has something unrevealed.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the Miraidon's able to come in now. It is going to be able to get its electric terrain, the Hadron engine activated, and you've got to be concerned about that Ogerpon that has redirection. So do you go for the Terastallization and the Dazzling Gleam? Because I think it will be enough to get the Calyrex on Judy's side of the field and do enough damage for a follow-up from the Urshifu to pick up the knockout. Is it going to be enough with an Aqua Jet into that slot? That's the question.
Urshifu and Miraidon.
You're susceptible to getting a Power Whip. Your Urshifu doesn't have the Focus Sash that we've seen in the past. It kind of lean on a lot for that little bit of a blanket of security, so you are going to be susceptible to losing the Urshifu, and then it all comes down to the Miraidon. Is it going to be enough to deal with the Landorus that has those threatening attacks like the Sludge Bomb, like the Earth Power, and the Sandseer Storm?
Yeah, and Miraidon with its Hadron engine boosted this time. You cannot overwrite that terrain with Indeedee. It's down and out for Jody. There it is.
Joseph deciding to Terra in the last moments of this game. Terra Fairy once more on this Miraidon. Is that going to be the call that plays off for Joe? Who's going to win in this decisive third game?
Here we go.
Now, of course, the Urshifu can hit right through that spiky shield if it so wanted to. And
a double protect? Why?
Wondering if this was the right call. Dazzling Gleam, you're protected from that. You can only target down one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, but with that Unseen Fist ability, it is going to be able to break through either of these protects. It'll be interesting to see which direction it goes, and it is into the Ogerpon. Strikes is going to be able to break that spiky shield. And
it might kill it.
Significant damage, putting it in range of a Dazzling.
Oh!
Barely hanging on.
Yeah, 4 HP there. Jody thinking, potentially I made the wrong play. Those health bars are looking real good over on Joe's side of the field. The same cannot be said for Jody's Ogerpon and Calyrex.
No, not at all.
I do think his Terra messed him up, to be honest. Yep.
Open the door for the Landers to come in, but I think if you're Jody, you needed to deal with
ouch
before it comes onto the field, because Sansia Storm will not be
holy smokes.
Onto the
Alright, Kimberly, thanks for joining. Have a good one.
Will be probably enough to pick up.
Enjoy your pizza.
Just when it looked like it was going Jody's way, Joe has been able to secure the turnaround here. Looking like Game 3 is going to be theirs. Lee, what do you think was going through Jody's mind there, going for the double tech, which is a play that didn't actually end up working so well for him?
Yeah, you
what was that double protect for?
Might have been scouting out what the Miraidon was going to lock into, but we have our winner of round 5 here. Joseph Ugarte comes out.
You should know better than to protect in front of a Urshifu. This is when wide guard saves. Yeah, unfortunately there was no wide guard available. Good one, Joseph. I guess, yeah, this team that Joseph got is pretty decent. Pretty decent. I'll say that.
That's exactly how Joe approached NAIC
2022
as well, which really worked out pretty well for Joe. So commiseration to Jody, and still very well played.
How many likes are we at? 18? We almost had 20.
Yeah, Joe coming out on top.
We're getting there. We're definitely getting there.
Tight margins throughout that game, you know, and I think it is. We talk about it a lot. The micro.
Let's see. What can we do now?
Games can really have a big turn in the tide in which direction the win or the loss goes. But coming back to your question, Charlie, with the double protect there, were you scouting out to see what Miraidon locked into, or I don't know, were you maybe trying to see if there was going to be another sword stance from that Urshifu there just to protect for another turn? It was a really difficult situation whichever way you look at it, because the Calyrex had taken so much damage at that point. Then I think.
How many more battles are on day 1? 3. 3 more. Okay. Yeah, I can get through. Eden Bachelor versus Yosuke. I see Wolf is in that last match. Ooh, boy. Can't wait to see that one. Hit the button. Come on now. Hit the button.
The speed advantage is able to get from that rain, but the fire element is missing. I guess technically you can have a fire type in the form of that.
Okay, what you got, Eden?
You're not going to deal the offensive damage.
Kyogre with the leftovers here. Carmine to get itself boosted up. Leftovers.
Got the Wellspring Ogerpon plush. Nice. But no Wellspring insight on your team. A Kyogre team! Calm Mind. Ice Beam, Origin Pulse, Protect, Shara Grass, Leftovers. Okay, that could do some work. We got Offensive Amoonguss with Terra, what is that, Fairy? Terra Fairy, Rocky Helmet, Spore, Rage Powder, Sludge Bomb, Protect. Ooh. I just realized she's probably the only person using Archaludon that we've seen in any of these tournaments. Well, I mean, I guess if you use like I mean, we did see a Pelipper, but that team didn't have a Archaludon on it. But yikes, you got it's a scary rain team. You got Basculegion Male, Terra Water, Choice Band, Wave Crash. Well, it has Swift Swim as its ability, so it's going to outspeed everything when it's raining. Wave Crash, Last Respects, Flip Turn, and Aqua Jet. Archaludon, Assault Vest, Terra Bug, very good. Stamina, Assault Vest, it has Draco Meteor, Flash Cannon, Electro Shot, Snarl, but no body press. Okay. Yeah, we still live, bro. We got... Yeah, I guess people just don't... I don't know. I guess people are done with high horsepower on their Rillabooms now. This one is not Assault Vest, though. This is Miracle Seed Rillaboom. It just packs more of a punch, but it's not going to take hits the same. And plus, your Assault Vest is on your Archaludon. That's probably why. Can't put it on both, so she had to make a choice. Roaring Moon, Booster Energy, Terra Flying, Acrobatics. We know how that goes. Acrobatics, Knockoff, Tailwind, Protect. Very simple.
And the grassy terrain provided by Rillaboom thanks to its grassy surge ability, just stacking and stacking so that Kyogre can recover all the better. And fun fact, actually, Yosuke was able to use Kyogre in the global challenge.
Oh, she's from the UK.
And finished top 32 and advanced to the next stage of the Japan Nationals with it. So Yosuke
might be timid Roaring Moon for speed.
And the one thing I really like
possibly.
Kyogre here is the Calm Mind on it, because you have some
Wait, timid?
support, obviously Rillaboom with the
no, why would you? Why would you make it timid to lower your attack?
It becomes a specially defensive wall. It is so hard for trainers to be able to go through into it, and particularly with the grass.
Oh, I know. I use Assault Vest Kyogre. Assault Vest Kyogre is a nasty beast.
The leftovers for a bit of additional recovery. I feel like Kyogre's really going to be the kingpin of this team.
Yeah, Roaring Moon, that's the classic set that we've seen previously, for example, in San Antonio. Acrobatics, synergizing so nicely with the booster energy. Consumed, then you can go for that Terra Flying, get even more damage.
What's the opponent doing?
What about Yosuke's team? Let's take a look. Nice to see Yosuke chuckling.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yes, and looking at the team as well, it's going to be interesting. Chiyu and Fluttermane and
Good Lord, man. We are not going to be getting away from these horses no time soon, are we? We got another Cali Ice Rider team. We got an Amoonguss. This Amoonguss has Pollen Puff, Rage Powder, Spore, and Clear Smog. Terra Water, Rocky Helmet. Nice. Okay. You got Chiyu. Chiyu Fluttermane combination is going to be nasty. Choice Scarf. Terra Ghost. Heat Wave, Overheat, Dark Pulse, Snarl. Urshifu, Rapid Strikes. Surging Strikes. Close Combat, Taunt. Focus Sash with Stellaton. Another freaking Cornerstone Ogerpon. They're everywhere. And we got Fluttermane, Terra. Well, they're all going to be pretty much Terra Fairy. We know that. Booster Energy. It has Icy Wind, so this has to probably be Booster Speed. We got it's Rockin' Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Icy Wind, Protect. Very solid. More of a support Fluttermane.
Dynamic duo together. Chiyu using that
for real. The horses, it's like a never-ending stable of horses, bestie.
To shine as well. This is the booster energy variant, so it could easily be getting something like a special attack boost.
Godzilla! What's up, Godzilla? Welcome in. Oh, I'm gonna be right back.
So crucial in this game, and every bit of chit
about to heat up some food.
When you're going up against Eden's team.
Do a little something. I'm gonna let it play though. Shouldn't take too long to get some food. I'll be back and forth. Like while I got the food in the microwave, I'll probably be back.
That's going to be huge, reducing the special attacks of the Kyogre. Nice spread damage too. And coming off a Chiyu that's reducing the special defense of everything around it. Snarl actually does respectable damage.
And I really like seeing the taunt on the Urshifu. This is a trend that we're noticing our trainers starting to move towards. In order to shut down Pokemon like Amoonguss, there is an Amoonguss on Eden's side, so that's something that they have to be cognizant of. As well, taking a little look, there are obviously the Carmines on the Kyogres that you can shut down, potentially the Tailwinds as well on Roaring Moon. So I think that taunt is going to come in pivotal to stopping Eden from executing their strategies of setup or speed control options.
Amoonguss has Clear Smog too, so that Kyogre's got to be really careful about getting too many Calm Minds set up, because bloop, it could just disappear like that. So Amoonguss could be a pivotal piece here. Love to see Yosuke running that London 2022 hoodie on the stage. Could be a better time to wear it, really. Let's get that world type going here in EUIC. Let's get our trainers ready and to get into this battle. Trainers, we're Swiss round 6 with the European International Championships. Let's go!
Jumping onto the field, it's going to be the leads of the Kyogre and the Amoonguss out there for Eden versus the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Cornerstone Ogerpon there for Yusuke as well. So both the restricteds out on the field and both the grass types with redirectional support are there as well. This could be the opportunity for Eden to try and get a Calm Mind up onto that Kyogre.
But of course, the Amoonguss cannot redirect the Ogerpon being a part grass type, whereas Ogerpon can redirect any incoming attacks, follow me, not prohibited by type.
This is a good thing as well because the Kyogre on Eden's side doesn't necessarily have the safety to go into a grass Terra type when you've got the Calyrex on the opposing side that can fire off those Glacial Lances in its direction. So the Basculegion joining the field, love to see this Pokemon. It is the Choice Band Swift Swim variant, so it is going to be fast, it is going to be ferocious if it is able to have got in safely. A defensive play on Eden's side though for the Kyogre.
It's going to be the Thunderstruck as well, not that there's a Miraidon on the opposing side of the field. We're just going to pivot around, we're just going to scout out, see what trends. Going for a big Ivy Cudgel, connecting down into the Basculegion. No critical hit there, Basculegion down to about a third of its HP.
Doesn't get in unscathed, but is still in a position of play. And something coming through from this Basculegion, like the Wave Crash, is going to deal a significant chunk of damage. Critically, though, as well, you could go for that flip turn, using the rain to also deal extra damage to your water type attacks, but allow Basculegion to pivot off the field, and you can maybe bring something like the Amoonguss in from the back, or even that fourth and final Pokemon. But the key thing for Basculegion is get some damage on the field now.
Yeah, and it's going to be dealing massive damage with the Choice Band, and acting so speedily, just as you called out, Lou, with the Swift Swim. It's a real big threat for Yusuke to take care of. Really thanking himself, I'm sure, for getting that little bit of chip damage, because you want to remove it as swiftly as you can. Kyogre, time for you to rest back in the bottom of the sea basin.
Yeah, Kyogre getting out of there, doesn't want to take any potential grass type attacks like a Power Whip coming through from the Ogerpon. Instead, the Archaladon's going to join the field. Really nice to see the Splash from the past back in action, and particularly the shiny variant as Terrestrialization takes the stage on the opposing side. The Calyrex is going to become that Water Terra type. This is something we're seeing time and time again on these Calyrex, to give it a more defensive play against Pokemon like the Shadow Rider and Kyogres as well.
You say more defensive, but of course the Archaladon does have Electro Shot, so that Terra could come back to bite this Calyrex. But as it is, Ogerpon going to be the center of attention. Flip turn, bringing the Ogerpon down nearly too sturdy, but crucially allowing Eden to pivot around.
Yes, this is really nice for that Basculegion. It wants to be able to come into a position where it can deal significant damage. You want to weaken that opposing cornerstone, so if it had gone down to sturdy, that would have been broken, and damage will be able to be dealt. The Glacial Lance, however, doing actually a significant chunk, a critical hit. That explains it, onto the Archaladon that's able to get a cheeky stamina boost. So it's going to be able to take another one of those a little bit better. Kyogre, as you can see, really laughing in the face of those Glacial Lances.
The critical hit, though, still really, really big, because, of course, if Calyrex claims a knockout, it gets that chilling Nay boost. The lower the Archaladon is, the more likely that is to happen, the more likely Yusuke can start to snowball.
That's very true, and I like the ice reference there as well, bringing it in. But of course, the Glacial Lances can come through. This could be a significant amount to that. Archaladon followed up from that cornerstone, but really at the moment, the pressure comes down onto this Kyogre to start dealing out a little bit of damage. There's a lot of threats on the opposing side.
My food in the microwave right now.
Get rid of it from play. Maybe even go for
Let me see if I can catch this turn real quick.
And allow the Archaladon to deal with that cornerstone.
Move this arrow off the
side. And it's a really fascinating choice here on this Kyogre, because going for the Terra.
Oh, Terra Grass Kyogre, okay.
Calyrex's ice-type moves. Eden really hoping that Kyogre's feeling accurate today, because if there are some misses, we could be seeing it go down. But no, that Calyrex is with a protect. So good call here.
Force protected.
We're going to have a critical hit on our hands. The Kyogre ball down so low.
Hanging on here, able to go for the Origin Pulse, obviously not going to land into the opposing Calyrex.
Sorry about that, was my fan.
Onto this Ogerpon and just remove it from play. This is nice to get rid of that threat that's been on the field, you know, having that redirection as well. But critically, I think for Yusuke, it now gives the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back and reposition.
You may have
bridge.
Here. You still get a boost to your special attack, even though it's not going to be doing any damage to this protected Calyrex. But nice and ready to go in the successive turns. Gonna have a reveal from the back of Yusuke, one of Yusuke's two remaining Pokemon. We know all of Eden's. There we go, that leftover so crucial for Kyogre, just to get that recovery a little bit, give it more longevity.
Yes, and I think Yusuke needs to find a way to get the speed up onto their side of the field here, because you have Pokemon like the Basculegion in the back that can benefit from the rain, and we've seen that Kyogre can deal relatively well with its speed too. Urshifu, I think, is a really nice option coming in here. You can apply pressure with something like a Surging Strikes and benefit from getting the rain boost that the Kyogre gives it onto that opposing Archaladon, but then you're going to have to worry about the stamina boosts.
Yeah, Archaladon threatening down both of the Pokemon on Yosuke's side of the field now, super effective, both of them being a water type. But it's going to withdraw. It's not in the safest of positions in the front of that Urshifu. I love all of these marks that Eden's found on that Pokemon. Amoonguss the Sodden, perfect right now with the rain pouring down. Close combat into the Amoonguss is going to deal a decent amount of damage right back with the Rocky Helmet item, and crucially, break the Focus Sash.
Not only is the Focus Sash broken, but the defenses are lowered as well. So this follow-up with the Origin Pulse is going to connect. Okay. Not enough to get the KO, though it is a water type on its side as well, but definitely puts it in a detrimental spot. Calyrex is, however, able to get the KO. That is a KO by 1,000 cuts of ice being thrown across the field into it and getting a double knockout.
Chilling May online. This Calyrex will now be at +2 in its physical attack. It gave Calyrex Ice Rider an inch. It'll take a mile, and it's given us all the smiles as Eden now down to just Basculegion and the Archaladon, and to me, Lou, that looks like it could just be another double knockout.
I mean, this is the thing. You see how well Calyrex Ice Rider can be once it starts to get these Chilling Neigh boosts rolling up, and it was just able to get that on the double. The Urshifu as well, now in a prime position once again to go for those surging strikes and get a KO onto something like the Basculegion. Even though it is a water type itself, it's going to be in a vulnerable spot with that low HP bar, and the 3 critical hits guaranteed are going to be able to try and get the knockout here.
Okay, yeah, man, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Hope I didn't miss too much. Okay, welcome back, Lena. I'm also back.
I mean, another lovely boost for this Archaladon, but let's not forget
that crit mattered. What did I miss?
When it switched out, so coming back in, it's now just going to be taking a +2 Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. But crucially for Eden, heading into this...
What happened to the Kyogre? Kyogre's dead.
That rain stopping as well is detrimental for the Basculegion. It's no longer going to have its speed doubled by Swiss Swim in.
Thank you, Bestie.
I was going to say as well, it's nice that it's there on the field. That last respect stealing good damage, and nice targeting by Eden to go into the Urshifu here, as well as getting the cheeky Electroshock boost up. But now the Fluttermane's on the field. It's the speed variant with that boosted energy, so it's now going to be the fastest thing, and it looks to be in a very threatening position with something like a Dazzling Gleam.
Dazzling Gleam, Glacial Lance, it seems pretty secure here for Yosuke. Not the Focus Sash, of course, but hopefully Yosuke able to claim this game before that would even come into contention. Very well played to both trainers. Even just taking their time here, I think, knowing that potentially this game isn't going to go their way, but before you get into game 2, you just want to do all the reflection you can. It's just going to be the Moonblast, Basculegion down.
Yeah, Fluttermane and Calyrex Ice Rider really looking primed to clean up this game. The Flash Cannon is going to be enough to be able to get the KO, but the Calyrex is yet to move. Not only is it at +2, but it's also going to be single target. So it looks like this Glacial Lance with the Moonblast combination that came through from Fluttermane is kind of making them look like Miss Americana and the Heartbreak Prince here for Eden Bachelor.
Eden Bachelor, commiserations to them. Yosuke, congratulations on that game 1 win. The first of potentially 3 in this best-of-3 set. Now, if we're approaching game 2 here, Lou, I want to call out the Terra Grass on the Kyogre because it ultimately didn't seem to suit Eden that well in the face of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
I agree, and I think it was definitely a risk that unfortunately didn't pay off for Eden here, and particularly when you get towards that endgame situation with the Glacial Lances coming through, the fact that even though Kyogre can take one of them, it puts you in such a dangerous position to a follow-up from any of the partner Pokemon here. I would like to see Eden still bring the Kyogre, obviously. You've got so much beautiful synergy on your team with the Basculegion and the Archaladon, but I really want to be able to see it shine in a position where it can get that damage off. The Origin Pulses were connecting. They were doing significant damage, but unfortunately the KOs were coming from Yukase's side.
Apparently, Eden recently defeated Paul Chur just by clicking Wave Crash after Wave Crash in a particular tournament. So, Basculegion, let's see if it's able to shine just as much in this next game about Yosuke. Also, we remind ourselves of how we got to this game too. That critical hit on the Archaladon really did matter. I think they're putting it low enough for the game to be able to be secure for Yosuke in the end game.
I feel like as well the Grass Terrestrialization,
Terra Grass Glacial Lance.
Something like the
Urshifu,
for example, it gave you a little bit more flexibility around the Cornerstone Ogerpon, but really that Calyrex is the Pokemon that you had to not count out, and Kyogre unfortunately just fell victim to these Glacial Lances. This was a nice play though as well, you know, calling up
you might not want to Terra Grass that Kyogre, man. Not against a Cali Ice team, man.
Eden can get into a position where they can sort of pin Yosuke's Calyrex with the Archaladon on the field, threatening with super effective Flash Cannons pre-Terra.
Here we go.
Effective Electro Shots afterwards. That that'd be great to see. And there it is. That's the Archaldon on the field right now. And Kyogre setting up the rain to Electroshock and Golf in one turn. But no calories over on Yosuke's side. Heading into this game too, it's Urshifu and the Fluttermane.
I love this. I think it's a very commanding start here for Eden. You've got the Electroshock Prime to be able to do a significant amount of damage into that opposing Urshifu. And if you go for something like the Origin Pulse, then you know you're going to be able to get the double into Urshifu and get the knockout. The Fluttermane as well, not going to appreciate taking the Origin Pulse in the rain. It does have very strong special defense, but any, again, combination coming through from Archaldon and that Kyogre will get the knockout here. So Eden really has their pick of which Pokemon they want to target down.
If the Origin Pulse connects, and that is always a big if. Fluttermane, though, going for in this game. We're seeing it so much earlier in this game from Yusuke too. Terra Fairy is doubling down on the damage that this speed booster Fluttermane can do. Moonblast, which target is it going for? It's going to be
Archaldon.
The health bar of the Archaldon. It takes it really, really well and gets a stamina boost to boot, but realizing that it's so threatening to the Calyrex in the back. Really fascinating. See the Urshifu going for a strike strikes it. This is going to give 3 free defense boosts to this Archaldon thanks to its stamina ability.
Yeah, the Assault Vest not only a fashionable item choice, but actually a really good defensive one here in the face of that Moonblast from a Terra Fairy Fluttermane. Really, really nice to see, as well as you said, Charlie, getting these 3 stamina boosts to boot. And this now really does put Archaldon into a great position going forward, because you either have to target it down to get rid of it, or it's going to be able to get some big damage off the field. The Kyogre tries its best to get some big damage here. It doesn't manage to get the KO, but I think Charlie the Electroshock will get the knockout.
Maybe, Lou. Yeah, no, it absolutely will with that special attack boost connecting into that Urshifu. You say the Assault Vest is fashionable. I would argue it's not that fashionable, actually, Lou. I'm not sure I would go around wearing that, but I don't know how you feel. Urshifu, certainly not liking the Assault Vest. It's down in the face of that Archaldon.
I mean, there's not too many fashionable items to choose from. The Choice Scarf, I think, definitely takes #1 spot. But
the Kyogre has not taken any damage.
Definitely making a statement out here on the field. It does, however, have to contend with the follow-up Moonblast coming up from Fluttermane in this next turn. I don't think it's going to be able to hang on from one of those, thanks to the onslaught that also came through from
Ogerpon
strikes. But Yosuke has the utility to switch it
Figured.
up. That Cornerstone Ogerpon is back on. This was the thing that had the Kyogre quaking with fear.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can go for those surging strikes, and you do give Archaldon those stamina boosts, but that means nothing for its special defense, and another Moonblast would be easy enough to secure the knockout. Potentially even a Dazzling Gleam, so you get a bit of spread damage too. Yusuke is really giving a masterclass here as to how to pilot this team. Feeling like Yusuke is just in control, not giving Eden that much wiggle room.
Yes, and again, a defensive play here on the Kyogre. I think Eden obviously not wanting to commit to any terrestrialization at this point, just making sure to scout out what Yosuke is going to do.
You know what she needs? She needs speed control.
This may even be enough to get the kill on Archaldon. Yes, it will be able to, thanks to it being in the red. And now Eden has the utility to switch things up. It doesn't really matter what the Cornerstone Ogerpon was going to do. We have got the Protect in play. But good to be able to see that the offensive button was switched on from Yosuke in this turn.
This is one of the reasons I love Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask so much, because you can be offensive, you have the threat of those critical hits, but also, of course, can support with Follow Me and its sturdy ability. Really feisty. Fighting on the field here. Grassy Surge, once again, stacking so well with the leftovers on Kyogre once it's low on its health. It's looking pretty healthy right now. We can assume that Yusuke has the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back as the restricted, but not necessarily.
I don't know.
This is what you need, though, is a feisty Rillaboom on the field right now. You've got the grassy terrain, so you have the priority with your grassy glide, and that's something that the opposing Fluttermane really doesn't want to take. Its special defense may be good, but its defense is on the pitiful scale. So I think being able to try and get that pressure...
She had no speed control.
...could get you the knockout. Ogerpon playing very defensively, going for the spiky shield here in case something like the fake out was going down into that slot, and that was what the Rillaboom was going for here, so it is going to have to take a little bit of damage from those spikes.
Yeah, good call there by Yusuke to protect the Ogerpon. Now,
it does. Look, I see win right there.
And the Kyogre, so that successive moves will hopefully be going off before the Pokemon on Eden's side of the field can move.
I like this, trying to buy that Ogerpon a little bit of an edge onto that Kyogre, of course, pressuring with the Power Whip, but the Rillaboom will be able to boost by having given it the grassy terrain as well. So this is where things get a little bit dicey for this Kyogre.
Yeah, absolutely, and a dodge there to boot as well. Really, really unfortunate, but now heading into this next turn, I mean, Yusuke, we sometimes see terrestrializing too early, coming back to bite trainers, but right now the Fluttermane has been putting in work. It's so far the most valuable Pokemon for Yusuke, and time for Eden to say, hey, I want to have my piece of the pie. I want to have a go at that. Time for my own terrestrialization. It's going to be the Kyogre once more.
I feel like this is the time to do it, though. The Calyrex Ice Rider we can assume is in the back, but it's not currently on the field. So this is a nice time to go into that grass terror type. It means you don't have to fear the Cornerstone Ogerpon as much. Rillaboom cleans up that Fluttermane with an easy grassy glide, and now you have to deal this significant damage onto the Cornerstone Ogerpon. You know you're not going to be able to get the KO thanks to the sturdy ability, but at least you can put it in range for a knockout in the following turn.
Well, let's hope so if we have a connect from Origin Pulse.
Smart.
Locked into Agriculture once more, bring that Koga down.
It's a game of bluffs.
Origin Pulse, single target, doing so much damage than it did before. Even a grassy glide, of course, Ogerpon taking neutral damage from that for being part rock type would be enough to secure it. But maybe then you go for a spiky shield, deal a little bit more all valuable chip. But Yosuke, down to the final 2 Pokemon here.
Yes, and we'll finally get to see what that 4th and final Pokemon is in the back. It is, of course,
it's the horse.
Ice Rider, and some trainers do opt to sometimes leave their restricted on the bench, but not in this particular match. It's going to be able to now apply pressure to 2 grass types on the field. That Icy Wind as well that the Fluttermane was able to get off earlier, I think could pay off really strongly here, lowering the speed of these Pokemon that Calyrex, depending on how it's been trained, we have seen them be that kind of hybrid variant trained to be better in speed control, could give it the edge. So a nice adjustment by Ida here, bringing in the Basculegion.
Whatever move this Basculegion locks into, it could still reset it because you have 3 Pokemon for Eden. You could switch it out and back in. Grass Glide was going into that Ogerpon to try and secure the knockout. Eden deciding, well, a little bit of chip damage, I don't mind too much, but certainly will do in the face of this Calyrex. Is that just going to be a free boost onto the Calyrex? Of course it is. That Chilling Neigh going off. Basculegion and Koga locked onto the field.
Yeah, Assault Vest Kyogre is real.
You need to calm down, Calyrex. You're getting too many Chilling Neighs here in this Swiss round 6.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, I have to say as well, this has been an unfortunate turn here for Eden. The Basculegion is in a...
I turned my Kyogre into a true special attacking tank.
It's the Shining Star bringing the rain onto the field to help this Basculegion out now. It's going to be the speediest thing on the field thanks to the Swift Sprint ability, and it can apply pressure to something like that Cornerstone Ogerpon, but you still have to contend with this Calyrex.
Yeah, and just again, hope that some Origin Pulses connect here, because the Koga is Terra Grass, is now weak to the Calyrex, and Glacial Lance, of course, securing the knockout on the Rillaboom.
Overrated! Welcome in! What's up, man?
I'd almost really like to see a last respect going down into that Calyrex, and then obviously just click Origin Pulse. The Spiky Shield comes up again. You fooled the Rillaboom twice, but are you going to fool any of the other remaining Pokemon? Oh, Basculegion did
Whoops.
that slot. Unfortunately, not able to pay its last respects here. He's going to have to wait a turn or 2 to do that as the Origin Pulse comes through. Now, even if this does connect onto the Calyrex, it's going to be able to hang on significantly.
It does connect, and the Calyrex...
Oh, crit!
It was a crit.
HP, or a trick room being set up here as well. And with the Basculegion and the Swift Swim, it's locked into its last respects, not the Aqua Jet. Seems like Yosuke has found the play that they needed in order to try and secure this game. Trick Room, of course, meaning that the slower Pokemon are going to be...
Yeah, she's cooked. She's cooked.
Considering the fact we've got the Grass Terra Kyogre on the field, that is something that the Calyrex is so happy to throw some Glacial Lances down across at. The Ogerpon as well can just deal some damage to the Basculegion.
GG's, man.
Because there is no Terrestrialization available for Eden on that Pokemon. It is just going to be a prime target for a power up, as long as it's able to connect. I feel like even the Basculegion at this range, thanks to the +1, could even be KO'd to the Glacial Lance.
Yeah, exactly. When the fact that you have the fastest thing on the field becomes a thorn in your side, this Basculegion going to be moving last in these twisted dimensions. This could be it, trainers. Glacial Lance connecting, super effective into Koga, already boosted. Basculegion brought down very low indeed. Should be
See ya.
Ogerpon
See ya.
Next tier as Eden loses their terrestrialization option. It's a team that, you know, minus the Kyogre, minus the restricted option, did so well for them in Stuttgart, but one that has been able to secure the game for them here.
She would have. You're right about that. You're absolutely right.
Victory for Yosuke Takiyanagi.
Fantastic to see. Look at that smile on the stage from Yosuke. Congratulations, our winner of our Swiss round 6 match. And
you said,
style as well, really
good, you missed the presents due to school, though.
I have to say, Eden,
I saw a bit of the presents at school because they haven't blocked YouTube at your school. What you thought about it?
On that stage.
They're both having a laugh together, trainers, and that's what it's all about. We're here to have fun. We're playing Pokemon. We're playing a game. Let's enjoy ourselves. Yes, the stakes are high, but the fun is even greater than that.
Hell yeah. It's all about fun at the end of the day. GG's, GG's. It's all about reads, predictions. You know how it is. What moves you recommend on Assault Vest Kyogre? I mean, kind of up to your discretion. Mine has Origin Pulse. What is it? I don't have water spout. I didn't put water spout on mine because mine is like pretty slow. I put Origin Pulse, Ice Beam, Surf, and Thunder. Yeah. I have Origin Pulse because I have Clodsire on that team, so that the Clodsire can take can heal itself up with Water Absorb, and plus Surf actually deals more damage than whatchamacallit, or Water Spout. If you can get a full Surf like from the Kyogre, like you gotta understand that Water Spout's damage is cut in half, but Surf's damage is not cut in half. So it actually deals more damage than Origin Pulse or Water Spout. So, you know what I mean? If you can connect with those Surfs, your opponent is not going to be very happy. Let's see. What's the next match? What are we looking at? Obviously, the Origin Pulse is for when you don't want to hit your partner. But if you got a Clodsire on the field, or if you got a Pokemon with Protect, you would definitely want to go for the Surfs. And you don't have to worry about your HP being low and your damage being mitigated. Nah. Honestly, the presence is great. Just hope that Garchomp is in ZA. I'm sure it will be. It has a Mega Evolution. It has to be. Justin Tang versus somebody. I think it says Tomio. Tomoyuki. Let me see the homie Justin Tang in action.
There he is, Justin Tang, no strangers to the competitive stage here, running that tried and tested Calyrex Ice Rider Amoonguss.
This is the team that he won the tournament with. You got another horse. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of getting tired of the horses, but you got Cali Ice. I think this is Terra Fairy. Same item, same moves as all the other ones. Amoonguss, this is also Terra Fairy. Covert Cloak, Spore, Rage Powder, Pollen Puff, Protect. No Sludge Bomb there, no Clear Smog. You got Landorus. This is Terra Water. Life Orb, Protect, Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, Sand, Seer, Storm. The normal stuff. Crazy how he won a tournament with an Urshifu that didn't even have close combat. Surging Strikes, Aqua Jet, Taunt and Detect, Heartflame Ogerpon. This one has Horn Leech. So, you got Ivy Kudzu, Horn Leech, Follow Me, Spiky Shield. You got Roaring Moon, Terra Flying. This is normal. Terra Flying, Booster Energy, Acrobatics, Knockoff, Tailwind, Protect.
Urshifu, Ogerpon, and Roaring Moon.
I think you gave me an idea to try Wo-Chien and Kyogre for doubles. Ooh, yeah, that could be nasty. Yeah, that could work. Yeah. My Kyogre is a bold nature. I bulked it out. I invested. What did I invest in that Kyogre? I invested special attack, defenses, and HP to make it a bulky special attacker. I invested 0 speed into it. 0 speed.
Glacial Lances into your opponent while Amoonguss is putting Pokemon to sleep. It can be quite frustrating to play against in some way.
Oh, you like the starters? Which starter are you leaning towards starting with?
If it's still running the same as
that question is for everybody in the chat.
Team is a little bit more on the defensive side, so maybe able to take things like
I think Bestie might choose the Totodile
and be able to Horn Leech back up. But also, once you get into Trick Room, it's usable. If you get into Tail,
I don't know about
usable.
you, but I'm tired of them
kind
horsing
middle
around.
ground rather than this
Drum
sort of
beat.
floors and ceilings idea where you have either
Oh, okay.
fastest Pokemon or the
That was
slowest
pretty
Pokemon.
good. That was pretty
I
good.
feel like the tailwind on
Hold
Maroon is
on.
gonna be
We
really
got the
critical in this
soundboards
particular
open,
match.
so
Take a look at Tomoyuki's
I'm
side,
gonna
for
hit you
example.
with one of
There isn't really
these.
there's no tailwind on that side, and the only speed control I can really see is the electro.
Because you're
on the
made of
Raging
fun.
Bolt, for example, you have a choice scarf as well on the Chi-Yu, but if Justin's able to get the tailwind up and the momentum on his
Not sure
side,
y'all
he
heard
can
that.
start steamrolling through some of Tomoyuki's team.
I think the
Potentially,
soundboard
I think
is working.
The biggest thing that Tomoyuki has in their
Should
favor
be.
is the fact that
It might
there is
not
a
be, though.
Zamazenta
I don't know.
on their
Oh,
team.
yes.
And Zamazenta does really quite well into Calyrex because it gets that Dauntless Shield defense boost when it lands on the board, but it also has that support in Wide Guard. Both it can do big body press damage, but it can also stop those Glacial Lances in their tracks. And we saw a similar matchup to this earlier in the day. We'll have to see if this matchup goes even similar, because there is a few differences in what Tomoyuki has opted for. Most notably, that Electro Web speed control on the Raging Bolt could come into play here, but also the Amoonguss having Sludge Bomb rather than Pollen Puff.
Totodile or Tempig.
And so it's not going to be able to...
Chikorita might finally get some love. I hope so.
I also love just the
This is Chikorita's redemption arc. Oh, and by the way, I didn't comment on this guy's team. We got a dog. We got Zamazenta. So we're looking at a Zamazenta that is Terra Dragon. Great Terra for it. Body Press, Heavy Slam, Wide Guard, Protect. Offensive Amoonguss with Sludge Bomb, Spore, Rage Powder, Protect. Terra Water, Rocky Helmet. You got Chi-Yu, Choice Scarf. That pretty much is the only build people use for Chi-Yus these days. But you got, I guess the Choice Specs Chi-Yus are not in anymore. But you got Terra Ghost, you got Heat Wave, Overheat, Dark Pulse Snarl, Fluttermane, Terra Grass, Booster Energy, Moonblast, Shadow Ball, Icy Wind, no Dazzling Gleam, but you got Protect. Interesting. Pretty sure this Fluttermane is Speed Booster. You got Chien-Pao over there, Terra, Stellar Terra, Focus Sash, Icicle Crash, Crunch, Sucker Punch, Protect. And last of all, but not least, you got Raging Bolt, Assault Vest, Terra Grass. I've never seen a Terra Grass Raging Bolt before. I guess it's, you're not going to get away from ice, but I guess you can, help yourself against ground moves more. You got Thunderbolt, Draco, Meteor, Thunderclap, and Electro Web. Nice.
But particularly with the choice scarf on that Chi-Yu,
I don't know Chikorita's Fairy Grass. It's like one shot to any poison move. Oof.
Or just purely an
That's
overheat
true.
to really put that Calyrex in check, or even an Amoonguss if it wants to make an appearance. It can be so formidable, and the Fluttermane can follow up beautifully with something like a Moonblast.
Totodile is a good choice, mostly because water is rare for early game.
Find a lot of popularity, especially with the Terra Ghost.
Yeah, I heard it. Also, the next 7-star raids have been revealed. They start tomorrow. Yep.
On early doors.
And I'll be streaming it.
The last time we saw this sort of archetype, you've got this Chi,
Suedo legendary 7-star raids in the future.
So you can make sure you're
yes, I'm hyped. I'm so excited about that.
For you, depending on the situation.
Yes, and you see the Shadow Ball as well.
Time to make some raid builds for the 7-star Meowscarada.
So important because
yes,
sometimes
sir.
Zamazenta forces a Ghost Terror on the other side, and you need that Shadow Ball to get some fast defensive coverage. But doesn't look like we're going to have to worry about that too much in this match. But speaking of fast and offensive, we have got some phenomenal Pokemon on the field. It's going to be that Ogre.
Here we go, y'all. The battle started.
Against the Chien-Pao and the Zamazenta. Both restricted are in play.
So
oh, my favorite music!
Pressure coming out early doors from Tomoyuki, trying to take advantage of the body press that it's boosted up by the Dauntless Shield defense boost on Zamazenta, and Chien-Pao getting its sort of ruin on the field. Of course, neither Pokemon on Tomoyuki's side is going to worry too much about the damage that the Calyrex is going to be able to do this turn. But the Ogerpon, of course, if it is trained to
horse versus dog.
just in San Antonio team,
the horse is transforming.
Hit really well.
Yeah, Chien-Pao, playing a dangerous game right now because the
horse has transformed into a beautiful fairy.
Sort of ruined defense drop that is in play. That's going to be able to help out there.
Got a spiky shield from the Ogerpon.
Today for the Ogerpon, it's going to be able to go for that spiky shield, play a little bit defensive.
Icicle Crash.
Icicle Crash will come through this.
Ooh, goes into the horse.
Calyrex is going to take a little bit more damage.
Body press into the horse. Still good damage. Trick Room? Are we going to have a Trick Room?
Okay.
And wait, oh, flinch! There's a flinch from the Icicle Crash.
This is one of the adaptations that we're seeing a little bit after Justin was able to win San Antonio, is that this Zamazenta is playing Heavy Slam, where a lot of them have been opting to change to a Behemoth Bash because of Terra Fairy Calyrex Ice Rider, where Heavy Slam doesn't do much damage because Calyrex Ice Rider is a pretty heavy Pokemon, but Behemoth Bash does a lot more to it. So Justin really taking advantage of that in turn 1 and using the Terra Fairy on Calyrex to his advantage, but Body Press just doing a little bit too much damage, or more than Justin probably wanted.
The Ogabon here able to draw in all these single target attacks, able to take the crunch from this Chi and Power.
Yeah, Ogapon's out of there. That's a big body dog right there.
Unfortunate here for Justin. I think you want to keep your Ogabon in play because it can apply so much damage with a fire type Ivy Cudgel.
Here's a Trick Room.
However, is able to get that Trick Room off, and I feel like yes, you have lost your Ogapon, but it was worth the risk to be able to get your Trick Room in. This is where now Amoonguss can come into play, Urshifu as well. If it is built that more defensively and slower, bulkier type, then it could shine in this Trick Room environment.
And it gives the Zamazenta a little bit of a room to pause, because if you go for the Temper Dragon to make sure that you're not taking a critical hit or super neutral critical hit.
Oh yeah, Heatran would be good for that, yep.
Especially boosted up by that Chien-Pao, then you're going to be weak to a Glacial Lance. So there's some decisions for both of these trainers to run with, but it's definitely fair to say that Tomoyuki has got the better end of this early game. A little bit with that flinch, but also putting on that offensive pressure right from the get-go.
Yeah, the Calyrex getting out of there just doesn't want to leave itself vulnerable, and Amoonguss, definitely the #1 Trick Room Pokemon, is now in play. Chien-Pao, very speedy, wants to make sure that its Focus Sash is able to stay intact as well. Adapts off the field, and hey, there's another Amoonguss in Trick Room. We've seen that before.
I think we have. And also this Amoonguss is carrying the Rocky Helmet. So one thing that Justin might be tempted to do is try to target down the Focus Sash Chien-Pao with Surging Strikes and take it down in 3 hits.
Yes.
But then swapping it out into Amoonguss, baiting that, getting the Rocky Helmet,
Wide guard.
chip damage onto the Surging Strikes if it goes that way, but also covering for that water type coverage.
The Amoonguss has been taunted.
Really nice getting the taunt down onto that Amoonguss. The Terra Dragon coming through, even though there was the Calyrex on the field, you might think, oh, dangerous, but the Wide Guard able to cover from an Glacial Lances, and also would have enabled that Amoonguss to come in without taking damage, but couldn't stop it from taking the taunt.
Now this Amoonguss actually is a little bit dangerous in this scenario. It can go for a Sludge Bomb, and Sludge Bomb damage
sounds
is
good.
Going to add up over time, because the Urshifu isn't going to be able to do loads of damage with its only...
I don't know about protecting the raid. Protecting the raid doesn't really do anything.
Okay, Justin's going to be able to put it to sleep if he wants to go for that. But unless you have some good offensive...
You almost had 20 likes, I think. Let me check the like count.
You kind of need to be worried that that Zamazenta is going to have a lot of time to have its nap and then wake up when you least want it.
1 like away, so close.
As well has a couple of decisions to make here. The Zamazenta is going to go to sleep. I was wondering if you maybe wanted to try and protect and stall out some more of these Trick Room turns, but instead,
Surging Strikes is doing
on that restricted Pokemon. As you can see,
not
however,
much.
the Surging Strike's really not doing too much damage. That Dragon typing and also just the fact that it is a defensive Pokemon anyway is really helping out here. But it has gone to sleep. It is going to be taking a little bit of a nap here. The Amoonguss on the opposing side,
thank you, Lena,
though, has the utility to try and get that Sludge Bomb off.
And it did quite a lot of damage. I think like 3 Sludge Bombs especially, it's got a pretty good chance to go for a poison as well. So if a second Sludge Bomb was able to get the poison onto the Urshifu, then that could make a little bit of a difference here. And also the Calyrex is a Terra Fairy. It's not a safe switch in. That Sludge Bomb is actually looking really dangerous for...
Oh, nice Storm. I guess that does make sense.
Is able to target that Sludge Bomb properly. If Justin is thinking to bring in the Calyrex to put pressure onto the sleeping Zamazenta and gets a Sludge Bomb to the face, it's not going to be a nice feeling for Justin.
I think you've identified it, though. The Calyrex needs to be on the field now, because it can apply super effective damage to both these Pokemon. It can deal with the Amoonguss, which the other Pokemon really cannot do without having to take Rocky Helmet damage as the Urshifu. And at the same time, you want to deal damage to that Dragon.
Heal the horse!
It can't Wide Guard.
The horse is healed!
To give it a little bit more HP to keep it on the field, but the Sludge Bomb comes through. That's going to negate the
Look at that damage.
And also, it's going to wake
Zamazenta is up!
come through. into the Amoonguss, however. That would have been almost nice to see it go into the fairy type, but I guess the weight isn't as instrumental here.
And Amoonguss shakes off the taunt now.
Yeah.
So the Calyrex is on the field. It's kind of got in as quickly as it can for Justin. Props for him to get the Amoonguss going for the pollen puff, and that maybe speaks to the training of...
We hit 20 likes? Where? Let me check.
We'll have to see if the speed orders of those Pokemon change as we go through to see if it's a little bit of a speed tie situation.
No, it still says 19 for me.
You know, when you see that much
close, and one away from me.
On an Amoonguss to a Calyrex, I mean, it does give you room to think.
Yes, and the Calyrex now in a position where it does want to try and get damage off, but Wide Guard is back on the board. That Zamazenta has woken up, so if it wants to get damage safely and consistently, it's going to have to go for
Heal the horse!
instead. The Pollen Puff on that slow Amoonguss on Justin Chang's side is going to be able to give Calyrex the HP it needs once again.
There he is.
But instead of the poison,
another horse is taking a nap.
the Spore coming through. This time the Calyrex cannot evade.
And it goes to sleep there. Of course, because the Amoonguss did go for the Pollen Puff, there isn't any chance that this Zamazenta is going to fall asleep. And this follow-up heavy slam into the Amoonguss puts it in KO range for another one. And I wouldn't be worried at all if I was Tomoyuki here about the Amoonguss being the main damage-dealing choice against that Calyrex, because Zamazenta can just go ahead next turn and wide guard away the Glacial Lance to protect the Amoonguss on Tomoyuki's side, while the Sludge Bomb is dealing the damage that you need. As soon as Tomoyuki is able to pick up the knockout on Justin's Amoonguss, there isn't going to be any HP recovery possible for the Calyrex, and so it causes quite a difficult endgame for Justin here.
And the Trick Room has expired as well, so the Zamazenta back in the driving seat was trying to go for the body press into the Amoonguss, but of course, really nice defensive play here by Justin. As Calyrex...
Calyrex woke up! Oh!
As the Glacial Lance will connect, this is going to do super effective damage.
Whoa!
Both the Pokemon, but actually they're able to hang on here. Sludge Bomb is going to come through into Calyrex. A significant chunk of damage, but again, Calyrex is still in the game. That Amoonguss is going to have to try and spore it to put it back to sleep, but it's slow again now outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, this is not what
I'll refresh it again.
Tomoyuki wanted, but this is the window into the game.
Nope, still 19.
Calyrex is like, has
closer.
The lights beaming down, and it can't take a kip at this point in the tournament. Justin's managed to get the damage that he needs both onto the Amoonguss, but more importantly onto the Zamazenta, I think. Putting it in range where a couple of Surging Strikes might be enough to be able to pick up the KO here. Especially important since...
Yo, I love this beat so much, man. This song is hard.
I was about to say,
Chat, why is this song so good?
Or else it's going to switch out and use its regenerator ability, and that's exactly what it's done here now. It can pop into the back.
Okay, Chien-Pao's made an appearance. Finally, the Amoonguss goes down from the big body dog.
And Amoonguss gets felt on Justin's side, leaving him with the two remaining Pokemon of this Calyrex and the Urshifu. No Wide Guard coming
yeah,
of course, so this will enable
the dog is gone
to pick up the KO, but I think it was critical to then force Justin into the last two Pokemon here. So
yep, they are.
Yeah, I think that's the trade that you really need.
You're right about that, Storm.
It's something that Justin and other players that we've seen playing Calyrex have been doing quite a lot this weekend.
Let's get Brocky.
Just don't hit the Trick Room button. Glacial Lance is going to do the work that you need it to. Calyrex is going to be able to hang on to, because it's such a bulky Pokemon, and the extra value that you get from just going for the attack, breaking the Chien-Pao Focus Sash and putting it a little bit closer, maybe into Aqua Jet ranges.
That's
that could be something that could be important in this end game. Of course, the Amoonguss now coming in back here has got that little bit more HP. And because the Calyrex is a fairy type, Tomoyuki can't rely on that Crunch or Sucker Punch to be able to do damage to it. It's got to rely on Chien-Pao's Icicle Crash, which one isn't 100% accurate.
That taunt would be huge.
Possibly isn't even in range, this Calyrex, of an Icicle Crash knocking it out.
But that Amoonguss as well is forcing both these Pokemon to go on the offensive. You need to go for that Glacial Lance to deal with the Amoonguss, otherwise it's simply going to put you to sleep. Urshifu wants to go for those Surging Strikes, but it cannot go into the Amoonguss thanks to the Rocky Helmet. So it's kind of left to deal with the opposing Chien-Pao. The Amoonguss actually protects here. I feel like it knows it's not going to be the target of the Urshifu, so doesn't have to worry about Unseen Fist, as the Icicle Crash was going down into the Fairy Calyrex there. So a really nice defensive play, allowing the Urshifu to actually try and go for the taunt here. So again, a great defensive play on Tomoyuki's side. The protects were really well played here, Ben.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I was wondering whether or not
nice overrated
risk going for a Surging Strikes, but that Rage Powder was just so telegraphed here. But I think Tomoyuki was doing a really nice thing. They're trying to set up the Calyrex for something else to be able to knock it out because there is no redirectors, there's no fake outs left, and of course Tomoyuki does have one more Pokemon in the back that he can take advantage of, and that's what Amoonguss is going to be switching on into.
Yeah, Amoonguss once again.
Welcome back, Kimberly.
Man,
what happened with your pizza and your dog? Did your dog eat your pizza?
Fourth and final Pokemon, another treasure of Ruin duo here, out front and center. The Icicle Crash will connect this time onto that Calyrex.
Almost.
To be able to get the knockout, however, and the taunt will now
Taunt on. That's not going to do nothing.
Adjustment from Tomoyuki. This is Choice Scarf, so it doesn't even have any status moves to go for. As the Glacial Lance will follow up. This will.
Oh, Chien-Pao's gone.
Does a huge amount of damage to the Chi-Yu as well.
Getting a chilling Neigh boost as well. If this Amoonguss wasn't scared before, it
better be now.
But this Choice Scarf Chi-Yu coming onto the field is the perfect Pokemon to bring in for Tomoyuki. You can understand there why Justin was not budging from using that taunt, because if that move goes wrong, then you can be in all sorts of trouble against an Amoonguss. If you go for Resurging Strikes and you get Rage Powdered, then your Urshifu is taking a lot of recoil damage for not a lot of gain there. And then the Chi-Yu in the back is probably in a pretty good situation. Now Chi-Yu coming in is going to put a lot of pressure on, and Amoonguss comes in without any taunt pressure whatsoever. So it can just redirect this first attack, redirect an Aqua Jet, redirect a Surging Strikes, redirect a Taunt, while Chi-Yu is going to try to get the knockout. I think the key here is that if the Calyrex protect itself this turn, then a taunt can go off this turn. Chi-Yu's going to struggle to knock out the Urshifu, and then an Aqua Jet can take out the Chi-Yu.
But there's no redirection coming through there. It's just going to be the Heat Wave connecting down onto the Urshifu, not doing a huge amount of damage, and the taunt is able to find its mark onto the Amoonguss here.
Let's see what the Amoonguss
is.
Sludge
Bomb.
It's going to be the Sludge Bomb.
Hey!
Onto this Urshifu. What a call there from Tomoyuki.
Yeah, really bold play, actually. Like I was almost thinking the Aqua Jet
is
so obvious into that opposing team that you kind of have to go for the redirection. But this Amoonguss is not messing around. It's been really the offensive variant this tournament. You know, it's taken those taunts, going for these Sludge Bombs. So game
Justin lost game one.
Tomoyuki and that Amoonguss.
It takes a really
that was smooth.
Strong trainer to have the dedication, especially when you're going up against a trainer that you know is so good. To be able to make that call in an end game, it's like, well, if the Aqua Jet goes off and the redirection happens, that's pretty bad for Justin. But if the taunt goes off and the Aqua Jet doesn't,
check my Twitter.
The redirection doesn't happen. Instead, the Sludge Bomb happens. Well, yeah, that's really bad for Justin there, and vice versa. Tomoyuki can get that completely wrong and find himself in all sorts of trouble. So yeah, that end game was so close, and it really does come down to those mind games.
And I really like the way Chi-Yu was kind of left right until the end, and it came in as that kind of classic end game sweeper, applying pressure with the Heat Wave for the double damage onto the opposing side. It wasn't dealing a significant amount, but the fact that it had that pressure and the support utility that Amoonguss was able to give it just meant Tomoyuki was able to close out the game. But I like that it spent so much of that much unrevealed.
Yeah, and just holding it in the back. Here's that flinch in the early game from game one. Justin just getting a little bit of struggling to get off to a good start there in the match. He absolutely pulled it back, played so well in getting into Trick Room, just being able to get his Calyrex woken up. Not that Justin was, saying, wake up, Calyrex, but it was able to, the Calyrex was able to wake up a little bit early and get that offensive pressure on. If it didn't, it could have been a completely different match there. But yeah, now we're going into game two. And I'm just wondering, how does Tomoyuki consistently try to put pressure onto that fairy type Calyrex Ice Rider?
I like the Zamazenta for this play, in the sense that you've got that heavy slam, you can apply some decent damage, and it's not so much about the Calyrex. So the Zamazenta, yes, the body presses aren't going to do anything if it becomes a fairy type, that's fair. But what I like about the Zamazenta is it can pick off some of the other Pokemon as well. That's kind of where, the end of your sentence there caught me off guard. But it's really where I think it can apply a lot of pressure with those body presses, particularly as body presses damage obviously increases the more defensive capabilities you've got. If you're able to get that kind of really positioned, I think it's going to be nice to get some clean KOs. But Chi-Yu, for me, is going to be the Pokemon to take it.
Well, it's going to be coming out on the field turn one, but we got a switch up here as well from Justin Tang, bringing that Roaring Moon mode, going for
here we go.
An offensive option that he has available to him. Of course, the Roaring Moon is part Dark type, so and part Dragon type.
Got a Shadow Shiny.
Feeling pretty good
Grimer
against a Chi-Yu. It's not going to enjoy
Go to
staring
clarify.
down a Zamazenta with the ability
I really
to
hate my dog right now. Oh, it knocked your pixel. Oh, R.I.P. your pixel.
Trick Room was a bit detrimental for Justin because it allowed the
Order another pizza.
to also play quite strongly
What-
in that board
what
state.
kind of
So it's
pizza
really
was it?
kind of
Was it
taking away
pepperoni?
that strength of Amoongus, and you can decide the speed terms.
Yeah, I like that call out actually. Like, it could be. I think the question for me is whether or not Tomoyuki wants to attack down into this Roaring Moon, try to sort of trade the Tailwind for a knockout and sort of play the game from there. I mean, wisely starting off this turn by bringing the Chi-Yu back out in favor of the Amoongus, and just
we got a Terror on turn 1.
sitting in front of an Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Oh,
Crystallization on that Roaring Moon is turning into the
Terra Flying Roaring Moon.
popular Terra type that Roaring Moon has. It gives you that extra same type attack bonus to something like an Acrobatics. Particularly once your booster energy has been consumed, it just allows you to deal
Double
so
Terror on turn 1.
It's a fantastic way to deal with Amoongus if it does find its way back into the match. Crystallization of Peace, though, however,
Terra Dragon
Zamazenta once again.
Zamazenta.
I know you like it when we get Sparkly on the field.
Oh, yeah.
And we're getting double Sparkly here with Zamazenta. Aquajet going into the
Nothing.
Amoongus, and of course it's going to take a little bit of chip damage from that Rocky helmet. So Urshifu's kind of got a bruised hand right now as Roaring Moon.
Oh!
Acrobatics, it's the double up into that slot, just covering the Amoongus, switching, and Regenerator is going to be a big deal, but that's a lot of damage to get down onto the Amoongus.
Big body.
Yeah, I really like that play. If the Chi-Yu had stayed in, the Aquajet would have done a significant chunk of damage.
Cheese and
Follow
tomato?
Acrobatics, I think,
Oh,
would
so
have
it was just a
KO,
normal
but even when
slice.
the Amoongus came into play, it really came in and suffered a lot of damage. And Justin's in a position where he hasn't lost either Pokemon yet.
But I think this damage onto the Urshifu could actually be really critical to Tomoyuki's game plan. Once this Urshifu,
You think it's not a good idea?
that Chi-Yu is looking much,
You might be right about that.
And with the Roaring Moon already going for its terrestrialization, it could be a case that if Calyrex is in the back, the heat waves and the overheats are looking really, really strong for that.
I think he Terror
I think
because of
that's nice
Surging
that it's in the
Strikes.
back, snug and safe away for maybe the end game situation. If, for example, that Roaring Moon had gone for the Tailwind, then you don't want your Choice Scarf Pokemon to be outplayed. Aquajet will come through, do a little bit of chip onto that opposing Zamazenta, maybe covering for a potential switch in here, as the knockoff will be able to get the KO.
R.I.P.
onto that
Amoongus.
And this is a sigh of relief for Justin. The Amoongus was really a thorn in his side the whole way through game 1, and now it is gone. You don't have to contend with it.
And no redirection as well is a really big deal. Heavy Slam going into the Roaring Moon. This is where Behemoth Bash would be
That's
doing
not.
significantly
That's what I'm saying. That's
more
not
damage
enough.
Because Roaring Moon is a heavier Pokemon as well. And of course, Heavy Slam is determined in its power based on the relative.
Yeah, you definitely should have went Behemoth Bash. Why do people go Heavy Slam over Behemoth Bash?
For Tomoyuki's liking here, but at least there's still some significant damage, putting Roaring Moon into maybe the KO range of something coming in from the back.
What's the benefit of
Even
that? Can
something
somebody tell
like
me?
Chi-Yu, you know, it is now a flying type. Chi-Yu bringing the Beads of Ruin ability onto the field can use that to its advantage.
But the Chen Pao could also use.
There's a better option.
Yeah, take it a little bit more to the advantage. I mean, you have to worry a little bit about that sort of Ruin ability helping the two physical attackers on Justin's side. But I think the ability to go just straight up with a Sucker Punch and put some pressure on with Zamazenta.
But Behemoth Bash would do it too.
In this situation, and because the Roaring Moon is no longer a Dark type, it no longer resists a Sucker Punch, and probably with that Heavy Slam is in KO range right now.
Yes, the Roaring Moon maybe has to consider if it wants to go for a status effect here, like the Tailwind, so that it doesn't have to contend with that Sucker Punch. Urshifu's certainly not wanting to play around with it, so goes for the Detect, but of course it's going to fail here, the Sucker Punch, because Roaring Moon did go for that Tailwind. So regardless of the target here, no offensive pressure coming through from Justin's side, therefore Sucker Punch will fail.
Behemoth Bash would one-shot Flutter Mane and Klefka as well.
Very effective.
Sword of Ruin playing a big factor
it
in
does.
the extra damage there. Yeah, sometimes Body
That
Press
hurts.
comes out and like, that just did too much damage.
Yes, absolutely savage, but it's great to see in a way because Justin did what he wanted to do with that Roaring Moon, got the Tailwind up. This is going to help out the Urshifu, and Amoongus being on the field with that redirection to stop Sucker Punch from getting up to too many shenanigans does give him a bit of momentum.
But of course, the Chen Paos in most cases, even though they're carrying a Focus Sash, and the Focus Sash is kind of taken up by stopping those one-hit knockouts, the fact that Justin is running Mystic Water on the Urshifu does make it likely that Urshifu Surging Strikes is going to be able to pick up the KO in 3 hits, where usually Surging Chen Paos are trained just very slightly defensively, just to change that damage damage calculation on Surging Strikes and not be able to pick up the knockout. This is where Mystic Water really does come in clutch and could make this Chen Pao under a lot more pressure than otherwise it would.
Well, let's see the pressure that the Amoonguss has to bear first of all. It's drawing in all those attacks, forces the Sucker Punch to fail. Justin looking relieved at that here as the Surging Strikes will...
Yeah, that Chen Pao's gone. It's gone.
It looks like a bulky Chen Pao, but as you mentioned, the
Wait.
But it is going to come right
Yeah, it's gone.
Able to get the knockout. Justin very happy with how this turn is played out, regardless of what the Zamazenta wants to do.
And the Amoonguss, having gone for a Rage Powder, redirected that Sucker Puncher call there. Justin popping off a little bit, making that call correctly. Heavy Slam, though, doing a good amount of damage into the Amoonguss. And it will come down to this Chi-Yu and Zamazenta. But Zamazenta's got a bit of an uphill battle because the Chi-Yu is carrying a Choice Scarf. The
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be all over that game overrated.
Terror option for Tomoyuki. So Justin's Urshifu is going to be outspeeding the Chi-Yu and going to be able to pick up the knockout on it pretty easily. The question is what's that last Pokemon in the back? Because Amoonguss is not known for doing loads of damage to Zamazenta. The Zamazenta is now resisting the 2 Water-type moves on the Urshifu. And yeah, like the Pokemon in the back is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Well, I feel like the Urshifu's got a really clean KO onto that Chi-Yu. It doesn't have the capability to protect, being that choice Pokemon. And then if the Amoonguss maybe puts the Zamazenta to sleep, then even if it is a bit of an uphill climb, you will be able to just keep whittling away at that Zamazenta and just remove it from the game. Amoonguss even has the capability to even switch out, reset itself.
Oh, he got the speed.
Just to keep maybe putting that Zamazenta to sleep.
I thought the Chi was going to outspeed. I forgot about Tailwind.
Onto just inside of the field as well.
Yeah, well, we know who's taking this match.
Coming out from this Chi-Yu, easy knockout there. Heavy Slam into the Amoonguss, but we already saw it did less than 50%. So maybe a critical hit could have helped Tomoyuki out in this situation, but it wasn't to be. Amoonguss hanging on and going for the Spore. So now Zamazenta has its guaranteed turn of sleep.
And this is not going to do a lot, these Surging Strikes, but there's a cheeky Pokemon in the back there in the form of that Landorus Incarnate that's going to be able to hit the opposing Zamazenta on the special attacking side of things. You know, being able to hit with something like the Earth Power, Sunset Storm, Sludge Bomb, any of these attacks really are just going to be able to hit it on the side that it's not so defensively bulky in.
Surging Strikes going into the Zamazenta, and yeah, okay, it's kind of tickling the Zamazenta there, a little bit of a free turn pet there going on. Good job, Zamazenta, being able to shrug that off. Of course, it's going to take its guaranteed turn of sleep, and now it has the opportunity to wake up.
Pokemon champions, man.
Could be a little bit of a deal here.
They about to put Pokemon Showdown out of business. That's what they're saying on Twitter.
Into the Landorus and maybe try to get a critical hit. The Landorus,
it's over for Pokemon Showdown.
Boosted by the sheer force, Earth Power into that Zamazenta is not going to be able to pick up.
That Zamazenta is in trouble.
Goodbye. Looks like it is.
This was a really nice positioning by Justin, switching out that Amoonguss and bringing the Landorus in because you needed that offensive.
Gone.
You said so yourself, Ben. Amoonguss is not known for it, so this was a perfect way for Justin to.
All right, we tied up 1-1.
And force
1-1.
Game 3. I love to see this coming through. Justin had a little bit of a derailment in that game 1. It was very difficult for him to kind of come back from the Icicle Crash. Flinch, that's it. I was like, I'm going to get the word order messed up.
That's what I'm hoping.
And he was
That's
able
what I'm
to do
hoping.
it really, really well, actually bringing Tomoyuki very close in that game 1. In game 2, it felt like he was really in command. I loved the switch up of that Roaring Moon, the fact that you had the acrobatics pressure, and then most critically, the Tailwind pressure that then was utilized at the perfect time. Going down, bringing in your sweepers, I think was beautifully played.
The one thing that we didn't call out in that match is that Roaring Moon came over the restricted Pokemon in Calyrex.
That's a really valid point.
Right?
It's so big, I just kind of thought it was a restricted for a second there.
You know,
It duped me.
It's a strong Pokemon, like, don't get me wrong. And I think that's a bold decision to be able to choose, especially when Roaring Moon kind of struggles a little bit against Zamazenta.
Yeah.
Good against the other Pokemon on the team, and we saw how effective that was in the early game where the Acrobatics, Terra Flying went into the Amoonguss and kind of put Tomoyuki under that early pressure. And Justin was able to kind of steamroll from there. You called it out in the game, Lou. Trade the Roaring Moon for a Tailwind and then play from there.
I think it's actually very logical when you think about the Calyrex not being there, because in game 1, it really struggled with the wide guard, and even when it was able to connect on the Zamazenta, it wasn't getting the KO thanks to its defensive capabilities. The Amoonguss as well, it wasn't quite able to get the damage from, and I feel like the only reason to bring your Calyrex is to deal with that Amoonguss.
Yeah.
So then switching it up and bringing the Roaring Moon that can also apply pressure with acrobatics, for example, but then also hold its own with that Tailwind was a risky, but a correct play.
Yeah, I think like working out how important it is to knock out an Amoonguss is something that all of our trainers really have to think about. I mean,
Yeah.
Amoonguss is pretty high up in the usage charts for day one at EUIC, so it's definitely something that a lot of trainers will have a lot of experience playing against.
Facts.
Again,
I'm pretty sure you'll be able to transfer your mons from like any Pokemon game into Pokemon Champions.
That Zamazenta,
Any game that's compatible with Pokemon Home
Yuki
games.
like it went to sleep for a little while too long,
Yeah.
and wasn't able to put the damage on the board that it really wanted to.
But it wasn't like game one where it woke up quite quickly, you know?
Yeah,
in
exactly.
game two, it's been a long day and it's got a long set to go through. But now that we're in game three, it's really about getting that last little bit of energy and putting it on the line because you want to keep your record here.
Here we go.
Chien-Pao and Zamazenta versus down against the Landorus and the Ogerpon. I love to see the Ogerpon here. It can apply so much pressure with a fiery Ivy Cudgel into the Chien-Pao, into the Amoonguss, and, you know, unless it turns into that Dragon Zamazenta, it's also going to be a threat.
But I think the mind game here of whether or not the Earth Power or the Sandsear Storm is locked into here is also a big deal, because this Ogerpon, we know from San Antonio, has been more defensively orientated, able to redirect attacks with the Follow Me, and that gives Landorus quite a lot of free reign where Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, neither of them have any spread damage, so a Follow Me can be really detrimental to Tomoyuki, where Landorus is able to, instead of coming in the end game and being able to Earth Power the Zamazenta, well, you know what? Why don't I just do it turn one?
Well, he pulled out the Landorus on turn one.
Really is yours to start
Landorus and
through.
Ogerpon is an interesting lead.
Early on as well. This is something that's been very consistent throughout this set, particularly on this Zamazenta, wanting to drop its typing, turning into the dragon typing, and as you said, it really
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I get it though. Yeah, it's good against the Ogerpon. So yeah, in this situation, I think you have to Terra the Zamazenta.
And stopping it from taking any damage. There's the Follow Me.
And also the Landorus. You're putting mad pressure on him.
Away from that Landorus, most notably.
That's going to be half. Yeah, more than half.
Body press, not enough to pick up the
Sandsear.
KO, but it's no wide guard and a Sandsear Storm coming out here.
Yes, able to use the Landorus to not be in fear of that wide guard and get some decent damage down onto the opposing Zamazenta. You obviously still have to contend with the wide guard going into the next turn. This Landorus is a Lifeful Variant, so it does have the flexibility to switch up its moves. It could always try and go for something like the Earth Power now.
I would have went for another Sandsear.
It's still intact on that Chien-Pao though. It didn't want to play those games in that turn one, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it maybe leave the field in this turn two.
I see, like, you see these situations turn after turn after turn. You still got the Follow Me in play. The Chien-Pao is the fastest Pokemon on the field, so the Ogerpon is still protecting the Landorus from the most important coverage move that Chien-Pao is going to be going for in the Icicle Crash. But then the Zamazenta is not going to be able to pick up a KO on Landorus here. So do you go all in on the no wide guard like Tomoyuki's doing this turn, or do you try and switch things up?
Ogerpon's down.
We'll get the KO on the Ogerpon that really has been playing that more bulky, supportive choice here, as the body press will now find its mark down onto the Landorus. It is a flying type.
Damn!
Very effective, but it's still significant.
Oh, it was a crit.
Hit. Definitely putting a spanner in the works here as the Landorus will break that Focus Sash with the Earth Power. But I feel like it would have been a nice situation to go for that Sandsear Storm. You would have got the same result on the Chien-Pao with breaking the Sash, but also still started getting more damage onto that Zamazenta.
You know, I actually like this breaking the Sash and guaranteeing it with the Earth Power. I think the critical hit actually throws a little bit of a spanner in Justin's game plan, because the body press looks like it would have done less than 50% to the Landorus. Landorus doesn't take any recoil from Life Orb because of the sheer force ability, and so you break the Focus Sash, you have Roaring Moon, and we got a sneak preview that Urshifu is in the back. Both of those are able to deal with a Chien-Pao and its Focus Sash pretty effectively, and this allows Landorus to play a little bit differently, or would have allowed it if it was at more than 50% health. Because of the critical hit, Landorus is now potentially in Sucker Punch KO range, which might make it a little bit more difficult for Justin to be able to play into, and it could have had the opportunity to go for an Earth Power into that Zamazenta and knock it out.
The Roaring Moon's in a bit of a dicey position here as well because it may want to go for its terrestrialization, but then it's still going to be weak to ice-type attacks. I think Justin's pretty happy to see the Chi and Pao leave the field here if he has indeed made that adjustment here. Instead, we're going to see the Amoonguss, the difficult Pokemon that he's had to contend with, join the field, and now you have to maybe play around the redirection that is
Timid for the speed boost, okay.
The Roaring Moon is going to become that flying berry and just reduce some of the damage it can take from one of those body presses, but we saw in the previous games that it will still do a significant chunk and it's not going to be safe from taking them repeatedly.
And it's a protect from the Landorus, so just trying to get things going with a Roaring Moon on just inside, get that acrobatics down, target that into the Chen-Pao. This is
wait, one hit.
Critical.
Is it crit?
Well, these players going tit for tat.
Oh.
The most important thing is that Amoonguss is gone down.
That is exactly
that crit mattered.
Needed to make. Fantastic adjustment there from Justin, being able to get rid of that Amoonguss as soon as it joined the field. You no longer have to contend with that redirection, potential spores, and the terrestrialization meant that the body slam wasn't the body press wasn't going to be able to get the KO on your Roaring Moon. It cannot take a second one though, judging by these calculations. So if you want to hit that tailwind button, you've got to try and hit it fast. But if Chi and Pao rejoins the field, then both these Pokemon on Justin's side are threatened by that Chi and Pao. I feel like even though you got the KO on the Amoonguss, that's
sure, Kimberly.
Chi and Pao is still in play, and that's detrimental for Justin.
But the Chi and Pao can only target one Pokemon at a time, and I think both of these trainers have got to identify both what's the most likely thing to target or what's the most important thing to target.
Fluttermane.
And say, well, hang on a second, I don't really want to target that slot because it's kind of telegraphed. But I like this. The Fluttermane coming in, getting its booster energy speed boost, so meeting Roaring Moon at the top end of the speed tiers. Fluttermane is naturally capable of being faster than Roaring Moon, so there is no tailwind on just inside, and an icy wind can slow that Roaring Moon down to a place where it can get body pressed again. But most notably, this Landorus, because the Roaring Moon has gone for its terror,
you actually might be able to just flat out just KO the Roaring Moon.
Quad super effective against that Landorus slot.
Yeah, I think it hurt you, Ben. So it's going for the protect here. It doesn't want to have to take that potential icy wind coming its way. And that's exactly what the Fluttermane has locked into. It's very sensible, so you can lower the speed and allow the Zamazenta to have the advantage going into the next turn. It will still connect on that Roaring Moon, making sure that even though it was already the faster, it definitely is establishing its dominance here against the Roaring Moon that can retaliate with this acrobatics. It is going to find its mark onto that Fluttermane. It's
good damage.
To get the knockout, however, so Fluttermane will be here in the next turn to icy wind again.
That's not good.
I did wonder if that was going to be a tailwind for Justin trying to set up that.
Gotta kill that Roaring Moon, man.
The Fluttermane isn't able to go for it.
Twix is a worse dog and Mindy is a good dog.
Storm. But Justin getting some damage off onto the Fluttermane really could prove quite detrimental to his game plan, and I think Tomoyuki's got an opportunity to take advantage of this position, go for another icy wind. The Roaring Moon, if it switches out, switches back in, another icy wind will make sure that it's going to be slower than the Zamazenta on Tomoyuki's side. And so it looks like Tomoyuki's won the sort of speed interaction as long as those icy winds connect.
I think you almost did need to play the speed
went for a double protect
and go for the tailwind because these icy winds are going to come through. The Moonblast, however, is the
choice. About time you killed the Roaring Moon.
Don't even risk it.
Exactly. Let's just get this Roaring Moon out of play in case it wants to get that tailwind up.
Yeah, it's looking like Justin's going down.
And now you lock that in going into these next couple of turns. The heavy slam's going to come through. It will connect down onto the opposing Landorus and get the knockout. And it looks like Tomoyuki has gained so much momentum in this set. The Fluttermane has really changed the game.
And just going for that guaranteed damage is really a testament to the caliber of trainer that Tomoyuki is. All of that experience coming into the fore and being able to allow him to see
what it is.
Guaranteed game plans that really do pressure what we know is an Urshifu in the back, and it will be Tomoyuki taking the win over Justin Tang and guaranteeing day 2 at EUIC.
I love the adaptation that Tomoyuki made for that game through bringing the Fluttermane and bringing it in again in the late game, the same way that
one more speed than Fluttermane. Timid Flutter is definitely faster, yep. Oh, the one you compared was without Timid, yep. Yeah, Fluttermane's speed, let me see, 135 I believe it was. I believe Fluttermane has 135 special attack, special defense, and speed. Right? I think so. That's insane. Okay, we got one more battle. And this battle is the battle that we all been waiting for. The champion, the homie Wolf, the undisputed, pretty much the best Pokemon VGC player in the world. Pound for pound.
Because when you look on paper at the teams, there are ways for Gennaro to
Oh
really
my
take advantage
goodness.
of the things that Wolf is going to try and do.
Yeah, he's doing it again. He's doing the Paris Trap team again. Ooh, Koraidon! Ooh, show some love to Koraidon! Yo, Wolf, man, you are a true visionary, man. The first Koraidon we've seen. We got Koraidon, Terrafire, Life Orb, Rock and Protect. We got Flare Blitz, Close Combat. Wait, why Close Combat? Why not Collision Course? It's weird. Flame Charge. I mean, I get that Close Combat is a little bit stronger than Collision Course, but come on, dude. Amoonguss with Mental Herb, so you won't be taunting this Amoonguss, and it's actually Terra Dark, Protect, Rage Powder, Spore, Sludge Bomb. And Wolf is different the way he builds his teams. A Terra Bug Incineroar with Safety Goggles that has Fake Out, Parting Shot, Protect, and Flare Blitz. You got Scream Tail over here, Protect, Encore, Disable, Perish Song. Gotta be Booster Speed. Terra Dark. Oh boy. Gothitelle over here with the Shadow Tag. He won another tournament with Gothitelle. This one I believe is Terra Water. Looks like Terra Water. Rocking Leftovers, Protect, Psychic, Fake Out, and Taunt. Let's see. Fluttermane, Focus Sash, probably Booster Speed as well. Protect, Icy Wind. The hell is that Terra? I see Protect, Icy Wind, Moonblast, Shadow Ball. I can't make that Terra out though. What is that Terra? Not sure. That's an... Oh, it is normal. Oh, I see. That is very interesting. Okay.
But we'll cover everything first. We've got the Koraidon, Amoonguss, Incineroar, the Screamtail, Gothitelle, and that Fluttermane.
Fascinating to see the Life Orb on the Koraidon is not an item that we commonly see. It's going to be dealing a little bit of recoil damage for every hit that Wolf lands into Gennaro's team. But there it is, Screamtail.
All right, Kimberly, thanks for stopping by. You have a good one.
Deal any damage to Gennaro's team. So if Wolf is left in a situation where it's just the Screamtail on the field versus Gennaro's team, the Wolf loses.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I in particular really susceptible to things like Taunt that can really start to shut that down. Otherwise, it is one of those Pokemon that can make the difference between Perish working effectively and not at all. Just because of that booster energy, it's going to be very fast. It's going to have that instant speed boost whenever it
the
enters
man,
the field.
the myth, the legend, Wolf Glick, ladies and gentlemen.
If the sun's not present, the booster energy activates. If the sun is present, then the photosynthesis ability will just act on its own, and you'll get that free speed boost anyway, which is a really nice complementing factor there. Gennaro's team, we've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, we've got the Clefairy, Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Haven't seen this combination around in a while. Calyrex Shadow paired up with Clefairy. They make a good combination. You got, I think it's Terra Fairy, Cali. I like it. Nasty Plot, Astral Barrage, Draining Kiss, Protect. Some nasty stuff here. Okay. Got Life Orb. Got a Clefairy with Eviolite, Friend Guard, Terra Grass. Has After You. Wait. What would that be for? Like trick room teams or something? I don't know. Follow me. Protect helping hand. Oh, if you do go up against a trick room team, you can still have your Cali go first if you put Clefairy on the field next week. After you follow me, protect helping hand. Very supportive. Friend guard. Eviolite. Terra Grass. We got Chi-Yu with, finally, we got a Choice Specs Chi-Yu. So the Choice Specs Chi-Yu is rocking, let's see, what is it rocking? Heat Wave, Snarl, Dark Pulse, Overheat, Normal, Terra Ghost. We got our Shifu Rapid Strike. Terra, what is that? That's the Stellar Terra. Surging Strikes, Close Combat, Aqua Jet, pretty standard. I called it. I knew Totodile was going to be a starter. Yep, you did. Flame Charge on Koraidon is interesting. I've seen it a lot. I've seen it like a good amount. Regenerator Assault Vest Tornadus goes hard. You said Assault Vest. Well, maybe it does. Maybe it does. We got Rillaboom, Assault Vest, you know, traditional set, no high horsepower. Assault Vested. We got Tornadus. We haven't really seen a lot of Tornaduses. Tornadus seems to be a pretty rare Pokemon now. Terra Dark. With Covert Cloak, it has Taunt, Rain Dance, Tailwind, and Bleak Wind Storm. Okay. I already know this guy's going to lose. But let's see how he lost. Was it a good match? Let's see.
Was in terms of not running any damaging moves there. Wolf, a seasoned trainer, we're very familiar with Wolf. Gennaro, first ever day 2. So we have a 10-time regional champion against a player who's really just making their stamp in the metagame, in competitive video games.
So basically, right here, you got a 10-time champion going up against
when they come in and they get their
a new.
One of their first really big finishes, especially in
how is this gonna go?
European Championships.
No pressure. No pressure.
Tornadus could be a big player here. Not only has it got Rain Dance, it's going to be able to use that prankster ability to get rid of the Sunstream.
Yeah! Yo, Bacon!
The momentum swing.
My boy, it's Bacon in the chat. Yo, Splatnation, give a warm welcome to the homie Bacon. Yo, Bacon, how's it going, man? What's the word? How you enjoying your Thursday?
Very susceptible to the taunt, and not only that, you've got the Tailwind there, the ability to put all of your Pokemon way ahead of anything that Wolf's trying to do, and that could be the difference in this match in particular. Even if the sun's up,
Overrated said definitely not staged, I swear.
Urshifu gonna like that.
Definitely not.
You've got all of these little issues here on Gennaro's side, and then you've got to worry about that Shadow Rider Calyrex, which is so dangerous, especially
a nuclear bomb versus a baby, pretty much in this match. Yep. Waiting for the Monster Hunter Wild Cement. Yeah, I'm sorry, I ain't gonna lie. I'm feeling kind of jealous and envious of y'all. All y'all getting ready to play Monster Hunter, and I can't even play it, man. I see you, Gladys, James, Mama Nesh. I'm like, even Nesh playing. Freaking my boy Head Hachi. Like, god damn!
Of that Incineroar and the Amoonguss, you've got the active fake out.
I wish I could play
into that Tornadus though, because of that Covert Cloak item there, and obviously because
I hope that they port freaking Monster Hunter Worlds to Nintendo Switch 2, please, man. I'm gonna be hella upset if I don't see Monster Hunter Worlds on there.
Something that Gennaro has to be worried about, has to be prepared for, because both of these
I'm gonna beat that story mode and get the hunt.
Alright. 2 targets that do not want to be put to sleep.
Oh, you damn, you too, Storm? Oh man. Okay, turn 1. You can learn a lot from turn 1. How is turn 1 gonna go? What the hell? Oh, Terra Dark Amoonguss.
Even if it is taunted by the Tornadus, it's not gonna work. Pterodark, of course, that is going to be immune to Prankster boosted moves. Calyrex on Gennaro's side, keeping itself safe.
Yeah, the Protect there just to stay safe
Rain
this
Dance.
turn. The Rain Dance coming out from the Tornadoes, maybe suspecting a switch out to the Koraidon, bringing that onto the field.
Parting shot onto Tornadoes.
Wolf not going for that. He is going to go straight for that parting shot into the Tornado slot. There's no Protect there, so you can go for it safely there to pivot out and probably get something in. Can the Koraidon come in onto the field now? Is it the right time? Probably not. Looking at maybe that Fluttermane here in the back and come in pressure, hovering over that Koraidon though. If that does come in, it's going to get rid of the rain, and it is going to provide a little bit of pressure onto that Tornadus and maybe eat up a turn to allow a switch out, but it is the Fluttermane overall. Better option. Wolf feels coming into this turn, and the Spore, is it into the Tornadus?
Oh, it was going into the Calyrex.
So we have a little bit of an indication here. Fluttermane does have access to Shadow Ball, as you might be able to see in that brief glimpse there. So that's one way Wolf can cover this Calyrex without the knockoff on the Incineroar. Calyrex really pressured in this situation. Takes double super effective damage from Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and the one thing that you do have to worry about as well is the Fluttermane on Wolf's side does have that focus side, so he's going to be able to take an Astral Barrage. And
there's also the two people in the group chat I put in for you to have some Monster Hunter buddies. Actually, one of them is streaming Monster Hunter Wilds this Friday. Oh, nice. I don't know when the hell I'm going to be able to play Monster Hunter Wilds. I might not play it until the end of this year. Well, I don't know.
From Wolf's side of the field, we are seeing
I hope to play it one day.
From the Calyrex, it is going to be into that Fairy type.
Fairy type, but is it going to be enough? Calyrex is not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Well, not time to find out in this turn. Fluttermane is just going to keep itself
just to protect. Draining Kiss into...
Boosted by the Terra Fairy. Now super effective into Pterodark.
Oh my lord! It's a crit!
That is a huge
that had to matter. Whoa! Amoonguss gets removed.
Wolf's strategy here, and now has that alleviation from the Spore. Not only that,
whoa! I did not expect that.
To that special attack.
Now, both of these trainers at 6 and 1, they've guaranteed their spot in day 2. But you want to have as many wins as you possibly can to give yourself the best chances of getting into our top cut midway through tomorrow here. So everything on the line. We're just in game 1, of course. Best of 3 set here. But it's time for Wolf's Restricted to hit the field. Rain, rain, go away, come again, another day. Turn on that sun with your Koraidon.
Yeah, and that's a nice way to get it, but the problem is that Tornadus on the opposite side of the field is able to just set that Rain Dance up straight away and get rid of that boost, get rid of the Orichalcum boost from the Koraidon, and it's going to be in a really awkward position where it's not going to have the damage output that you would need. It needs to rely on the Sun to be able to utilize things like that Flare Blitz. Close combat's not going to be effective into the Calyrex, and definitely not into that Tornadus either. So if the Rain Dance does come out, going to make things a little bit difficult. The Fluttermane also goes, loses that photosynthesis ability as well, and is going to be susceptible to those Astral Barrages despite the Focus Sash that we know it has got access to.
Yeah, we'll be able to take at least 1 attack and hang on with 1 HP. Here comes Incineroar once more. Intimidate not mattering at all in this situation. You got 2 special attackers in front of you on the field. There it is. Tornadus deciding no, time to switch that rain back on. The weather war in Swiss round 8 of EOIC. You love to see it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what Wolf's maybe trying to do here with
the
Koraidon.
That's good damage.
It's kind of almost not doing anything, but by bringing the Koraidon onto the field and getting that Sun active, you're taking up the slot of what that Tornadus has to do. It's almost forced
good use of his Focus Sash.
Here. And now this next turn,
I use Focus Sash Fluttermane as well. So.
Again by almost
good
pressuring
utility.
A switch to the Koraidon, because if the Koraidon comes in and you don't Rain Dance, the photosynthesis ability will activate on the Fluttermane, and that Shadow Ball will then be able to pick up the Calyrex. So it's really one of those mind games where do you commit to it, or do you utilize something like the Incineroar here, go for a Flare Blitz? It's very risky if you do think that Gennaro is going to heavily go for that Rain Dance.
Yeah, Tornadus can just click that button freely. It's something that Wolf is going to want to get rid of as soon as they possibly can. Then just having the ability to just click that as opposed to having to switch out and switch back in, really limiting Wolf's options here.
Yeah, and the Fluttermane in this position as well, without that photosynthesis boost, this is really now on the Sash, a sitting duck. And obviously if the rain does stay up in the field and you don't see a switch at all, Bleak Windstorm is 100% accurate.
Protect coming out from the Calyrex, scouting out in the face of Wolf's Pokemon. Fake out, targeting down that sort, of course. course, now it's not going to be invulnerable to a Fake Out. It's no longer a part Ghost-type Pokemon. Just a Tailwind coming out here so that Calyrex can be the fastest horse in the stable. Moonblast connects out as well, so really wise protect here from Gennaro, calling that double up.
Yeah, and a really nice play overall with that Tailwind, not opting for the Rain Dance, because I think the Tailwind just supersedes your Calyrex to the point where even if the Sun comes back onto the field, the Calyrex is still going to be the fastest thing, even after that Photosynthesis boost on the Fluttermane is activated. So you are naturally just putting yourself in a position now where you can Astral Barrage, Bleak Wind Storm, and pretty reliably even pick up a double up onto that Incineroar, not only that Fluttermane, but it has protected here, Charlie.
Spread moves so crucial in this game, but not going for it, just the draining kiss.
Wow.
Wolf's Incineroar is down here, and nice bit of recovery on that Calyrex. It's brought it right back up into the green, and Wolf down 2 Pokemon, just Koraidon and Fluttermane. And the thing is, whilst that Tornadus is still around, can just go for that Rain Dance, but Koraidon, once it hits the field, that's it. Cannot reset this Sun.
Yeah, once it's in, it's locked, and you would think that Gennaro's kind of won that Weather War now because of this, and losing that Amoonguss so early on in this match in the manner that was really detrimental to Wolf, and everything started to kind of fall apart from there. You've got to give a lot of credit to Gennaro for taking the opportunity when it was presented to them, but utilizing the Tornadus in this way and the Calyrex terrestrializing it as well to utilize that Draining Kiss, a really good way to disrupt everything on Wolf's side of the field and making it very difficult for any sort of momentum swing from that side of the field.
Yeah, and with the Koraidon, it's not like you're locked into whichever move you choose here.
There's a Rain Dance.
Life Orb, as we said before, not the most common item here, so Wolf does have the luxury of switching that up, but there it is. That's the rain coming
Shuts off the Photosynthesis.
No longer with its Photosynthesis. Another Astral Barrage connected.
Goodbye, Flutter.
It's going to be enough to pick up.
Double. See ya.
See ya. Of the field, thanks to the
damn, Wolf got washed.
Very swift, very decisive.
Holy smokes.
Win to Gennaro with all 4 Pokemon remaining.
Whoa.
Coming out on top of the top Wolf.
Yeah, just so powerful, that Calyrex with the Life Orb as well. You cannot underestimate it. And with that support from the Tornadus, I think a really clever lead from Gennaro, I think, going into this match and identifying that these 2 Pokemon could be the most disruptive against maybe what we'll see from Wolf, and it came off to a T. It got rid of the Amoonguss maybe a little bit easier. Whether or not it survived, you would imagine it's probably been trained to survive the Draining Kiss.
That's crazy.
The highest base power move. It was boosted by Terrestrialization. It did have the Life Orb. Super effective. So, you know, you would think it would be able to survive, but it going down there regardless of the situation just made it so impossible and tenable for Wolf to kind of make any sort of comeback there.
It's fantastic to see Gennaro looking so calm on stage in the face of a veteran player like Wolf. And let's
not gonna lie, man. Hey, the rookie, man, beating a vet in game 1, man. That's a good look. That's a good look. That's something that you can put on your accolades. Like, I went up against Wolf, and the first time I went up against him, I beat him.
Benefiting Wolf that much.
No, it didn't really at all. And I think in the moment it felt like the right thing to do, because you get rid of the
I think we know what's going to happen in these next 2 matches.
And you also have the resistance to the Astral Barrage, which felt at the time like maybe an option we'd see from the Calyrex, but Gennaro not going in feet first, taking their time with their decision making there, and it's going to be difficult because I think that's the
best Pokemon VGC player in the entire world, man.
Because if once I get rid of the Tornadus, I don't need to worry about my Sun being reset. I don't need to worry about the speed control, and I don't need to worry about these Taunts. But that's the big thing.
Here we go.
Fluttermane is one of the options that he's come out with this game 2 to lead up. Is it going to be enough?
Can that Tornadus go down before it's a thorn in Wolf's paw? Well, looking like, considering the Terra Normal here on the Amoonguss, really nice, because that would provide an immunity to Calyrex's Astral Barrages here.
Yeah, the Terra Normal on the Fluttermane, like you say, I think it plays a nice part in being able to sit in front of this Calyrex a little bit longer and maybe start getting that damage onto the Tornadus, and maybe that is what we're going to see. We're going to see a turn 1 Terrestrialization. Charlie, you called it. It is a Terrestrialization. It is going to get the Jewel on its
Terra Normal Fluttermane.
Normal type, taking away that Astral Barrage weakness.
Yeah, absolutely massive Terra type, especially with the Focus Sash for this.
The horse protects.
Calyrex doesn't like the look of that Fluttermane one bit, so Wolf kind of already on a front foot here. Amoonguss taunted, but just going to eat through that mental herb here, but it does mean Amoonguss is susceptible to taunt on successive
The mental
turns.
herb.
So is the Fluttermane going to be able to pull something off here and knock out this Tornadus? Not boosted at all. The Moonblast just brings it down low, but no, it's going to be the Amoonguss able to get that Spore. Crucial turn one Locky in that Spore, because on a successive turn, wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, much better turn here for Wolf, and a really good identification to say, okay, well, Tornadus is my target. I need to get rid of it. You've shut it down now with that Spore.
Alright,
so it's
overrated.
a guaranteed sleep turn this next time around, and you're
Good stuff.
in a great position to start pressuring that Calyrex on the opposite side of the field. Now, is it going to have to be forced into terrestrializing itself to get around the Shadow Ball threat? That's the big question. We are seeing the Tornado.
Damn, my man Bacon about to play that Monster Hunter Wilds tomorrow.
Any turns of sleep yet? It would have to sit on the field.
I feel like I'm missing out.
In order to do that, just another Moonbluff, please. Served up from Wolf right into the Clefairy, a Pokemon you want to deal with sooner rather than later. So bulky with that Eviolite held item boosting its defenses. Astral Barrage, nothing to the Fluttermane. Amoonguss, it brings it down to about half of its HP here. Decent. You can see the dividends that Life Orb pays.
Yeah, it's incredible, and the Spore coming out.
Everybody's sleeping
now. And the Amoonguss now in that position where Wolf's pretty free to switch it out, activate that Regenerator ability if you would like to, and then just pressure with the Shadow Ball. You don't really need to worry about the Clefairy on the opposite side of the field like we highlighted at the start of the match. It doesn't have any attacking moves, so it can support the Calyrex. You can pull in those single target attacks, but I mean, you don't mind the attacks going on to the Clefairy, because once that's gone, you lose that Friend Guard, and then the Calyrex is also having to take a turn of sleep right now. Crydon coming onto the field, activating the Sun. The Tornadus isn't there. It's much better from Wolf this time around.
Clefairy cannot dish out any damage. That Crydon is so much safer than it might initially seem at trainers. Yes, it's got a double weakness to Fairy, but the Clefairy just cannot hit it. Time for Responding Terror over on Gennaro's side of the field. Will be Calyrex once more going for that Terra Fairy just to give it some longevity. Try and eke out these turns so it can wake up before it just goes down without achieving anything.
Yeah, the Protect coming out from the Clefairy here. Doesn't want to contend with any damage. Wants to stay around on the field for as long as possible. Shadow Ball now coming out into the Calyrex. Not going to be super effective, so a nice terrestrialization from Gennaro. Taking that pretty comfortably, but it takes its guaranteed sleep turn. It has a possibility the next time round of waking up, but that Photosynthesis is activated on the Fluttermane. The one thing that you do have beside your Calyrex to protect it a little bit better is that Follow Me alongside the Friend Guard, which gives you that defensive boost.
Yeah, and Crydon will be retreating, riding back to its trainer around the Velodrome for Incineroar, hitting the field once more, providing an active fake out that's going to be effective into both Pokemon. Now Calyrex is no longer a ghost type. The Intimidate, of course, not mattering in this situation. There's the Follow Me once more, redirecting the attention. Clefairy loves the spotlight that's glistening, that disco ball above its head in the sun. The move wasn't quite enough to KO like we saw before, but there it is. The Calyrex is going to be staying asleep. That's a guaranteed fake out into that slot, unless it wakes up and then goes for a Protect.
Yeah, and the Clefairy now in that awkward position where it will go down to anything coming out. A fake out into that slot, it will go down to it. A Moonblast, of course.
Calyrex woke up and went for a Protect.
Go for a Protect. Yes,
yes it is. It's going to be locked into that. That's the thing. That's what we mean by the lock there, trainers. At least you know it's not going to attack. It will just be the double Protect here, though. Heading into the next turn, you burn the option for fake out on this one. Just a bit of scouting out so we can see what Wolf was thinking. A Moonblast into the Calyrex there, and Flare Blitz easily enough would have been to KO that Clefairy. If the Calyrex had stayed asleep there, looking pretty good for Wolf in that situation.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the wake up definitely helps Gennaro out. And if you're Wolf in this situation, do you want to leave your Incineroar on the field now? I think it's a bit of a target for the Draining Kiss to allow that Calyrex to get a little bit of health back, and you want to kind of prevent that. Maybe bringing in something like the Amoonguss now. You've had that Regenerator activated. It's not going to be effective into that slot, so it does mitigate it and then deal with that Clefairy. The question is, though, are we going to see maybe the Clefairy switch out, or is it going to stay on the field? Because the sooner that Tornadus can come back on the field, the sooner it can wake up. Of course, it has that guaranteed sleep turn. Or do you just allow the Clefairy to be the bait here, get taken down? Or, if you're Wolf, concentrate down onto that Calyrex, try and get as much damage onto it as possible.
Gennaro, of course, still has all 4 Pokemon remaining as well, but let's
Helping Hand Draining Kiss.
The back trainers, having not burned any turns of sleep. There's the Moonblast, picking up the Clefairy. It goes for a Hail Mary, last helping hand in order to boost up this Calyrex's damage output. And it is going to be the Terra boosted, Life Orb boosted, Draining Kiss into the Incineroar slot.
How much health can you use back?
Takes on just above half HP, and Calyrex looks like there. It's back up to full.
Hey!
Without those Grimnir boosts, it's not able to do as much damage.
Oh, but wait.
I really like this play. The Sun's still active on the field. Now that Redirector has...
It is burned!
Charlie, that extra chip is going to be crucial here to taking it down, but still, even without it, not in a great position. And I love the play of the Flare Blitz. The sun's still active. There's no way to remove it. So taking advantage of the Incineroar while it was in play to get that Flare Blitz onto the Calyrex was a great choice. And now the Chi-Yu coming out. Obviously, one of those Pokemon that Genera has that can take advantage of this weather that isn't their own.
Yeah, and I mean, that Tornadus, once it switches in, you do have the threat of just clicking at the Rain Dance there. So Wolf, knowing that the Koraidon in the back is so crucial to reset that. Chi-Yu, yes, it's dishing out massive damage, but this Fluttermane has taken no damage so far. It's still got its Focus Sash intact. It can hang on the field through at least one attack.
Yeah, the Beads of Ruin here as well play a kind of a big part because they are boosting that Draining Kiss, which could keep that Calyrex a little bit more healthy. It may be enough to get the Incineroar now. And the problem is as well, I think if you're the Calyrex and you go for the Protect here, it leaves the Chi-Yu kind of open to go for an attack which could maybe deal with that Fluttermane that's be such detriment to Genera's game plan.
Whatever it chooses here will be locked into until it switches off the field with those choice bets. Just going to be protecting all around. We don't often see Protect on Incineroar, but Wolf certainly has that option in there.
Think his downfall is a flutter?
Spread move in the sun, huge damage. Of course,
the Heat Train has been built. Nice.
Well, so potentially Genaro giving
what's the set looking like?
Medicine on a successive turn with the burn that landed onto the Calyrex.
No more sun.
Which is going to take a little bit of that burn chip right now.
Yeah, and the sun fading away, so not going to be as powerful a Heat Wave this next time round. But the big thing is the Photosynthesis has fitted on that Fluttermane, so it is not going to be faster than that Calyrex going into this next turn. It will be susceptible to a Draining Kiss, which is going to be boosted up. But
Callie said, I gotta get the hell out of here.
Out of the fray, out of harm's way.
Yeah, here comes the Tornadus. Gotta burn these sleep turns on the Tornadus. It's so low as well, but the
Tornadus
going right into that slot. That is a huge opening for Wolf here, trainers. That is
use it as fodder.
Setter gone. Genera down to 2 Pokemon and the Chi-Yu locked into the Heat Wave, which the
Incineroar avoiding.
Though it will be boosted by the sun. Incineroar dodges Heat Wave there. Focus that's well and truly broken. Parting shot so nice onto the Chi-Yu. Threading a fake out onto the next turn. Lovely jubbly.
Yeah, really nice play there from Wolf to identify that. Just go for that Moonblast into the slot. I've got my Focus Sash. If I lose the Fluttermane, if I take a Draining Kiss, if I take a Heat Wave into this Pokemon, at least I'm going to get some return and pick up the knockout onto the Calyrex and turn it worked out to be the Tornadus, which I don't think is a bad thing because that could be a little bit problematic later on in this game. Now you've got that parting shot onto the Chi-Yu. The question is, do you want to bring your Koraidon in now? You do. But the problem is the Draining Kiss is still an issue, so you've got to really make sure that your Fluttermane deals with that opposing Calyrex before you're able to activate the Koraidon fully, because if you take a Draining Kiss with how super effective it is into the base typing, it's going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto it.
This is where the mind games start to come in. Wolf could even go for some kind of bait. You switch in the Koraidon here, but then you switch it out for the Amoonguss in the back potentially, and Genaro just has to play that guessing game as to getting into Wolf's head. There it is, Fluttermane getting its speed boost once more, and the Calyrex hitting the field for Genaro.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, even switching the Koraidon out here because of the Chi-Yu. And the Calyrex so low health at the minute. Anything into that slot will pick up the knockout. It's just you've got to get rid of it before you can get this Koraidon working, because if you don't, like we say, the Draining Kiss into that slot is very risky. And we know the Chi-Yu has to attack it. It has got that choice item. It has to lock into that Heat Wave every turn. It is going to be boosted even though it's -1. The Beads of Ruin still active on the field, so it will be doing enough to pick up that Fluttermane.
Wolf's Amoonguss does have access to Sludge Bomb here, so if you can get that off, he can secure the Calyrex, but no, it's not going to come down to that. There it is. Speed Booster, Moonblast right into that Calyrex. No Protect coming out. That's going to be the Calyrex down. Breathing room for Wolf right now. Close combat, super effective.
See ya!
We love to see it, trainers. We're heading to a game 3 in our final Swiss round on day 1 of the European International Championships.
Just what we wanted, a comeback to take us to a tie. Who is going to be moving on victorious after this round 8? Who knows? But it is really starting to heat up here, and I love that end game too. Where, you know, I'm not going to play any mind games. I'm just going to go for the attack. If I lose the Fluttermane here, we'll kind of have it. We'll probably have a game plan, even if the Fluttermane goes down there. But the Koraidon not protecting either, just going straight for the close combat. So yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're Wolf, you know, known for that perish trap strategy, but of course ghost types immune to the shadow tag onto the Gothitelle, so risky to bring when the opponent's restricted is a Calyrex Shadow Rider. Fluttermane's Terra Normal was so crucial in this game. Let's not forget how many turns that Fluttermane stuck around.
They got a Shrek 5 coming?
Is just doing absolutely
can you believe that? A Shrek 5.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, and I think the Terra Normal.
Oh, Mike Myers. Oh.
Gennaro, quite a few issues.
Okay.
He might need to lean in a bit.
I was kind of wondering if Mike Myers could still do Austin Powers. I don't know if he can do Austin Powers, but he can still do Shrek.
Consistent damage, especially if the sun is active on the field for that photosynthesis. You can kind of use that against Wolf in a lot of ways, where you can get those big, powerful fire type attacks into the Fluttermane. The big thing that you need to really keep in mind is breaking that focus sash on that Pokemon, because once that is broken, then the Fluttermane becomes a lot more vulnerable in that situation.
Lee, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Call it. Who's going to win this game 3?
Normally it's like who is going to what Pokemon adjustments are we going to see? Who is going to win?
You could talk us through that as well, but you know, Swiss round A. Let's up the ante here, Lee. My money is on Wolf, I think. Gennaro is the newcomer here, would be absolutely huge if they claim this, but they've guaranteed their spot in day 2 anyway.
It's such a tough game for Wolf, and I think certain things have to fall into
Here we go, game 3.
On the adjustments both players made going into it, and there are some adjustments from Gennaro. Wolf is the more established player, but we'll see who comes out on top. This is what makes it so exciting, coming into these closing rounds of the Swiss.
Well evaded, Lee. That's the photosynthesis boost to the speed onto the Fluttermane there, and that's the Orichalcum Pulse activating onto.
What's up, Spooks? Welcome in, man.
The order in which the abilities go off is an indication as to how fast they each
Tentacruel is funnily a counter to Hornleech, Ogerpon.
This is quite an interesting lead from
it is, you're right.
Because the Rillaboom provides a
Shell Bell, okay, modest nature.
Where you can go for the fake out.
Terrifier.
Risky, but you can go for the fake out into the Fluttermane and click the Astral Barrage.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Because if you see that terrestrialization from the Fluttermane, you catch it with the fake out and you get your Astral Barrage into the partnering slot. You don't get any damage into the Fluttermane, but you prevent it from being effective in the match. Now, it is really risky, because if you just see a switch up here, or maybe even the Cryogon left alone here, and you know, that is the risk. The Rillaboom could be the target to go down, but more likely it is that Calyrex. Under the sun, the Flare Blitz is going to be doing a lot of damage, especially if there is a terrestrialization alongside it.
Well, you've spoken into existence, Lee. There it is, the Calyrex once more going for its Terra Fairy. This Cryogon is looking so vulnerable here unless it does go for its Protect just to scout out, which would be really nice information for Wolf. Okay, thank goodness, does go for the Protect. So now you've got Gennaro to spend that Terra. And as I said before, Flood Bomb will be super effective in the Calyrex. We don't often see Amoonguss going on the offensive, but it could play a pivotal role in this game.
Definitely a pivotal role, and it's something to consider.
The horse is plotting.
For the attack, going for that nasty plot, boosting its special attack by 2 stages, becoming a huge threat now in front of this Koraidon. And now both Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field are slower essentially than that Calyrex. There is no speed control here to alleviate that. Now you can't really terrestrialize with your Amoonguss to get around.
Could go for a flame charge,
because you go to the Dark Terror and you become weak to it. The Astral Barrage is probably going to do a lot of damage. I do hope for the Koraidon, maybe you have to go for the terrestrialization in Koraidon and hope that you survive an Astral Barrage, but it's going to be unlikely. A +2 with the Life Orb boost, you think, I don't know. Wolf will know better than anyone if that Amoonguss can survive a +2 Astral Barrage, but I think you've got to get that Koraidon off the field as soon as possible. But what do you switch it into? The Incineroar feels like the better choice here, but then you're in an awkward position. All the work to do for Wolfie. A great play from Gennaro to pile this pressure on.
Absolutely huge turn, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, get your attention on this stream. Saddle your horses.
Here we go.
Motorbikes. Let's see what happens in this decisive.
Oh!
Going to be a going off before the Calyrex Shadow Rider, boosted by the sun into Gennaro.
Oh my God!
That is something we did not see coming, Lee.
Did not see that.
It was a speed tie?
The Koraidon outspeeding the Calyrex, picking up the knockout. That is a key moment in this battle, and hidden until this game 3. Masterfully done by Wolf, and now Gennaro in what was a great position. Doesn't look so great going into the rest of this game 3.
No, and just like that, everything can change.
Calling a switch out from that Rillaboom, perhaps, of course.
Holy smoke, Splatnation.
Not only is that the restricted option gone for Gennaro, that is the Terra option down and out as well.
Oh my God! You just lose your Terra, you lose your restricted for nothing.
The Amoonguss not really threatened the Chi.
And you lost your, you lost it after a nasty block too.
It hasn't got the choice
Oh my god.
item, so it doesn't get a boost to its speed. Now you need
Mistakes
to
were
rely on
made.
something like the
Mistakes were definitely made.
It is going to be susceptible to that spore.
Yep.
You haven't got a
GG's.
accurate Bleakwind Storm here.
You might as well
So
just
the
end it
becomes
now.
a real threat with that spore to shut down the Tornadus, and it gives you a little bit of room with
You
the
can keep
Cryo
on
to
fighting,
kind of
but
get rid of another target in that Rillaboom.
that hurts. That hurts bad.
Damage from a sun boosted flare blitz, whichever way you cut it, but of course.
Yeah, we didn't watch this with BGC, Spooks. How's your day going, Spooks?
Still, big life orb flare blitz from the Koraidon would be dealing respectable damage, and every little bit of chip here. That chandelier on Koraidon's head, glowing bright, flare blitz connecting down into the Tornadus. Okay, deals about a third of its HP.
Yeah, and with that Friend Guard boost, you can see it takes it a lot better under the rain. And the spawn now coming out, and it will be shutting down that Tornadus. So now the rain is not going to be an option to reset, although it is a bit clunky to get your sun activated on the field again. You need to switch the Cryoton out, get it back in, and that gives Tornadus a little bit of room to maybe wake up. The one plus that you do have is that Amoonguss, like you've already outlined with that Sludge Bomb. It is going to be hitting super effective into that Clefairy, and you could easily target something like the Tornadus just to whittle that down. The Rillaboom can't easily switch in either because it's going to take big damage from it. So you're kind of locked in this scenario where you need to try and get that Tornadus awake, get a Bleakwind Storm off before the rain goes away.
Clefairy is just going to be scanning out on this turn, not wanting to take a Sludge Bomb in one little bit. Tornadus burning its mandatory turn of sleep here. It could wake up on the next one. Sludge Bomb though targeting down into Janara's Tornadus.
Oh, not
instead, no poison to speak of. Tornadus not put on a timer, of course, because it is already asleep. Only one status condition applies at any one time.
Yeah,
that's true.
Got the
Oh yeah, we got good news.
In the back, kind of
we hit 20 likes. There we go. Well, there he is, Splatnation. 20 like height. Let's see it. Yo, Spooks, did you see Pokemon Presents?
Go for that, then you're locking yourself into the problematic double up into that slot.
Thank you guys so much, man.
But we're going to see a Moonblast and a Sludge Bomb into that target.
Yeah, very
thank you guys for the 20 like hype.
Tornadus over on Janara's side of the field. There's the Moonblast, and just that in itself is going to be enough. That means a super effective Sludge Bomb is heading Rillaboom's way.
Yeah, now the Tailwind setup, it's not the best. Really.
Thank you, Overrated. Thank you, Storm.
No damaging attacks.
Oh, what did you think about the direct, Spooks?
A Koraidon that has
Rillaboom has been poisoned.
That can come in at any point now and just click that Flare Blitz button and pick up a knockout.
Rillaboom wants to make that cacophony on the field with its drum, but no. Looks like the victory fanfare will be for Wolf. What a way the tables have turned. Gennaro winning that first game with all 4 Pokemon remaining, and now Wolf giving such a decisive response, looking like it could be all 4 securing this game. Clefairy has no damaging moves. The 4 locked in. Your winner of our Swiss Round 8 is going to be 10-time regional champion, Wolf Glick.
Wolf, man. So inspirational, man.
From that game 1 that looked
Wolf!
so bad. Wolf proving that he is the best of all time.
He is. He really is. Undisputed. Undisputed best of all time. Yes, he was. You hated the starter selection? Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's not the most appealing starter selection, but it gives potential for what the new evolutions are going to be. What is Meganium? What is the new Meganium going to be like? The new Emboar, the new for Alligator.
Yeah, and Gennaro, you've got to say, like, played so well through that set, especially the game 1. You know, the critical hit happened, but, you know, Gennaro had to put himself in that position to have that be a thing, right? Yeah. And then just capitalize on top of that. A lot of other players might not have been able to capitalize the way that Gennaro did. And then there was other moments as well where you saw the Calyrex go for the nasty plot rather than going for just the all-out
man, oh man, what a game.
So Gennaro doing all the right things there, just really difficult to kind of get around that Amoonguss. The mind games as well that the Koraidon played throughout that match, where is it going to switch in this one turn, or are we going to have to deal with the Amoonguss here? The Flutterman, is that going to terastallize? There's lots going on in that match, but
Mega Evolutions?
Different directions, opportunities when they present
they better
and
have, well,
into the Koraidon, the fact that it
actually, you're right. It probably will be Mega Evolutions.
That one
yep.
really just
it makes more sense to be a Mega
challenge for
Evolution.
Gennaro to kind of get anything back from that game.
If you missed the game,
Mega
Meganium
Meganium,
right now,
it better
with
be
the
good.
replay going on
It better
here.
be good,
that
bro.
Speed tier on the Koraidon absolutely crucial, and I guess, you know, with the Calyrex running at Draining Kiss, it is an indication that it could be a bulkier
Mega
build. So
Embor.
yeah, there was that chance for the Koraidon to outspeed, but to have that information revealed only in our final game,
Wolf
absolutely
Blake, man, he's
huge.
so
Yeah,
inspirational.
and that's the beauty about the Koraidon. I think there was plenty of opportunity.
Mega Meganium. Seems cool, yep. Listen, Meganium needs help. It's needed help for a long time, man. And I hope that help has finally come for Meganium. Justice for Meganium for being trash for so many years. Oh, man. Okay, so we're done here. I mean, yeah. I just wanted to watch the first day of the VGC. I still have to watch day 2 and then the championship. I already know who won. It was like spoiled, but you know, I'm not surprised. I'm definitely not surprised at who won this tournament. I mean, you saw it coming. But holy smokes, man. What a game. What a Wolf got smoked in game 1 and came back and said, "Hold on, hold my beer." Turned up on the homie in the last game. Just absolutely. First of all, I didn't expect Koraidon to outspeed the Cali. It just, the Flare Blitz went off and it was over. It was not going to eat that. Life Orb, Terrafire, Flare Blitz in the sun. Nah, you're not going to take that. It's over for you. So it'll be over for a lot of Pokemon. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Come on. Too much power. Too much power. All right, man. So I think we've done enough for today. I've been streaming for like, what, 6 hours? I still got other things I need to do. I'm trying to do my taxes today, hopefully. Oh, boy. Not really looking forward to doing it, but it is what it is. It has to be done. So nearly 7 hours, yep. All right. Honestly, is that through the game? 7 hours and 10 to 15 minutes? I guess I can, I don't know. I don't really want to stay on. I don't know what else I'll be doing. Anyway, let's see. I guess I could. Yeah, I gotta get going. Let's see who's streaming so we could do a raid. I think it's raid time. Wouldn't you agree, Splatnation? It's time to raid some good folks. See what everybody's up to. How many people we got live? Am I losing subscribers? That's crazy. I'm actually losing subs. On the road to 3K, that's wild. One. It's not that many people streaming right now. So it'll be easier to make a decision. Let's see. Alright, I know who I'm gonna raid. I think it's only right because this day was all about Pokemon, so we're gonna raid somebody else who's doing Pokemon content. We are going to be raiding the Grande Gamer. The Grande Gamer is live playing Pokemon, I think it's Scarlet. And they're doing a they're shiny hunting Tandemaus. So that looks to be, some common content for the viewers. This is the link to their stream, and be sure to hop over there and hit them with a hashtag Splatnation raid and whatnot. And, you know, I'm going to see you guys over there real soon. But I know my reaction didn't really go the way I wanted it to. It is what it is. Can't, you know, do it over. But I think this stream was pretty cool. I think this stream was successful. I had fun vibing with y'all, watching some VGC and just chatting about all things Pokemon. And maybe, you know, in the future we'll do another one of these streams, like similar to this, maybe. We'll see. Until next time, you know the vibes. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here, man. I'll see you. Until next time, peace.